Good morning, everybody. Dear
Morning.
resource person, dear participants of One Day International Conference, respected trustees, principal, and all staff of teaching, non-teaching, Konkan Unnati Mandals, Vasantrao Naik College of Arts, Commerce, located at Murud Janjira, District Raigad, Maharashtra, India. Today, we get together here on the dated 30 January 2022. We have come together for one day online international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in social sciences, library sciences, pure sciences, commerce, management, home sciences, sports sciences, engineering, and technology in higher education system in India. I would like to announce that the Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Murun Janjira, Department of Arts, Commerce, and IQSC organized one day international multidisciplinary conference how got the big success due to the more than 250 plus participants have been participated in this successful conference. First, Apol, I would like to thank all participants for your love and trust on Vasantrao Naik College and our NGO, SHRI Waghmare Brothers Private Event Management Company, media and publicity partner in India and abroad. Approximately 25 abroad and 225 Indian researchers, scientists, professors, readers, vice chancellors of different Indian universities and abroad universities, colleges, PhD scholars, so many industrialists are actively participating in this today's international conference and have been lead the confirmed participate 250 plus participants in the conference. Actually, this conference will be useful for purpose of CAS API career advancement scheme as well as for the PhD research scholar for fulfillment of UGC criteria of 2 national and 2 international conference research paper reading and presentation publication. Respected Dr. Principal Vishwas Chavan sir and entire teaching and non-teaching staff have trusted on our SHRI Waghmare Brothers Private Event Management Company for media and publicity marketing partner in India and abroad. I would like to thank entire team of college Vasantrao Naik staff, especially for trusted and respected Dr. Vishwas Chavan sir for given an opportunity and tender for international conference marketing and publicity media and partner in India and abroad. The conference will start with our national anthem Jana Gana Man. I would like to request all participants and college trustees, principal, and all teaching, non-teaching staff that please stand up for national anthem. National anthem will be start. Please wait. Please stand up. Thanks, all of you. Please sit down. We are Indian, and when they listen to the national anthem, that time our mind become the fresh get full of energy by listen the Jana Gana Mana national anthem. I would like to hand over this session to respected Dr. Principal Dr. Chavan sir for inauguration section of today's one day international conference. Please, Chavan sir, please continue, sir. For inauguration welcome section, please, sir.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Am I visible? Am I visible?
No, sir.
No, sir. Please continue, sir. You're audible, sir.
Hello. Good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Vishwas Chavan, in-charge principal of Kokan Unnati Mitra Mandal's Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce. I am proud to welcome you to Kokan Unnati Mitra Mandal's Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce for the one-day online international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in social sciences, library sciences, commerce, pure science, management and home science, engineering and technology and higher education system in India. And this conference is organized by our Department of Arts and Commerce and also IQC department. Today, we have various eminent personalities around the globe for this one-day online international multidisciplinary conference. It's my pleasure to welcome first our beloved, who has a cheerful personality, our guide, our coach, our mentor, our counselor, Honorable Mushtaq Antole Sahib. He is the president of Kokan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Gurandi College, Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce. I will further introduce a few minutes regarding our chairman. Another personality, I welcome Professor Dr. Sudhir Puranik, sir, who is the registrar of University of Mumbai. Then Dr. Kinari, Professor and HOD of Commerce, Mumbai University. Dr. Rajendra Kumbhare of Savitribai Phule University. Dr. Janis Fernandez, Library Manager, Roehampton Library, London. And also other dignitaries, Professor Vajan Thinley of Bhutan Royal University. Then Dr. K. Kishore, Assistant Professor of Commerce, University of Thiruvallur, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Vijay Rahane, Mumbai Education Trust College of Polytechnic, Nashik. I also welcome all other dignitaries on advisory committee, executive committee, our patrons of the college, Mushtaq Antole Sahab, Vicharya Madam, Talwatkar Sahib, then other resource person from around the globe. Who will present their research paper are from not only from Maharashtra, but also from various states and also from abroad. And our college staff, management, our all teaching and non-teaching staff who cooperate, and I also welcome Dr. Kishore Waghmare, who is the director of SHRI Waghmare Brothers Private Event Management Company. I'm giving some introduction about our college. Education is the most important tool and process of spreading culture, which include the whole value of the system, ideas, beliefs, code of conduct. This is an important fact of socialization to cope up with the changing times of our college. Our college provides many opportunities for the holistic development of students through faculty, infrastructure, and library. Despite the declining moral and social values at present, the students of this college are known for their good marks on and off the college. Our teachers take care of what our students need to learn today, to prepare for tomorrow, to meet the broader challenges. We enrich our students' personalities by encouraging them to participate in their curriculum and other activities, and to create a dynamic and exciting learning environment for students. A strong and we emphasize self-discipline and character building. The activities of various departments develop and enhance the creativity of the student. In addition to educational programs, students are provided with necessary facilities in the field of sports and recreation. Through our college NSS, it initiative student will spread the message of an inaccessible village in the area. The Human Development Cell is helping in creating a positive image of women in society. And this is made possible only by the dedication, cooperation, and network of our management, teachers, and non-teaching staff and students. Murud Janjira is a taluka place situated in the remote and hilly area of the coastal region of Raigad district of Maharashtra. It is famous for Janjira Fort, which is one of the most impressive structure and one of the premier attraction among the forts in Maharashtra. Because of Konkan region receives heavy rainfall, natural vegetation is abundant and full of various useful trees and medicinal plants. Murud Taluka is also financially backward. The population mostly belong to scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, OBC like Koli, Mali, Brahmin, Bhandaris, Agri, Buddhists, etc., who are mostly socio-economical and educationally backward. Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Murud Janjira, is affiliated with the University of Mumbai. Our motivator and visionary leader, Antule Sahib, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra State and former Union Cabinet Minister, Government of India, the founder president of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Mumbai, dreamed that the people of this rural and hilly undeveloped area should get higher education with open access system, irrespective of caste, color, and creed. Our institution is established in June 1992. This is Art and Commerce College to cope up with the basic needs of higher education of local students in Murud Tehsil. During the initial stage, our management ran this college on non-grant basis and borne all its expenditure. This is a great achievement that only the college in Murud Taluka started by us, by our management, successfully providing higher education for the last 30 years. Today, the strength of the college has crossed 700 students. However, we have students from diverse backgrounds, different religions, in the various sections of the society. Honorable Mushtaq Antule Sahib, President of Konkan Unnati Mitra Mandal, Mumbai, former Chairman of Maharashtra State Pollution Control Board, and former member of Legislative Council, College Development Committee, and staff of the college are working hard for the overall development of the college. Our college is committed to develop the student into a competent and self-reliant citizens with the spirit of nationality. The college is instantly providing qualified faculty and modern technical amenities with the best infrastructure to the student for their development. It is effectively executed under the leadership of President Honorable Mushtaq Antulesa. The college is permanently affiliated to University of Mumbai. The college provides undergraduate and postgraduate courses of arts and commerce to the students. The college has a heritage of the excellent result in examination. Many alumni of our college are serving the society through police, army, banks, and education institutions. The college has been assessed and accredited with grade B by NAC, Bangalore. The college has given opportunity of personal development to the student through participating in various departments such as NSS, BLLE, sports, cultural, competitive exam, employment cell, women development cell, etc. All our teachers in our college have been awarded PhD from all the teachers awarded PhD from various universities. I think it will be a long introduction. Now I sum up my introductory speech, and we are also eager to hear from our Honorable Chairman, also the keynote speaker, and also delegate about their ideas, innovations. I hope all of you will enjoy this one-day international conference. Wish you all happiness and career success. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Waghmare, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So nice of you, sir.
Okay.
Your lecture, deeply information about your college. So nice, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I would like to hand over this session, the trustee and the president of Unnati. Yes, sir. May I continue? Chavan, sir, may I continue? You are, sir, Chavan, sir, you are mute, sir. Please unmute yourself. May I continue, sir? Chavan, sir?
Yes.
I would like to hand over this session the president of Kokan Unnati Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Vasantrao Naik College.
I will tell you.
Okay.
I'm at.
Okay, please continue, sir. Please continue.
It's my pleasure to welcome our beloved, our motivator, and we have a cheerful personality, Mushtaq Antulesa. I have told you just now, he's the former chairman of Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. And he was also a former director of Punjab National Bank. Also ex-MNC of Maharashtra. And he has been actively involved at district as well as state level politics for the last 30 years. He was a member of various central government appointed committees, such as Regional Advisory Committee of Indian Airlines, Central Board of Film Censor, and he was the former chairman of Maharashtra Pollution Control. I would like to call Honorable Mushtaq Antulesa. Please give please guide and address to the participant who are present here.
Thank you. Sir. Thank you very much.
Please, sir. Please, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to everybody. I am really very impressed by the two speeches that I heard just now. Dr. Waghmare and Dr. Chavan has given complete introduction of today's multidisciplinary conference. And I think with such galaxy of people attending this, right? Am I audible
Yeah.
to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So with such galaxy of personalities like Professor Sudhir Puranik ji, Registrar of Mumbai University, and Dr. Thakkar, Dr. Kumare, Dr. Fernandez, and so many others. So I am quite sure that this conference will be a grand success. It is already a grand success from the point of view of the participation. But what I mean to say is, from the point of view of deliberations during the day, those who are attending will be greatly benefited. Dr. Chavan has already given introduction of the college and of the founder of the college. But I must tell you that 35 years back, the students from this remote area of Raigad district were forced either to travel to Mumbai, which is 150 kilometers away or 160 kilometers away from Murud Janjira for their higher studies, or go to Alibag. And all of you will appreciate that it is not very easy for somebody from rural area to stay in big cities, afford the expenditure of hostel and college education. And now you imagine what was the condition of a girl child. I can understand the boys were somehow going to different places like Mumbai and Pune for their higher studies. But girl child was deprived of higher education because the parents of a girl child are always afraid to send the girl to a distant city. I am very happy that during last 30 years of the existence of this college, nearly about 50% of the students are girl students. They are getting educated, and through them, their families are also getting education, because after all, when a girl gets education, then she imparts that education to the family also, to the children also. What difficult times were those that I need not tell you. You all can imagine. Today, we are having excellent communication system. We are having telephones, we are having mobiles, we are having laptop, we are having computers. That time, all these things were not available. In those days, to start a college in such a remote area was a very, very difficult task, which our honorable founder of the Vasantrao Naik College and founder of Kokan Unnati Mitra Mandal, he had a dream and he started two colleges at the same time, one in Murud Janjira and one at Masla, which is again a very remote and hilly area of Raigad district, not connected with the national highway. Both the towns or villages are away from the national highway by minimum 60 to 70 kilometers. So I congratulate the staff of the college. I congratulate Dr. Vishwas Chavan and his team, because I know that the team of today is the same who started this college. All the teaching staff and non-teaching staff is with us from the day one. And they have gone through difficult times, hardship, but they have continued to support. And today we see that the college has been accredited by NAC with a B grade. The college has got a name for itself. And we are proud of all the teaching staff and non-teaching staff of this college. I congratulate all of you for organizing this conference. I would have loved if most of you would have come to Murud Janjira to attend this conference if it was not a virtual conference and if it was a physical conference, because Murud Janjira is a very, very beautiful place. It is on the map of tourism of not only Maharashtra, but India. And in near future, it is going to be connected with sea route from Mumbai directly. So the way in our country, certain areas are known for tourism potential, right from Kashmir to Kerala to Darjeeling. Same way, I hope one day Murud Janjira will also become a very, very important tourist spot in the country and internationally. Now, I need not say anything much about the subjects of today's conference because there are experts who are going to talk about it. Though my association with educational institution is almost now 30 to 35 years old, I happen to be the vice president of a very, very large and very, very big educational institution, which is known as Anjuman Islam of Mumbai, which has got more than 1 lakh students and more than 95 institutions, right from KG to PG. So my experience in this field tells me that there is only one way that the nation and the community and the people can grow, society can grow, and that is through the means of education. And all those who are working in the field of education are doing a great service to the humanity and great service to the people. I congratulate all of you. I welcome all of you. And I wish a grand success to this conference. I once again welcome the dignitaries. Dr. Puranik, who is a registrar of the Mumbai University, Dr. Fernandez, Dr. Kumare, and Dr. Thakkar. And wish all of you a very, very happy and joyful year ahead, because now we are holding this conference in January. Last 2 years we have spent in pandemic. Last 2 years we have suffered. All of us have suffered a lot. I pray to Almighty that He may bestow a very, very healthy 2022 to all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your sweet words always supports to development the society, development the higher education system in India. Thank you, sir. I would like to inaugurate the international journal research journey. I am uploading the research journey here. Is this visible? Is this visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Today, 30 January 2022, one-day international multidisciplinary conference organized by Konkan Unnati, Vasantrao Naik, Arts and Commerce College, Murud Janjira. This is our first issue, special issue number 283A, January 2022, EISS 2348-7143, International Research Fellowship Association, Research Journey in International E-Research Journal, peer-reviewed, referred and indexed journal, issue 283A, multidisciplinary issue. This issue contains the information regarding all the articles have been received. It will be published in this research journey, peer review journal. This is our journal. It is effective and profitable to the research scholar as well as current career advancement scheme for professors and teachers of higher education system in India. I am stopping this share. I would like to hand over this session to respected Dr. Principal, Dr. Vishwas Chavan, sir. Please continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Hello. Once again, welcome you. Different personalities, resource person, your advisory committee. Now, I turn towards the keynote address. Our friend and also a good communicator. I would like to introduce Dr. Sudhir Puranik, sir. He is the Registrar of University of Mumbai. I am reading here few lines about our Puranik, sir. He was a vice principal of Dada Saheb Limay College, Paliwala College, Pali, Raigad, Maharashtra. He was the coordinator for the first NAC of that college. He has received Atharva Raigad Sanman Puraskar for contribution to the field of education. He is felicitated by Honorable Vice Chancellor for participation in Mission Manavta Rally. He worked as NSS Program Officer of the Paliwala College, that is Pali Sudhagar, the Raigad district. He also received the university level award for the best NSS program officer in the university in the year 2009. He worked as district coordinator of Raigad district from 11 to 14 as NSS coordinator. He received a best district coordinator award of the university, Mumbai University. And He promoted, and he also joined as a University NSS Director from 2019. As NSS Director, he has done various activities. The brief of that: opening of 272 libraries in adopted villages of different universities. Today, 60,000 titles are available in those libraries. Flood relief activity for Sangli and Kolhapur, help extended, was worth rupees 1.5 crore. During pandemic, with the help of 50,000 NSS volunteers, more than 1.5 crore meals, 17 lakh face masks, 35,000 sanitizers, ration kits worth rupees 80 lakh were distributed in these at the flood time and the pandemic. From 372 blood donation camp was arranged under his leadership. More than 26,000 blood units were collected. 35 lakhs arsenic album immunity booster were distributed. 65,000 COVID kits were distributed. Oxygen concentrator were provided free of cost to needy patient. He has felicitated at the hands of Honorable Governor for the contribution during this pandemic period. Now, recently, he has taken a charge of the well-known university, not only of India, but of the world, as a registrar of University of Mumbai. I would like to call upon and share your keynote address, sir. Puranik, sir, please share your speech, keynote address. Puranik, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please address us, address the participant and delegates.
Yes, sir. Honorable President of Kokon Unnati Mitra Mandal, Shri Mustaqji Antule, my good old friend and colleague, Dr. Vishwas Savan. I should say, many from the college are my colleagues. And I had worked them together during last few years. I had opportunity to visit both the colleges, Vasantrao Naik College at Masala also and at Murud also. So I know the place in which these people are working. Very remote locations, both Masala as well as Murud Janjira. And there my colleagues are trying to enhance the quality of education. And this is the best opportunity that they have utilized to conduct one international conference on research methodology. I always remember one sentence: listen carefully, opportunity knocks your doors softly. So they have taken the opportunity to reach at international level and provide the things to the students and everyone, to the researchers. And for that, I congratulate the entire team at the outset of the beginning of my address. And I'm not well known for my speeches or something like that, but I would like to share my own experiences with all of you. The very first experience, that is, what exactly do you mean by the word research? For me, research is very, very simple thing. Whatever you are observing, whatever you are reading, whatever you are trying to communicate, that itself becomes a part of research, because the research or a researcher, when I was a student, I was having one very good view. And even some of my friends also, they were having the same assumption that a researcher should have a long beard or always thinking of something and trying to make some statements. And it's not like that. A researcher could be a very good person also. And so as a researcher, what I expect from all of you is a very little and a very different thing. Try to observe your surrounding. Try to observe whatever things are taking place in your vicinity, and then try to analyze them. That itself, I think, will be a good research proposal and a research also. Today I had one opportunity to listen to the interview of recently awarded Padma Shri, Dr. Himmatrao Bavaskar, who is also from Raigad district. And there he was telling lot many things about his own experiences, how he had contributed to research and all that regarding the problems of rights. He took initiative in analyzing the things. What he was saying was the very word every researcher should know, the word why. If you know the word why, you can go ahead with lot many things. That why itself will help you to analyze the things. I will give you very few small examples. I am also from Raigad district, staying very close from Murud Janjira College, around 110, 20 kilometers. And Raigad has very good historical background. With that historical background, lot many wells and ponds are also there in Raigad district. I was working as a lecturer in physics in JN Paliwala College, Pali. That time, few students from TYBSc chemistry, they came up. With the help of their chemistry teacher, they collected samples of over 350 plus different water bodies, water sources. Wells were there, wells which were constructed around 100, 120 years back. Ponds were there. So all these samples were collected and they were analyzed by the students. And they got very wonderful results that almost 70% water sources, they were having good potable water. And now we are not using that. We are depending only on the Gram Panchayat for its water supply. And we are forgetting our good old water reservoirs. They were having very good nutritional contents also. Water bodies present in the ponds or wells, they were also fantastic. So this was, I treat this as a sort of research that you can go ahead with your old traditions also. And they are quite good. They are having their good facilities also. Secondly, you can go ahead with very small projects. Now, coming to the social life, most of the time with teaching I had spent in NSS, so that area is of my more interest for me. Nowadays, we people keep on calling rainwater harvesting and these things are to be done. Very simple question. How many of us have conducted a survey regarding the requirement of rainwater in different villages? What we can do for those villages to provide them good quality water. As a teacher, as a researcher, whatever our findings are, these will be definitely useful for the government to develop the policies. Why can't we take up this project? In different areas, different strata is there. So in some cases, You can use vertical cracks, can be used, horizontal cracks are there, but we normally don't go for this. We restrict our research to, sorry to say, but we restrict our research to what we are teaching or what we are learning. In my own opinion, whatever research we are doing, that should be useful for the society. The outcome of our research that can be directly applicable to the society, so that society will get ultimately benefit of the research. And the aim of every researcher has to be focused on benefit to be given to the society. Regarding my own career development, it's okay. That research is going to help me for my own career development. But in long run, if we think what it is going to give back to the society, that is the most important thing, because I am a part and parcel of the society. I owe a lot many things to the society, and I'm supposed to return them. Basically, there are few research scholars who have joined in this conference. There are many teachers also who have joined the conference. What we are going to do for the society, that should be the ultimate question arising out of the research. When we conducted a survey 2 years back, we conducted a very short survey that how many students are having habit of reading books. Almost lot many were having the habit of reading books, not the school, not college students. I'm referring to school students and the villages. But from that survey, one thing suddenly came up, that in remote villages, you don't have good books available easily. And that particular survey, or I will call that as research also, that initiated the concept of the libraries in the adopted villages of LSS units. So now 60,000 titles is not a small number. Those small kids or the older age villages, they are able to have the books. These libraries, they contain lot many books, fairy tales and all the religious books also. Everything is available in those libraries. So that way we should proceed ahead. That is what I feel. So whatever I am trying to do, that should be useful for the society. That will be my suggestion for all the researchers. Once again, I thank, not I should say once again, because for the, when I began to speak, I was referring to both the colleges. So I thank Dr. Vishwas Savan for inviting me for this conference, and of course Mustaki Antule also, because of his support. I know that because of the support of the management, it's really difficult to conduct an international event, and that too on a virtual platform. That itself is a big difficulty, because getting connected with the people and getting the things done, that is very difficult. So the support of the management, the teamwork by the Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce staff, and of course their media partner, Mr. Waghmare. I thank you all for inviting me, and I stop here. Thank you.
Dr. Purani,
Yes, sir.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy to know from your speech that you are from Raigad, and it is such a great opportunity for you and me, both of us,
Yes,
who
sir.
hail from Raigad. Whatever that we have got from the society, we have to return it back to the society.
Yes, sir.
And you are holding a very important position in University of Mumbai. I wish you still higher and much bigger post in your life.
Thank you, sir,
And
for
I
your
hope
wishes.
and pray to Almighty that you will, with your vision and with your sincerity towards the subject, I can visualize that you will certainly reach greater heights in life.
Thank you,
Thank
sir,
you
for
very much.
kind words.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Very nice and outstanding your keynote address, sir. I would like to thank behalf of Vasantrao Naik College and behalf of Sri Waghmare Brothers Private Investment Company The second session, it will be started by the first resource person, respected Dr. Janis Fernandez, the librarian and information specialist, information scientist, Dr. Janis Fernandez. Janis, I would like to first read the biodata of Janis Fernandez, madam. Actually,
Hello,
Janis
hello. I am disturbing you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please conclude the inauguration session first.
Yes, yes, sir. I would like to call to concluding Dr. Kamble, sir.
May I audible, sir?
Please continue, sir.
May I audible and visible?
Yes,
Yes,
you
we are both audible and visible. Yes.
Please.
Good morning to everyone and all present here. Respected and most distinguished and our beloved chief guest, Honorable Mustaq Antule Sahib, the chairman of our institution, Kokan Unnati Mitra Mandal.
I am one of the hosts. Please don't think I am a guest.
And respected guest of honor, Dr. Sudhir Puranik, Registrar, University of Mumbai, respected principal of our college, Dr. Swatchavan, and all the respected resource persons, HODs, professors, researchers, PhD scholars, participants from India and abroad for this one-day international multidisciplinary conference organized by the Department of Arts, Commerce and IQAC of Kokan Unnati Mitra Mandals, Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Barrister A.R. Antule Sahib, Campus, Murud Janjira District, Raigad, Maharashtra, India. It is an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries on behalf of the Department of Arts, Commerce and IQAC of Vasantrao Naik College of Arts and Commerce, Murud Janjira District, Raigad. First of all, I extend a warm welcome to this gathering. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of the inaugural of this event for their presence and contribution to make this conference a great success. First of all, I would like to give my hearty vote of thanks to our beloved Chairman, Honorable Mustaq Antule Sahib. This day, on one day online international multidisciplinary conference, thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this special day. I would like to thank our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Sudhir Puranik, Registrar, University of Mumbai, to take out time from his busy schedule to grace this event. Thank you, sir. Your keynote address made this conference very meaningful and interesting. A special thanks to Dr. Viswatchavan, principal of our college, for providing immense support to make this conference successful. I would like to give my vote of thanks to the staff and coordinator of the event. I must thank Waghmare Brothers Event Management Company Private Limited to host this conference successfully, even amidst this pandemic era. Finally, again, I thank all the respected persons, resource persons, HODs, professors, researchers, and PhD scholars, participants from India and abroad who are making this conference very successful. Thank you once again, all of you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Waghmare, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. May I continue, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next first resource person, Dr. Janis Fernandez. Before start the lecture, I would like to read the brief biodata profile of Dr. Janis Fernandez, madam. Dr. Janis Fernandez currently working as an academic support librarian at University of West London, United Kingdom, UK. Her focus is on supporting and guiding research students. She was earlier employed as a library manager at Rehampton Library, UK. She has over 34 years of experience in the different countries, both in pandemic as well as in public libraries. She has attended more than 35 conferences, seminar, workshop with more than 15 research papers to her credit, and the best paper award she also reviewed for the Polish journal Jarkania Biblioteca. She has been keynote speaker at the number of the conferences and has a mentor doctoral and master degree students. Students of the science firmly believes in curiosity, lateral thinking, practical approach, and innovative ideas as a base of research. With the academic excellence seen in 5 degrees and a rich tradition of the self-motivation, innovation, and continuing professional development, she has many achievements to her credit. Dr. Janis Fernandez Madam was awarded as the Public Library Project Grant, April 2021, from the National Acquisition Group, United Kingdom, for her project entitled Rehampton Kaleidoscope. She has awarded People's Manager for the Year for the Wordsworth Libraries for her innovative efforts in making the library a welcoming space for all. She was seen BBC News in the series entitled Providing the Positively during the lockdown, where she explained how to library disseminated reading materials to the user through the various initiatives. Besides the event management, public speaking, her skill in a personal and professional communication compel her to motivate, guide, and lead to people towards the research and innovation as a means towards the self-satisfaction. This is a very big biodata and very outstanding person we just got for delivering the first lecture, first online session. I would like to request Dr. Janis Fernandez, please continue your lecture. Janis Fernandez, madam, please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you to Waghmare brothers, and thank you for the opportunity to present a few of my thoughts today. I would like to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, a very good morning to all of you, and it's a wonderful opportunity to be able to share some of my ideas. I'm currently at a place where there isn't a very good Wi-Fi, so please bear with me in case I suddenly go blank. I'm going to get back to you eventually. So the topic of my talk today is writing a literature review, the art and science of research. Let's begin with the very beginning where we talk about research, just a basic definition. So research is a careful consideration of study regarding a particular problem using scientific methods, and it is a detailed study of a subject in order to discover new information or to reach a new understanding. Some of the words that we actually lay stress on, which sort of carry into literature review, something like scientific methods, or something like new information and detailed study. A quote that I always look at. So research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. This is the basic cycle of research. And all of you who are currently into research are probably aware of all of the bits and pieces that go into research. But just to refresh ourselves, so it starts with your basic identification of your research problem. It goes to the review of literature. We're talking about research methodology, data collection, data analysis, data interpretation, conclusions and recommendations, and of course, the dissemination of your results. So if you can see in the cycle of research, the review of literature is not only a very essential part of the research in the whole thing, in the whole setup, but it also is one of the important bits, because if you see, it's actually the second step. So you can't really proceed unless you've done a review of literature, and you can't get into your methodology of research. So then you know where it actually stands in the whole scheme of things. I personally believe in the 5 W's of research. Let's just look at them. So what is your research actually about? What is it that you're actually trying to research? Why do you want to do this research? The answer to each of these questions helps you to actually crystallize what your research is all about. Who? So we're looking at who will actually be your participants. What's your arena? What are you sort of trying to focus on? Where are you going to conduct this research? Is it going to be indoors, or is it going to be a different option? So when are you going to conduct this research? By when, I mean, is it going to be, for example, if you're doing like in a college thing, is it going to be during your normal college? Is it going to be during a vacation time? Because then the results of your research depend on all these factors. Let's now come to the subject of my presentation today, and that is literature review. If you can get people to please mute their audio, that would be good. Thank you. So we're looking at literature review. So some of the words that I have highlighted are the words which will sort of take you along. So a literature review is a survey of scholarly resources. Some of the words that we take into consideration absolutely is scholarly. Okay, it will discuss and analyze. So we are not talking about summarizing somebody else's scholarly article. We're talking about discussing it and analyzing it, evaluating it and understanding it. And I think this forms the base of your literature review. If your literature review is just copying out abstracts of other people's articles and compiling it together, then that is what literature review is not about. Let's get this really clear and out of the way. Okay. So your literature review is not a cut and paste of other people's abstracts. Your literature review is your understanding of somebody else's scholarly article. So it is analyzing that scholarly article, it is evaluating it, it is seeing where it fits into the whole universe of knowledge. Okay. Before we begin with going through on this literature review, I've got a few topics that I would like you to pick one of these and use that as an example as we go through all the slides. You are free to use the example of your own research as well. So I've just taken a few topics. For example, the effect of sweeteners on ice cream characteristics. Is global warming a reality or a hoax? Depression is the new disease of this century. Video games make people antisocial. A study. The invention of drones, is it good or bad? The rise of artificial intelligence. What is karma? I've just taken a few topics which sounded interesting to me and which I thought that if you're going to do a literature review of each of these, how would you go along? So pick the one that interests you the most, or think of the one that you yourself are doing a research in, and then let's move on. So what does a literature review actually consist of? As I said before, it is a survey. It consists of scholarly resources. It's an overview. It's also an identification of gaps in existing research. Obviously, if somebody else has already researched that bit and has come out with something, then if you do the same thing, you would be reinventing the wheel, which is precisely what we do not want to do. So you're probably looking at gaps in the existing research, and that's where to look at research on, so that you could sort of fill up that knowledge. Why do we need a literature review? I think this is a very pertinent question, and it's something that we need to answer for ourselves before we actually begin this. Okay, so you not only want to have a general perspective of the research subject. Now's the time to look at some of the questions I spoke about earlier. So maybe if we were talking about artificial intelligence, okay, so I've taken that topic for my research, but I know nothing about it. So I'm going to start my literature review by getting a general perspective of the research subject, what artificial intelligence really is, where it fits into the universe of computers or information technology. Then you have an in-depth analysis of artificial intelligence, exactly what AI really stands for, what it means. Then you find out gaps in the research done so far. So a lot has been done on artificial intelligence and expert systems. What has not been done is what I'm going to try and do, so that I'm going to add to the whole thing. And a review of literature helps you to decide on the research methodology, because you're going to look at other people's articles. You're going to see what angle they worked on. Did they do a survey? Did they look at a historical sort of research? What angle did they do? And then that helps you to decide your own research methodology. What are the steps in literature review? Let's go point by point, okay? The first one for me is to define your topic. And when I mean topic, it's not just the title, okay? That's your title. That's the smallest bit. You go beyond that to the core subject area. You go beyond that to a general subject area. And that's how you sort of go into the whole circle of the information. So you look at your subject areas. You also look at allied areas. What else links with artificial intelligence? Okay. Is there a time period that you're going to cover? Like I was telling you, if you're talking about, say, computers, are you looking at when computers actually began? Are you looking at a particular time period when probably research into artificial intelligence was at its best? List the search terms or the keywords. So you start by saying, these are the 5 keywords or 7 keywords that I'm actually going to research on. Obviously, the whole universe of knowledge is limitless, okay? And unless you sort of set up some scope and some limitations, you're going to be into that whole thing of going around and round. So try and figure out what are the keywords that link to your main subject area. I look at 5 or 6 terms. You could look at a little more probably if you wanted to, but sort of has enough coverage. You're also looking at synonyms and relationships, and it's nice to sort of go into that. So if you were looking at artificial intelligence, you could start from the beginning of computers and come all the way down, say, to the present era, or you could start somewhere in between. And then you could sort of establish a relationship and a pattern. So once you establish a pattern, then your review goes that way down. But it's always that your review goes from a general to specific. That's when you'll be able to find out the gaps in the research. Evaluate and search resources. We all search for resources, but we need to evaluate the resources that we search. I think that's one of the bases of information literacy. If you look at the 7 pillars of scholars, that's one of those. So you're looking at print resources. You're going to visit libraries which have books. You're going to visit universities. You're going to look for other places. You're going to look at online resources. You you probably might need to, depending on your topic, look at government publications, or if your research covers a particular time period, you might have to go and visit archives. You're also looking at other things like oral history. So have you considered interviewing people probably? And sort of, that's how finding out. You're also looking at gray literature. Gray literature is the literature that covers something in between, you know, you're not really sure what it covers, but sort of. Write down each analysis. When I mean write down, what I mean is you don't write the abstract. So basically, you sort of write down what that article, what you can crystallize from that article for yourself, what you can understand from that article for yourself. What angle do you think the researcher has covered in that scholarly article? So you read the abstract, you do not copy the abstract, you identify gaps and you establish some sort of relevance. So why is this article relevant to your research? Because it probably talks about the same time period that you're trying to cover, or it probably talks about the same things that you are focusing on. Summarize and write a short paragraph. And of course, you have to do citations and bibliography. So it's good to probably use something like Mendeley when you start, or EndNote, or any of the other software that's available. You could even just do a simple Excel sheet or a Word file. Make sure that your citations are in place from the first article that you begin. If it's haywire in the beginning, you will never be able to get it together. Write the literature review. So when you actually write this review, you go chronological from general to specific. You do facts and you establish those relationships. You do a critical analysis in which you identify your role or what your research is actually going to focus on in this whole thing. And when you write your literature review, your review has an introduction, it has a body, and it has a conclusion. And at the end of it, you have the references, what you call as review. Some of the questions that you need to ask as you are doing your literature review, you sort of keep going back to these questions and you sort of keep looking at the answers to these questions. So what is your research problem? And I think this is a question that you ask yourself all through the research. Okay? What is your research problem? What is it that you're trying to solve? What are the main theories, models, and methods? So these are the things that you will put into your literature review because they are standard theories. For example, if your topic for your research is like a management-based topic, so you have standard management theories. So you will definitely relook at them. You're trying to establish some sort of a relationship, some sort of a link. Maybe it's the same theory you're going to use, or maybe you might be trying to find a new theory to it. Is there a trend or a pattern that you can establish? How does the available literature contribute to your understanding of the topic? And of course, what are the strengths and limitations of your review? Because there will always be limitations. Maybe you are not able to procure certain research articles due to whatever, maybe copyright issues or maybe something like that. But then what's the strength of your review? Because your review is probably covered, say, 80% of literature in that time period. Try and work out answers to some of these questions. I think that a satisfactory literature review should do the following. It should introduce the topic and define the key terms. It should establish the importance of the research topic. Why did you think of this research in the first place? It should provide an overview of the literature on the main and related concepts. So, for example, if I'm doing my research question is based on artificial intelligence. So There must be articles which actually explain what artificial intelligence is all about, how it is related, how it is linked, and how it is linked to my research problem. You will also identify gaps of controversies. So you would have controversies, for example, that artificial intelligence did not help in this area in spite of so much research being done, whatever. You will then analyze and synthesize the topic. And I would like to stress again, as I keep doing, that you do not summarize somebody else's scholarly article. You analyze the article. You find out for yourself whether this article fulfills your needs or this article relates to your topic. And you will also discuss the implications and directions for future research. Some challenges. Before I begin talking about this, I would like to draw your attention to, I don't know how many of you watching, we watch The Apprentice or Dragon's Den or Shark Tank. I think that's the thing that's available on TV here. So Shark Tank, if you look at it, you have innovative people coming and talking about the research that they have done in their, that's entrepreneurship, but then that's research. And if you pay careful attention to the way they come in and start, they will always come and tell you about what being done, but what is remaining, and then they put in their bit about it. And I have carefully watched these. I have watched the Dragon's Den, and if you watch it, that's your basis for your research, for your literature review, because it tells you that I'm developing, say, this new motorcycle. This has already been done. This is available in the market. This bit has not been thought about, so my research is based on it. That's a very good example, but that's what you need to keep in mind when you're doing your research. Let's come back to some challenges now. Information is not available because of maybe copyright issues, maybe connectivity issues, maybe it's not, you need to pay for it. Then there might be a selection bias, because sometimes you are only looking at your research topic from one particular angle, and then you might miss out other things that might be relevant.
Okay.
Evaluation of resources is one of the challenges, as you are all aware of. Then you need cooperation. Then there is societal concerns. I'm talking about topics in humanity. Okay, if you are taking things like transgender, if you are taking things like LGBT, there is always a societal concern because you need anonymity. If you are talking, if your research is based on things like, say, for instance, the after effects of rape on the person in question, you need to provide anonymity. People might not be willing to come out with what actually happened to them. There would also be societal concerns if you're talking, say, in terms of gay marriage. These are topics which pose a challenge. How you're going to get around to it is what we need. Sometimes you might have lack of direction, guidance, and understanding. You might have lack of time. Sometimes people think that literature review is a waste of time, because it's all available on the internet anyway on the click of a button. So why do you want me to put all of these things back together? But if you do a good review of literature, if you have a good document, it is a document that can be published and which holds in its own way. Copyright and IPR is an issue that we really need to consider. If your citations are not right, if you have not given due right to the person whose article you are talking about or referring to, then that's plagiarism. That definitely is plagiarism. If you do not put in the citation, then that's not right. However, I think that literature review, in spite of the challenges, is an opportunity for the researcher. Okay, if you do a good literature review, then the preliminary work you will realize has already been done. Okay, so if I'm doing a research in artificial intelligence, somebody has already done it before me. Somebody has already defined artificial intelligence. Somebody has already spoken about the parameters and the delimiting terms. I don't need to do that. The research is exciting, entertaining, and enlightening. You're learning something new every day. Okay, you're linking it. That's why the research topic that you take has to be exciting to you, to the researcher. Everything else just flows. If you pick on a topic that does not interest you for the mere purpose of either a qualification or a job opportunity, it will not work, because then you're not a researcher in the true sense. You haven't got anything out of it. There's something that you need to get. What you need to get is this excitement, this enlightenment, or this knowledge. You're building your own knowledge base. Along with adding to this universe of knowledge with your research, you're also building your own knowledge base. You're building information bridges, because you are now connected with a lot of people. You're talking to researchers, you're talking to authors of these articles. And today, believe me, it's become so much easy because it's all online. So you can talk to a lot of people. You have mentors, and then sort of those relationships develop as you go along. It sharpens your critical analysis and your lateral thinking skills, because you're now thinking in a different way. You're thinking in a scientific way. So you are asking the right questions and you're seeking the right answers. It gives you better academic writing skills. Absolutely. That's what a good literature review does. It keeps you focused, determined, clear, and systematic. That's the scientific way. And of course, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. I love what Google Scholar always says. You were standing on the shoulders of giants, because someone's already done it, and then you're taking up from that point onwards. I would like to conclude by giving you a few pointers. Okay. So literature review, as we know, is necessary and important part of your research. So it starts at the beginning of research. If you have seen in the research cycle, okay, we're going to start at the literature review, but it finishes at the end, because as you go along, you're reading more articles, you're probably adding to your literature review. You might subtract from your literature review. So keep that chapter sort of transient, you know, it keeps moving as you go along. And when you've finished your research, that's when your literature review is done. It is a scholarly and publishable document in itself. Not many people realize this, but after you finished your PhD, you could actually do a research paper just on your literature review. The amount of effort that you put into it, the amount of linkages you develop, the trends and patterns that you set into it, that's adding to your own bit into the research. So it can be tedious, it can be confusing, and it sometimes might be uninteresting. But then, of course, that's because you have to get your own interest in the topic that you have selected in the first place. Planning and organizing right from the beginning eliminates chaos, improvisation, and errors. So right, because the whole research itself is scientific. Okay, so you begin by having it very systematically planned out. These are your main topics. This is where the subject area narrows down. It's all sorted for you. Once you have that table, then you know you're not going to go wrong. Be patient, positive, and progressive. You will be amazed at the result. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on this amazing topic and to add value to the profession. That's my email address. Please feel free to write to me, and I'll be more than happy to help you in your research anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. As visual, your lecture is very outstanding and knowledgeable. I have been attending this your lecture right from your starting point. Thank you. I would like to vote of thank respected Dr. Janis Fernandez, madam, for delivering such a nice and effective lecture, informative lecture. I would like to call and hand over this session. Before handovering, I would like to read the biodata of respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, madam. Kinnari Thakkar, madam, is a HOD in University of Mumbai. Please wait. Kinnari Thakkar, madam. Kinnari Thakkar, madam, are you available? Thakkar, madam, are you available?
I'm very much here, sir, since morning.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue, ma'am.
So, a very good morning to each one of you. And it is always a pleasure to be with Dr. Waghmare. And I really salute his efforts of taking so many conferences at a stretch. I think it will be a record-breaking thing one day that, every month you are continuing, you're organizing event which is benefiting the participants, the potential researchers. And believe me, friends, whenever you attend any session, you at least for 1 or 2 hours, at least there are 3-4 important takeaways. Every session gives you some takeaways which is very, very important and useful in your career life and in your process of pursuing the PhD program. So I was present right from the morning when even when the keynote speaker was giving information about the research. Fernandez madam I am a big fan of Fernandez madam as well, because every time I have listened to her, and most of the time we are together in many of the programs. So I am a big fan of you, ma'am. I like to listen to you very much. You are always point blank and, up to the point. And, you try to ensure that the participants understand and focus on what actually they are intending to learn. So, and participants also, I think I'm sure they are very benefited with your continuous efforts which you are taking in this field. And I thank the organizers always to invite me for various programs which they organize here. And I also try to ensure that whatever knowledge, experience, information, reading, consultancy, which I have done since last 2 decades of my service, I try to put forth my views and share experiences and ensure that those who have roadblocks, at least at some point of time, the roadblocks are cleared. What we have faced, what issues, problems we have faced at our level while we are doing the research work, at least I ensure that I should convey to the participants that, dear participants, listen very well. This is all the problems you might face in future at the time of pursuing your PhD. But you have to come across that, and these are the techniques, these are the strategies, these are the points which you have to be very careful, and these are the areas of concern which you have to address when you actually start with your work. So that's what my general presentation of mine, which I'll try to do, is basically catering to the actual real life experiences which I have when I myself was pursuing PhD as a student, and when I see my own students doing PhD, whatever problems they share with us, that addressing those problems in a peculiar and strategic way, that also I try to convey. So let's start with that process of mine. And for that, I will share the screen in a very practical oriented, I'm not able to share. I mean, in a very practical oriented approach, I will try to link the title, the objectives, and the hypothesis, preparation of all this in pursuing any kind of research work. Now, I will not be very specific about research, PhD or major minor research paper, nothing, because most of the basic things, the basic fundamental and the basic contents of writing all these is the same. So I'll just like to focus more on any research which you are undertaking. How should you ensure that your title which you have selected is connected very systematically with objectives and those objectives should be, and the on the basis of which you are forming the hypothesis should be completely synced with your hypothesis as well as with your title. So there has to be a link. Unless there is a link, you cannot have a glance understanding of what a reader will not be able to understand, that what you are actually supposed to do, what is your main purpose behind doing a particular research. And those who have listened to me earlier, that they also must be knowing that I select a topic generally which is, see, my area is finance, core finance also, where I may be discussing about different types of models which are available for analysis in finance. But I'm sure that everybody is not well versed with these models. So that's why I take a topic which is a general topic, that's financial inclusion, which is neither purely a finance background topic nor purely a commerce background topic. It's a general understanding of every commerce and management potential pursuant, PhD pursuant. Therefore, this is an example which I like to take when I'm explaining by connecting and syncing the title, objectives, and hypothesis topic. So my favorite example will always be of financial inclusion. And let's start with that. So first, let us see how to choose a topic. Just a general brief discussion about when you choose a topic. You have to choose a topic that interests you. You have to choose a topic of your choice rather than just focusing on a topic which is enforced upon you by some of the peer group with whom you have interactions. You have to ensure that whatever core expertise you have, that topic should be chosen, because you have to sustain it. Sustainability is more important. 3 years when you are going to put up for that particular work study which you are going to do, it is very important that you have to identify a topic which is of your interest. So you have to focus on a topic which is of interest, and also focus on a limited aspect. Do not focus on an area or a geographic area or a time area which is unlimited, which looks unlimited, which looks never ending. You ensure that you're going to limit the topic and you're going to limit your area. What do you mean by limit? We'll understand in the further presentation. Avoid subjects that are too technical at an initial stage, and avoid topics that have a very narrow range of source material. What topics you should try to choose? Choose a topic which is having a future. Which is having a future, I mean to say that at least in another 5 to 10 years, the topic is still alive. For example, if certain topic which would have been done in the area of central excise, custom duties, etc., say maybe it would have started in the year 2016, then that topic would not be having any value, because 2017 we had implementation of GST. So certain topics which you can foresee that these topics will be redundant over a period of time, do not include and do not try to go deep and get a profound understanding of these type of topics. So now, what are the thrust areas? When I say you should be contemporary and a decade, your topic should be a sustainable topic. It should have at least one decade of life. Then what are the current areas where you should be intending to start any of the research topics? In ICT, everybody knows that today technology is integrated with almost all disciplines. Neither medical science, social science, commerce, management, banking, insurance, none of these are away from technical integration. So the thrust areas now you can see is you can integrate technology with any of these disciplines, whichever discipline you are belonging to. Marketing, earlier, what was the marketing strategy? Post-pandemic, you must have seen. What is the marketing strategies now? Everything online, on web apps, and on websites, you see entire strategy of marketing, the delivery of sessions, education, imparting education, everything has undergone a sea change in these past 2 years. So this is a point where you can focus on and try to connect your research, which should be having a good potential in future. So let me just read out. You can go on financial inclusion, e-commerce industry. You now upcoming area is business intelligence, artificial intelligence, digital marketing, impact of IT on business. Now, after reading this, the second question which comes in mind is, okay, I have decided about business intelligence. Now, how do I get information about what to start, what is the research gap, etc. Remember, friends, there are so many sources which are available, which you can use while identifying the amount of work which has been done in these areas, and generally try to go for the journals, the publications which are available. So you have a Google search engine or any other search engine, but try to identify the best read, cited, and peer-reviewed journals publications which they have done. So your first step should be to identify and to read what has been done. And that is how you can do that. The previous madam's lecture covered it, review of literature. That is your first step in your research work. You have to start with review of literature to get idea of what kind of work has been done. Review of literature has to be done from an authentic site, authentic website. How do I decide whether the websites are authentic websites? Now, friends, whenever you go read these or go through, search the various websites, you must see the authenticity. And on how to find that if you are searching a website, if it is gov.in, that means it is a government website. .in is India, officially authenticated website from which you can gather information of various aspects, whichever you are searching for. gov.uk means government official websites of UK. .us means from other countries. So every country's websites, you can authentic published websites you can visit, and you can extract information from that. .org.in, .org.uk, organizations, authentic websites of organizations. So these kind of websites do not go so many information, extracting information from blogs which are just of a personal opinion, because that should not be a part of your identification of work done in other areas. So identification of the title which you are intending to do. Go for working papers. Go for .ac.in, .ac.uk, .ac.uk, academic sites, okay, academic publications. There are so many universities, they publish research papers which are written by the research scholars and research guides, which are published on their website. So again, that's an authentic website. So this is how you try to identify and frame a title of whatever is the area of your interest. Now, how to start with the title? The very big question which you might face when you start writing, when you start, you've decided a topic. Now, the next thing is, okay, this is my topic, business intelligence. But you can't just write, oh, business intelligence. You have to mention something very clear, specific. So what is the meaning of that? And how to deal with the title which you have, make the readers understand the title which you have framed is an apt title, and everybody will have the same opinion of the title if any reader reads that title. So just a theory I will read. Summarize, the title should be such that it summarizes the main idea of the study. It should be concise, informative, etc. It should give a clear indication of purpose and scope of research. Not very long, maximum 2 lines. Okay, 3 lines also allowed. So 2 lines you can also read. Now I will start with my favorite topic, and I'll try to explain that when you are framing a title, which is the area which has the interpretation, different interpretation in the minds of researchers. When you talk about a title like this, example, everybody, I assume that is reading very carefully and also observing the highlighted color. Research first starts with observation. So once you observe, it means that you have initiated a step to become a good researcher. a study on extent of financial inclusion in the Maharashtra state with reference to Konkan division. Now, when you read this, which are the two different points which I have highlighted in a different color? All the another entire topic title which I have mentioned is in red color. When I say that, these are two different colors, I obviously mean that there are two different shades which are hidden meanings, hidden lines which everybody should understand when you read this title. So when you read this, everybody reading this, a study on, will understand what is it. It is a study, fine, in Maharashtra state. So everybody knows that, oh, there's some study which is going to take, which we are going to read, which is from the state of Maharashtra, and the focus is given on Konkan division. So everybody knows that this has been done. Now, when X, Y, Z is reading my title, and when they read the word extent, X will understand it in their own way, Y will understand it in his own perception, and Z will also understand, have its own perception, idea, opinion, belief about the meaning term extent. Similarly, financial inclusion. We all will know that what financial inclusion, like when I say that a company is adopting cost-cutting strategies, everybody will know that, oh, this is a company and company is going to adopt a cost-cutting strategies. But cost-cutting strategies has various angles, has various parameters, has various indicators. And you have to define that which of these areas is highlighted in which cost cutting can be done. It can be done in administrative, it can be done in, say, selling expenses, marketing expenses, everything. But which area is the focus area where you are planning to do this cost cutting? So as an writer, as a researcher, it is my duty to convey that I have focused on these areas. There are 10 options available, but researcher intends to focus only on one option. And that's what is important when you are conveying it to the reader. So extent and financial inclusion. These are two things where researcher has to be very specific. So everybody will understand what is an extent of financial inclusion. Everybody should understand the meaning of extent of financial inclusion. And therefore, when I say the word extent, I have to define as a researcher what this extent means. That's definition which I'm going to, which is going to be written in the PhD thesis. That is called as operational definition. So now I am telling you how did a researcher, or how a researcher should define the meaning which is likely to have different perception in the minds of the reader. So when I say financial inclusion, I should say, convey that according to the researcher, financial inclusion means financial literacy, attitude, and behavior. So anybody XYZ reading the thesis now will understand that, yes, when I say financial inclusion, it means literacy, it means attitude, knowledge, and behavior. There may be 10 parameters, but I am not taking all the 10. I am taking only 4. So this is the clarity which you have to give to a reader when you are writing, you're selecting your title. That is explaining what the area where a different interpretation is possible. Then another parameter which I am using is financial products. Which are the financial products? Now, I'm not going in detail because I'm not explaining to you what is finance. I'm explaining to you what is research. Otherwise, I can say that I have listed out the financial products. I've listed out fixed deposits, investment in shares, investment in mutual funds, etc. These insurance, all are financial products which are available. So I have to specify that. But I'm not telling that. I'm just telling that you have to incorporate the list of financial products when you are writing your thesis, which is to be directly clear and should give a clarity in your title. And the third option which I have, the third parameter which I have used is bank account holding. So any reader, when is now reading a study on financial inclusion, and just in the introduction, in the operational definition, everybody who starts reading, they will understand. See, the title explanation should not be in the first chapter itself. It can be in the introduction part itself. It can be in the later part. After introduction, you may have certain other objectives, hypothesis, then you may have operational definition. The purpose is what? When the book reading, research thesis reading is completed, when the research paper reading is completed, done, at the end, every reader should have the same interpretation. What the researcher has tried to do, every reader should have the same interpretation. That is the purpose. So it is not necessary that when you read the title, immediately everybody should know that the title is meaning this. No, it's not like that. It's after reading a book, you understand that, oh, this is the clarity, this is the conceptual understanding, conceptual framework which a researcher has tried to explain it to us. What do you mean by extend? See, what I said, that we are going to define these two, which is having, which requires explanation. So I explained inclusion, I explained extent. So now I'm explaining. Extent means this. Trends in the level of banking service, significant disparity, usage of financial products, bank account holdings. Again, I'm not specifying your points in finance. I'm specifying that how do you frame a title? What is the points? What are the parameters, area of concern while you are framing a title? So this is what you have to define. This can be anything. This trends financial is just an example. It can be anything. You can define it in your own way. How the title has to be framed. So this is what you have to mention in your research in the chapter where you are writing about your information. What is the meaning of all this? When you say, I have chosen financial products, I need to clarify these are the financial products identified by the researcher. When I say financial literacy, I should say that this is a meaning of financial literacy, attitude, behavior, etc. So every point should be explained in detail by the time of writing of a research thesis. What is to be written in the introduction? Basic things you need to know is you have to write a topic, you have to write a framework, broad framework, etc. You have to write the need, the conceptual framework, and what is the statement of the problem. Our main focus of today's session is focus on objective and framing of hypothesis. So now I will start with that. That title you have understood. I will keep the same title in mind. Again, I'm repeating, everybody knows that I'm going to take an example of a study which is in the state of Maharashtra and which is in a specific Konkan division. Everybody knows that. But what is the study about? Extent. And what is the extent of financial inclusion? So basically, my entire focus will be on the extent of financial inclusion. So when I frame objective, my every objective should ensure that I am writing one word of extent and I'm writing of related to financial. Every objective I frame should be focusing on the extent and financial inclusion of the Maharashtra state. A general information about objective, let me discuss. A research objective is a clear, concise, declarative statement which provides direction to investigate the variables. Generally, research objective focus on ways to measure the variable, such as to identify or describe them. Sometimes objectives are directed towards identifying the relationship, and a well-worded objective should be SMART. Any objective you frame should be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. Now, when you say SMART, what objective you should, what kind of understanding, what kind of direct, explicit meaning you should be conveyed. Financial inclusion in Konkan division. When you say specific, SMART includes specific. Specific means here what? What are we doing? We are doing on financial inclusion and we are doing in Konkan division. This is a specific thought which we have conveyed to the readers. Measurable, we are measuring. We are measuring what? We are measuring financial inclusion. Now again, we have defined Operational definitions. So we have already defined what is the meaning of that. So we know. Is it as attainable? Yes, when you are selecting particular parameters and your indicators, that means you're going to understand whether it is attainable or not. Is it realistic? Of course, it's about a division which is easily accessible. You go to Konkan division, you gather information, you analyze it. So it's an accessible area. Therefore, you can collect data from there related to your area, and it becomes a realistic. Time bound, you have to set an area, you have to set a number of years, the time period, and then you have to set a target date for collecting the information. So all these smart characteristics should be satisfied when you are doing a particular research. Objectives generally starts with the word to. This is what we have been reading in the research methodology books, public and the references which are available. That means you check whether it is comparable, achievable, whether worth analysis, worth examining, etc. So you have to start with to determine, to evaluate, to compare, to measure, to project, to understand, to identify, to suggest. So every time you start with to, that means you clearly indicate that what is the purpose of which you are going to do analysis. Now let us prepare an objective of our topic, which we have framed a title. We have framed a title on financial inclusion, that is in Maharashtra state, which is from Konkan division, and we are studying the extent. So extent, I'll link it with the operational definition which I have taken. See, extent I have defined. Okay. Now what I have defined in extent, I have written trends. So my first objective will be to identify the trends. When I say to identify, to study, or to analyze the trend. Either of that words you can use depending upon your own reading which you have developed. So this is the first objective. Your operational definition itself has to be an objective, and your objective itself, same sentence framing, should form hypothesis. Second operational definition I have mentioned here is significant disparity. So what should be my objective? To identify, to study whether there is a significant disparity in the level of banking services. This should be my objective. So now I think you should be understanding that unless you have framed a proper title, you cannot frame a proper objective. And in the title also, unless you have defined your made operational definitions clearly, any hypothesis and objectives which you are framing is not correct, is not complete. Waghmare sir, can you mute Reginta SV? Yeah. Third meaning I have written is co-relationship between. So I will objective, what will be my objective? To identify whether there is a co-relationship between the financial literacy, level of financial literacy and usage of products, to identify that. To study the co-relationship of bank account and a level of financial inclusion. Now you see here, every word is highlighted in different colors. Every word which has weightage is highlighted in different colors. So basically what I'm trying to convey is, in the topic we have interlinking title, objective and hypothesis. But between the title and objective, your operational definition becomes a major area which gives you clarity in forming your objective and your hypothesis. So trends, if I have written here, my next objective will be to check the trends. Another objective will be to identify the disparity, to identify the relationship. to check whether there is any relationship. And if you are very, very innovative, if you don't want to be a normal researcher, if you want to be a 1 level, 1 grade higher researcher, then what you have to do, then you may go for some model building. So the objective then in that case will be to build a model, to come out with some new discovery, to come out with some new innovative idea in the research. So this is how your objectives are about. So I'll just explain it. You can just read it, self-explanatory now. First thing is I have written here to study the trends. Second, I have written here to identify the disparity. Third, I have written here to establish correlationship. Every time a different word: to study, to identify, to establish. These are the common terms which are used when you are framing objectives. To identify the difference, to study the correlationship. Now, again, there is another question. Normally, when you frame the objective, this word which you write, to study, to identify, to develop, etc., you write it as per what you think suits the statement. But it is not like that. When you write the word to study, it has to be backed by the research philosophy. What is the philosophy behind which your research work is undertaken? And as per the philosophy, you have to use the word. If you are identifying a model, say you have a capital asset pricing model, or you have some theory, say Malthusian theory. If you are checking whether that theory is applicable in practical life in certain area, if this is applicable in the current situation, what you are doing, the model is already existing, theory is already existing. You are checking the validity of theory. So when you are checking the validity of theory, your philosophy is different. So in that case, the terms which you are using here has to be different. So every term which you are using should be backed by the philosophy of your research, the methodology of your research which you are using. Now, this what you do is you can just read on your own, note down the points and read on your own later on that what do you mean by philosophy, because here my session is not on philosophy. That's why I may not be able to tell you in detail. Or you can see the approach of research. Approach of research means you have an inductive approach, you have a deductive approach, you have an abductive approach. So when you say you have a deductive approach, deductive means you start something from general and you go to specific, you deduce. So from generally accepted area, you try to be more specific. Now here, you know what you say, here you see financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is a understanding which is already existing. It's not something which I have created, which a researcher has created. It is understanding which is already the study which is already conducted at a higher level. What am I doing? I am using these parameters of financial inclusion for Konkan division. So deductive, general parameters, say I am reducing it to deducting it, reducing it to the specific parameter. So this approach which I'm using is a deductive approach. So when you use a deductive approach, you are actually trying to study and you're identifying. These are the 2 points which happens. You're studying and you're identifying. You're studying it for Konkan division. You're identifying it for Konkan division. So that is why I've written majority of the times you see here, majority of the objectives which I have framed here is of study and identification, because of the already existing parameters, already existing indicators of financial inclusion. So this is the deductive approach which I'm using. If you see inductive approach, you're going from specific to general. So when you're going from specific to general, then you may have some other objectives which are being used. So here you can have to project or to examine, to find, specific to general. So now this again, You need to have some kind of information, background understanding about what do you mean by philosophy. If you have that information and understanding on philosophy, only then you will be able to frame right and use right kind of words for right framing of objectives. Normal, why there is a difference between the acceptance of papers of our country, the highly innovative research papers which are written in our country vis-a-vis the other countries? Because basically when a researcher starts doing research in many of the countries, they are being trained practically by or they have their own self-learning exercises which happens, which is a part of their curriculum. While by practically how you are going to implement and do this. What we have done, we have just given a project and the students are doing it on a little bit of training sessions and interactions are done, and the students are doing the project on their own, and that same things are modified and carried forward to their friends till to 4 to 5 years. So if this kind of research aptitude, if you're trying to develop in students, then obviously the conceptual, the clarity and the core of research understanding is lacking in our way of pedagogy. So that is why you see the rate at which even the great institutions like IIMs, the rate at which the publications are done at that level is much less than the rate at which it is done in other countries. So this is where we have to actually gain equip ourselves so that we also come out with bright colors in the area of researchers and not in the area of plagiarism and the ensuring that these copyrights and patents laws are being not respected. We need to ensure that we need to respect all these laws and we need to follow all these laws. We are not here to do the other things. So this is how your objectives has to be written. So now I think at least one takeaway you should definitely have here is, first point is you identify the area wherein there is a possibility of wrong or different types of interpretation in your title. That point which has different interpretation in your title, that points you need to clarify and give clarity in the form of operational definition. The second takeaway here, I am only telling you what should be the takeaways. The second takeaway here is you have to connect your operational definitions directly with the objective. The third takeaway is when you are framing the objective, you have to identify the philosophy. So philosophy is your homework. You read various books. Do not read all Indian authors' books. You read various foreign authors' books, directly write, download that. Nowadays, so many remote libraries are available. I think even your some of the institutions may be having a very rich library where you get a book of research methodology, which is from a foreign author. Specifically, even a search engine will help you in identifying what is the meaning of this research philosophy. So read what is research philosophy, understand different approaches of research, understand the plan of research word, and that plan philosophy and that philosophy you have to use it when you are framing the objectives. So that is your third takeaway. The fourth takeaway will be your hypothesis framing. So next step which I'm going to make you explain is your hypothesis. Now here, before I go to hypothesis, see this point 6, I will like you all to read. 6 point is to develop a regression model. To develop means again a new philosophy. You are trying to do it on your own. Now there is a third philosophy, there's a third approach which is called as abductive approach. Abductive approach is a combination of inductive and deductive combination. So inductive, when you are doing deductive, as I said, when you choose already general accepted theories applicable, you choose specific, you try to go more specific. Inductive is you try to induce, and abductive is combination of both. So you use some part of the already existing theory, some additions, deductions, modifications, your own research, you mix it with that, you combine it with that, and then you come out with some model or theory. And that kind of approach which you are using is an abductive approach. Otherwise, if there is no abductive approach, assume then there will be no research. Everybody, whatever has been done, they'll just modify it and do it on their own. So then there will be no kind of abductive research. Why we are having this Covaxing and Covishield? What is the outcome? How it has come? Not that there has been no pandemic at all. There has been a pandemic. So from that pandemic, little different various permutations, combinations, etc. you do, and then you come out with a new, entirely, completely new vaccine. Okay, so it's an abductive type of research already existing. You combine with your own experiences and experiments, and then you come out with some new innovation. That is an abductive approach. So when you are developing a regression model, when you develop something, that is called as an abductive. So that's why I'm telling you, just do not blindly write any of the objectives. You first read here what is a research approach. Now we'll go to the last section of our work, that is a hypothesis. Now, in the light of background and objectives of research, the hypothesis of the study is what? What is an hypothesis? The general meaning of hypothesis, it's an assumption. You assume. You may assume anything. You may assume that there is existing, there is no existing, whatever. So whatever you assume, depending on your previous review of literatures and the topic, that assumption which you develop, a tentative generalization which you develop, that is called as an hypothesis. A proposition which you make, that is called as an hypothesis. Now remember, there are two different types of hypothesis. One is null hypothesis and another is alternative hypothesis. Null hypothesis means what? The word itself says it is null. Null hypothesis means you assume that everything is done, everything is okay, everything is fine. Means there is nothing, nothing different which you are assuming. Means everything is at a level playing field. So that kind of hypothesis, when you make assumption which you make that everything is at a level playing field, that kind of hypothesis is called as a null hypothesis. So in null hypothesis, always you are first saying that there is no specific relationship, no specific change. Here in our example, we have understood that there is no significant increase in the level of banking. See, hypothesis, language and objective language and operational definition. This is the fifth takeaway now. Language, term, words which you use in operational definition should be used in hypothesis and should be used in objectives and should be used in hypothesis. So this is your term. Okay. So first, what operational definition? I'll just take you to operational definition again to give you more clarity. What do you mean by financial inclusion? These are the 3-4 points. 1 minute glance for you. When we started defining extent, we meant trend. So this trend should appear where? It should appear in objective. Also, it should appear in hypothesis. This disparity should appear where? Appear in objective as well as in hypothesis. Relationship between level and usage. Level and usage should appear where? Both objective and hypothesis. And relationship between bank account and level of financial inclusion should be in both. So objectives we have understood very carefully. Now we will understand hypothesis also carefully. Level. All these are just the fillers. There is a significant increase in the level in rural Konkan division of Maharashtra. These are just the fillers which completes your entire statement. But the focus is what? This level and banking, level of banking. These are the focus. Alternative says there is. Null will always say there is no. As I said, null means it has to be a level playing field, which is exactly opposite of the alternative. So here null means there is no significant. And here there is a significant difference of what? Your objective and operational definition. Banking services. Again, null means no relationship between financial level and usage. Just now I focused on that, between level and usage. So when you say everything is same, there is nothing new and there's nothing, impacting each other, then you will say no significant. That is a null hypothesis. When you say there is a relationship, there is one which is affecting others, then there is a significant. Between what? Level and usage. This is how your hypothesis statements should be framed. Again, levels and levels of financial inclusion. So you can just read it on your own now, what I'm trying to say, because my talking will just be for 1 minute and it may skip out of your mind. You can just go through that what we are trying to understand. I'm just, highlighting it by way of pointing out to the, with the mouse, the arrow. So relationship. So I hope this you are able to understand when I say that it is significant and no significant relationship, etc. So this is how the hypothesis terms has been framed. And in case if you want to just add to your further to your knowledge about limitations, which is a very important part when you write your anything, your proposal, your synopsis, or your research work. When you say limitation, remember you are not actually criticizing. Critical statements should not be used when you say the word limitations. You should use it a very positive way of conveying that what is your limitation. Now, when I say that I have done a study which is on Konkan division, that means I have not done it on any other else. My focus is on Konkan division. Maharashtra state has number of divisions. Okay, I have not done everything. I have done on Konkan. So when I convey it, I should not say that my study is not focusing on this. I have to say my study is restricted to Konkan division. So meaning is the same. Understanding is also the same, but the choice of words matters. So when I say I have not done anything beyond Konkan division, that is a negative way of informing others, readers. When I say my study is restricted to Konkan division, that's a limitation. So that is a way, the choice of words which you are going to use, that gives actually the weightage to what you are trying to convey in your the writing which you have, the words which you have used for your research work. So it should show the limitations and the reasons. It must convince the reader that in spite of your sincere and full-hearted effort, certain problems remain unsolved. And it should indicate the scope of further research. So that means whatever I have done in Konkan division, I can, another researcher can apply the same for other division. They may apply the same for Vidarbha. They may apply the same for other state. So you can indicate that there's a scope of further studies, including by choosing these parameters as well. So, for example, if you in our own title, if you want to write the limitation, then what you are going to write? You will write the term financial inclusion is an exhaustive term with varied interpretations, but to draw apt conclusion, the term was briefly understood. See the word, very choice of words. The term was briefly understood. We are not telling that the term is not is restricted only to this in a negative way. We're just mentioning that's briefly understood. We are mentioning that it's related to Konkan division only, restricted to Konkan division only. Furthermore, only commercial banks. We have not included any other cooperative banks or any other private financial institutions. So these are the two areas where your, I have so many things, examples, but I think we have that much time limit. So there are the other ways of conveying. There are, instead of conveying your negative thoughts, you can just say it in a very positive, simple statement that what are the limitations of this study. So with this, I think I will stop with my presentation, and now the forum is open for question answers. Anybody having any discussions, clarifications, maybe framing a title if you want, we can right away do it, and we can also try to have more interaction related to the presentation which has been done.
Thank you, madam. Dear participants, do you having some clarification, some question regarding Thakkar madam's lecture? Kindly ask your question. Kindly keep your unmute and ask the question if you are. If you having, you can directly ask your question through the chat box also.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Madam, can you tell about the testing of hypothesis? When we are framing the hypothesis, we need to consider the method or the test we need to apply for the hypothesis. It may happen that the hypothesis is framed, but sometimes it's not going to be tested because of particular test or the application of the test. So how the test is applicable to particular hypothesis?
First of all, sir, remember, you should frame an hypothesis. Whichever hypothesis you are framing, whenever you are framing, you have to ensure that it has to be tested, because the hypothesis definition is to identify whether it is accepted or rejected. If it is not eligible or permitting you for being acceptance or rejection, do not frame that hypothesis. So that's a fundamental thing when you are selecting any statements, choice of words for testing of hypothesis. It has to be accepted or rejected. Otherwise, do not use that portion as a hypothesis. You cannot just write hypothesis and do not do anything for that. You have to test it. I hope I'm clear, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you do not use that, sir. If you feel ना, अगर आपको लगता है कि hypothesis का testing नहीं होगा, तो hypothesis में डालिए मत. It will be a major rejection of your research work.
So first we need to confirm that whether this one is testable or not.
That is why कोई भी research का अगर आप thesis भी कर रहे हो, तो thesis क्या होता है? Thesis is 2-3 years. Okay. What is proposal? You're preparing proposal, tentative idea. It need not be the same as what you write in the synopsis, because आप 2 साल पहले 3 साल पहले जो सोच रहे हो, वो सेम चीज आप 3 साल के बाद सोचोगे, पॉसिबल नहीं है. तो उसको प्रपोजल बोलते हैं, प्रपोज्ड स्टडी. एंड सिनॉप्सिस क्या है? स्टडी हो गया जो. तो इसके लिए आप थीसिस डायरेक्ट सबमिट नहीं करते हो, प्रपोज करते हो. टेंटेटिव माइंड फ्रेम में एक फ्रेमवर्क बनाते हो, वो फ्रेमवर्क अपना फुलफिल होता है नहीं होता है, चेंज करते हो, फॉर्मेट रीफॉर्मेट, उसके बाद आप सिनॉप्सिस तैयार करते हो. तो सिनॉप्सिस इज अ फाइनल माइंड फ्रेम, व्हाट इज अ फाइनल कंक्लूजन व्हिच यू आर ट्राइंग टू कन्वे. तो सिनॉप्सिस में जो आप हाइपोथेसिस लेते हो ना सर, तो सिनॉप्सिस वाला हाइपोथेसिस प्रपोजल वाला अगर एक्सेप्टेड रिजेक्टेड होना पॉसिबल नहीं है, तो उसको सिनॉप्सिस में मत डालिए.
Very good. That's what I want. Means it may happen that whatever be the hypothesis I written in a proposal may not be in a synopsis. After applying or after started the study, it may happen that I come to know that the particular hypothesis is I am not able to prove or I am not able to test. Then I can change.
सिर्फ एक चीज आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते हो सर, वो है टाइटल. क्योंकि टाइटल अपना है, तो टाइटल आप बहुत सोच समझ के लीजिए. टाइटल में क्या है, आप टाइटल के अंदर बहुत कुछ चेंज कर सकते हो. जैसे मैंने फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन वर्ड लिखा है, स्टार्टिंग में मैंने सोचा फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, लेकिन पढ़ते वक्त मुझे लगा फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी जैसा मेरा कुछ पॉसिबल नहीं है, आई शुड गो फॉर बैंकिंग. तो देन फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को मैंने पहले जब बैंकिंग और फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी दोनों डिफाइन किया था प्रपोजल में, सिनॉप्सिस में मैं चेंज कर देती हूँ, आई एम फोकसिंग नाउ ओनली ऑन बैंकिंग. प्रपोजल आपको टाइटल एक्सेप्शंस के लिए होता है, प्रपोजल आपका जो ऑब्जेक्टिव हाइपोथेसिस उसकी वैलिडेशन के लिए नहीं होता. लेकिन जब आप रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश करते हो ना सर, तो पेपर पब्लिश करते हो मतलब आपने पूरा स्टडी कर दिया. ओके, उसमें आपका कोई प्रपोजल है ही नहीं पहले वाला. तो व्हेन यू आर पब्लिशिंग अ पेपर, दैट मींस यू ऑलरेडी डन 100% of your work, and then only you have come out with a conclusion. So research paper mein this question of proposal and this does not arise at all. This question which you posed is arising only when it comes to a research thesis or a research grant, major research project.
Okay, thank you ma'am.
I think somebody else also had a question. Yeah, sure.
Yes,
Lata
ma'am.
madam. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in case of qualitative data, how to test the qualitative data?
So madam, I think sir uska pura जो है ना steps of collection of
Yes,
data, application of various statistical tools, that all you have to the choice of all the tools which are relevant to your study, you have to identify that, and accordingly
Yes,
only you
ma'am.
will have to go for collection of data. तो इतने सारे tools है ना sir, आप madam आपकी study में कौन से tools apply हो रहे हैं, you can go through the review of literature and you can list out those tools which are applicable and which are basically chosen by the other researchers, and you can see that
Yes,
which of these tools fit in your study,
Yes,
आपके area के related. Then you can make a choice and apply similar, same, or with modification,
Yes.
those tools.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank you. Are you providing guidelines to our research work? And second most important thing, ma'am, the work, whatever you are defined to us today. So can you please share your details and notes to us? So it will be help to us to do our research work better than whatever we are done.
I will share it with sir, madam.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
And ma'am, one more question is that
Yes, madam.
I am also working on the cooperative sector
Oh,
in the
great.
Konkan region. So I would like to get the details from your side that the cooperative area which I selected, like I have to be work only for the banking sector, or should I take some separate cooperative society, whatever the peoples are made to the in our area.
Okay, simple question, a simple answer to this question is you have to go and identify what is more prominent.
Correct.
अच्छा, जो चीज existing and prominent ही नहीं है,
Yeah.
उसकी study आप
Correct.
कैसे करोगे? Okay, and suppose if both are having equal prominence and existence,
Correct.
then you can select either this or this depending on your area, your choice, availability of data. Okay, जिसका prominence 20% है ना, do not go for
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Then your conclusions may not be valid.
Correct.
So you first go to the Konkan area, identify किसका cooperative society इसका prominence ज़्यादा है कि उसका है. Accordingly you select.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the best. Best wishes.
Thank you so much.
Dear participant, do you have any questions regarding Thakkar's madam lecture? Kindly ask. I think so. There are no any questions. I would like to call and thanks for the Thakkar madam for delivering such a nice, informative and outstanding lecture. As usual, madam always deliver the knowledge, deliver the online lecture, very outstanding. I would like to hand over this session. Before handovering, I would like to read the biodata of next resource person, respected my guru, Dr. Kumbhar sir, Rajendra Kumbhar sir from University of Pune, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, Maharashtra, India. I would like to read the big biodata of respected my guru, Professor Rajendra Kumbhar sir. The brief biodata of Dr. Rajendra Kumbhar sir is presently working as a professor and head at the Rion Department of Library and Information Science at the prestigious Savitribai Phule Pune University, formerly University of Pune. Sir has been reaching to various courses in library science for more than 50 years. To his credit, he has over 70 articles published in a national and international journal conferences proceeding. He has published more than 20 books. These books are published by the national and international publisher. The reading, research method, and classification are topics of his interest. Kumbhar sir has specifically written those topics. As a part of the co-curricular activities, Dr. Rajendra Kumbhar sir has attended more than 100 conferences, seminar, workshop, and presented the paper, chair sessions, and delivered the keynote address. He has delivered a number of the lecture on the diverse topics of the library and information science refresher courses at the various universities He has been member various academic bodies such as BOS, Academic Council, Research and Review Committee, etc. He has guided 7 doctoral research scholars. Sir, having so big biodata and he is my really guru, I would like to hand over this session for starting the next online lecture of respected my guru, Dr. Kumar sir. Kumar sir, please continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Kishore Waghmare ji. And
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
dear participants, it is indeed my pleasure to be part of this webinar that is arranged on the topic research methods. And I have been specifically asked to talk about the preparation of research proposal. Sometimes it is being referred to as synopsis. Different names are there, but basically when a researcher is interested in conducting research, he has to prepare a research proposal and submit it to the appropriate bodies. That is actually the topic that I will be talking about, how to prepare a research proposal that should be accepted either by the funding bodies or by the academic bodies, which has been submitted either for the purpose of doctoral research or maybe for the purpose of conducting some research based on research grants. I would like to do all this presentation with the help of a PPT. Well, when it comes to actually research proposals, as I was just talking about, different names are there for the research proposals. Sometimes people call it research plan, sometimes they call it research design, sometimes they do also call as a synopsis. But it's true actually we call it proposal because this is the document through which we are proposing our plan to conduct a research. And that is why an appropriate term should be a research proposal, where the researcher is supposed to explain his plan of doing research, maybe in terms of time span, the structure and components of his research, including, for example, what is the research problem that he is interested to work on, what research methodologies he will be adopting to conduct the research, what are the expected outcomes of the research, to whom the proposed research will be beneficial. These are the questions actually which are answered through the research proposal. And in that sense, it is basically a detailed plan of conduction of the proposed research. In what way he is going to accomplish his aim of conducting research. That is what is elaborated through this proposal. I will be talking at the end of it something about the differences between the research proposal submitted for the purpose of an academic degree and a research proposal submitted for the purpose of seeking grants. There are little differences, but then both these types of research proposal have a lot of common component. So initially we will be talking about the common component and gradually we will be moving toward those differences. Remember, research proposal is basically a written document. So it is actually a document can be of, say, for example, 10 pages, 15 pages. A research proposal is not the final research report. It is neither a research article, it is neither a thesis or a dissertation submitted for the purpose of degree, but it is the initial document, a document that has been prepared to communicate it to the concerned agency that you are interested in conducting research on such and such topic. These are the ideal contents of a research proposal. The sequence of the components, names of the components may vary, but then these components, these contents are essential in any type of research proposal. So we will go through them one by one. The very first component of your research proposal has to be the title of your proposed research. Friends, this title has to be actually very precise one. It cannot be very lengthy, and it should be meaningful also. And those who have gone through this process, they know it. It takes quite a bit of a time actually to arrive at a very meaningful title for your proposed research. Now, how do you arrive at the title? Well, you arrive at the title actually through another process of research that is called identification of research problem. So unless and until you identify a research problem, which is the first step in research, you cannot formulate your research proposal. So it has been presumed that when you are preparing a research proposal, you have already completed, you have gone through this step called identification of research problem, for which you have to read, for which you have to have experience, you have to discuss with your colleagues, your seniors, your mentors, your teachers, your guides, and you have to do a lot of reading through which you will be able to identify such problem. Once you identify a research problem, then you have to have a title which is supposed to be a self-explanatory title. When I mean self-explanatory, I mean that through the title itself, the reader of the title should be able to understand what is the research about, what is the scope of the research, and maybe possible even what methodology has been adopted for conducting the research. This is what I mean by self-explanatory. I have few titles listed here. I will be reading at least maybe one or two, not all of them, which will give us some idea actually that how a title is formulated for your research. If you read the very first title, Library Support for Students' Financial Literacy, this is the main title. That means this researcher is interested to conduct his research related with financial literacy, and in that financial literacy, in creating financial literacy, what is the support of a library? How libraries can support for this? And then there is a subtitle. If you are able to see it after the colon punctuation mark, a survey of librarians at large academic institutions. What does this indicate? First of all, a survey. It automatically is indicating whether this research will be conducted when we are talking about a proposal. This research will be conducted by using which research methods? Survey, case study, experiment, ethnographic. So what methodology has been adopted? The title itself is explaining. A survey of librarians at large academic institutions further indicate that who are your stakeholders? Who are your population? Who are the people from whom you will be collecting the data? That is explained through the title. In addition to that, actually, what institutions you are interested in studying. So that also talks about the population of your study. This is actually the what I mean by a self-explanatory title. Read the third one also. Have academic libraries overcome the gender wage gap? No, this is a title formulated in an interrogative sentence format, which is ultimately indicate that they want to seek answers to a question. So it's a question mark statement. The subtitle here too says that an analysis of gender pay inequality, because that has not been mentioned by the main title. That is not been expressed by the main title. So the remaining part of the title, the so-called subtitle, is trying to explain, yes, specifically you are interested in analyzing the gender pay inequality. Read it, one more title I would like to explain here, the fourth one, Citing East Asia. A citation, this is the main title. Not very clear. It only says Citing East Asia. Oh, because you basically cite titles. You cite documents. What do you mean by that? The subtitle explains it saying, a citation study. So this is the citation study on the use of East Asian materials in East Asian studies dissertations. Look at it. Again, it is making as clear as possible what is the intention, what is the scope and coverage, what methodologies will be adopted, all has been made clear by the title. So your research proposal's title page, the first page of your proposal, imagine if it is a 10-page document, the very first page should begin with the title of your proposed research. Of course, followed by that should be the name of the researchers. If the guide or this research supervisor has already been finalized, the name of the guide will also appear. And then, of course, name at the institution where this research will be carried out should also be part and parcel of the title page of your research proposal. Now, once you actually complete the title page formality, there comes the very first component, the content, that is introduction. It's basically an entering into the subject. Well, the introduction to a research proposal should be brief one. How brief? Maybe about one paragraph or to the most 2 paragraphs. An introduction to a research proposal cannot be of, say, for example, 5 pages, 2 pages. It will be really a lengthy introduction. Avoid that. Make it short, 1 or 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs optimum, not more than that. And what are you supposed to write here in the introduction part? You are supposed to provide a general information about the research topic. For example, in the earlier title, something to do with wages. You talk about that. There was something about citation. You talk about that. If you are talking about child labor, your research proposal is about child labor, then you talk in general. You describe, explain about the child. In this way, whatever is your research topic, whatever may be your research topic, you are expected to provide you are expected to provide actually a general information beginning. Say, for example, if your topic is about budgets, if your topic is women empowerment, then you provide brief information about those basic topics. And then maybe in another paragraph, as I said, there may be 2 paragraphs. In the second paragraph, you link the main topic to the research problem. Remember, the main topic is a broad one, as I was saying about child labor. I was talking about women empowerment. Maybe, for example, impact of e-learning on students. For example, we are in the online environment for the last 2 years. or impact of pandemic on learning. If these are the topic, that is broad one. But within that, your research problem may be more specifically you are interested on the impacts on the brain, impact on the psychology, or maybe even physical impacts. Maybe the eyes are affected. So this is how you have your end of your introduction should ultimately lead it to the mentioning of research proposal, research problem that has to be there. So if you ended your introduction mentioning that this is the topic and this is the research problem, then you elaborate further in the next paragraph, next heading. There should be a clear-cut heading in the research proposal called research problem. And in the research problem, basically you provided two bits of information. One, the statement of the problem. Many times this has been called a problem statement. A problem statement is basically, it is not an interrogative statement. That is different one that comes with a question mark. A problem statement is basically a statement. For example, I have tried to give here a sample. Digital learning material has impact on children's learning and reading skills. No, this is a statement of the problem. This is not actually the questions that you are trying to answer. Now, you convert this statement of problem into research questions. So, your research problem caption may follow by a brief problem statement and number of research questions. Remember, the questions are formulated on the basis of your problem statement. Problem statement is nothing but actually the topic on which you are interested to work on. The topic is mentioned, stated using a statement. Then you formulate questions, which with the help of what they call as WH questions, which and when and where, why, all those WH families can be used to formulate research questions. Ultimately, what you are trying to prove through this caption of research problem, you should very specifically mention that the researcher is interested in seeking answers to following questions. The researcher is interested in finding answers to the following questions. That should be the statement, a sentence, followed by the actual questions. Look here, I have tried to formulate some research questions related with the problem statement. Whether the digital learning material has positive or negative effect on the e-learning. See what happens. We all know that. When we try to think in terms of e-learning, digital learning, always there are actually 2 points of view. Some people say it is great. You can get, you can learn anytime, anywhere. You get the reading material easily. Accessibility is much more, so on and so forth. Contrary to that, there are people, actually, those people say that, no, in spite of that, people, they are losing their concentration. They are not learning as much as they are supposed to learn. Their writing skill is getting affected a lot. Their concentration is loosening. All those things are there on the adverse side of it. That is why actually the question for this research statement comes there, where this is what the researcher wants to find answers to. What is the question? Whether the digital learning material has positive or negative. He wants to find answer. Or look at another question. What type of changes are needed in the policy about learning material? Yes, there are policies actually about creating learning material. Look at the recently the Bal Bharati itself has been very actively involved in revising its learning material, the textbooks that they are providing. Or look at another question that this researcher wants to find answers to. What modification will help enhance the benefits of learning material? Okay, you are already having learning material, either in the print form or in the digital form, right from your PDF files and your PPTs and your video lectures, so on and so forth. These are all learning materials. Now, when you notice there are adverse effects of learning materials, then what modifications will help to enhance the benefit, nullify the adverse effect? This is what actually you are interested in finding. Remember, through your research proposal, you must be able to convince the concerned authorities that you have genuine problems with you and you want to conduct research to find answers to those questions. It has been said that research is a problem-solving process. If research is a problem-solving process, then here through your research proposal, you must be able to communicate the problems, specifically by raising as many questions as possible related to your research topic. That is actually the research problem. The crystal clear are your research problem, the more specifically, clearly you state your research problem, remember that indicate that you are well studied as far as the concerned research topic is concerned. So this is the second component of your research problem, research proposal. The next component of your research proposal is defining the scope and limitations. Yes, no research proposal can ever be complete without clearly mentioning what is the scope of your research. The scope you must very specifically describe in terms of subject, duration, the time covered, and the geographical area covered. When it comes to the scope, say for example, even if you are interested in conducting research on e-learning, not necessarily you are going to cover the complete e-learning segment. Within that, you must be interested in focusing on some facet of it. Say, for example, technological aspect of e-learning, psychological aspect of e-learning, sociological aspect of e-learning, economic aspect of e-learning. There are so many facets. So you specify you are interested in covering which facet, which aspect of the given broad topic. That is what I mean by explain the subject scope of your research, rather your proposed research, because you are proposing here. That is why it is called as a research proposal. Then you describe the time frame. Yes, it may be 3 years time span, it may be 5 years time span, it may be 20 years time span, depending upon your topic, the duration. For example, in historical research, the time span is usually long back and a longer duration. Ideally, when you are selecting a time span, there must be some landmark reasons for selecting a particular time span. For example, within library science, people who are studying public libraries, they specifically say that development of public libraries after 1967. Now, why is 67? That is because the Maharashtra Public Libraries Act was enacted in 1967. So there is a reason for that. Why is 67? So whenever you are actually selecting a particular duration as a scope of your research proposal, you should be able to explain why that particular time span has been selected. So is the case with the geographical area. When I mean actually somebody is going to study school libraries in Pune city, then you must elaborate very specifically the scope of the city. Do you mean by the corporation area? Are you going to include the borderline areas, the suburbs, or you are going to exclude it? I remember actually whenever we talk in terms of Nasik, and if you are studying something with reference to culture, it is not Nasik alone, it is always Nasik Trimbakeshwar. So there you have to be very specific about, are you going to cover Trimbakeshwar also, or you are going to exclude that? Whether you are going to include something or you are going to exclude something, in your research proposal, you must be able to provide a appropriate justification for that inclusion or exclusion, both the inclusion of specific time or exclusion of specific time. So also the inclusion of a specific geographical area or exclusion of a specific geographical area, that must come with your elaboration. Otherwise, what happens? You cannot simply say that, okay, this study covers Maharashtra. Oh, why Maharashtra? Why not the adjacent states like Goa or Madhya Pradesh? You have to elaborate that. So that is actually, I mean by scope. Remember, once you actually specify the scope clearly, there will be list of the questions asked by the people who are examining your research proposal. Remember, your research proposals are scrutinized. You have to present your research proposal for your doctoral research admissions. You have to present your research proposal even for grants purpose. In either case, when you are presenting your research proposal, if you have clearly mentioned the scope, there may not be a question. Otherwise, then they will be start asking you, and you may not, if you have not thought about it, that is why you didn't mention it, then it will be difficult to answer. Well, when you are actually defining the scope of your research, always keep in mind your objectives, and also consider the research that has already been conducted. One reason why you are selecting a specific time span can be somebody has already studied the same topic up to a particular time span. And that is why, for example, impact of RTE, right to education, after 2000, or maybe after 2000, say, for example, 15. Why after 2015? Because maybe somebody has already studied up to a particular time span, maybe 2014. So you want to exclude that and you want to cover 15 onwards. That can be the reason. So you have to always link it to some rationality. One better option always is, of course, you talk with the experts, people who are experienced, people who have guided research. They will be able to further give you more clues how to arrive at an appropriate scope for your research in terms of subject or duration, or maybe with reference to the geographical area to be covered. Well, the next component, which is the most important component of a research proposal, this can be said as the heart of the research proposal, that is the objectives. We have to keep in mind that the objectives must be crystal clear. The moment you read a particular objective, it should be able to clearly indicate what you are interested in doing. That is what I mean by clarity should be there. Also, there has to be singularity. When I mean singularity, in one and the same objective, you need not to cover more than one activities. Basically, objectives are statements about the activities that you are going to conduct during the course of research. I repeat, objectives are the statement that describe what you want to do. Right. Your intentions of research, your activities of research, your research work is being mentioned here. I will be interested in finding, knowing, investigating, experimenting, identifying. So those have to be very specifically mentioned here. Every objective that you are going to mention in your research proposal must consist a verb which indicates the action. Verbs are action indicating words. followed by the subject. That is what activity you want to do, what action, and the action related to what topic, that has to be there. And that is why here I have mentioned some examples. Remember, since you are yet to complete these activities, it must begin with two. And you have to use very appropriate verb for your objectives. For example, when you want to understand something, then you must use the word understand itself. There you cannot use the word experiment. When you really want to conduct an experiment on something, you cannot say to understand. That is why if you read these 5 objectives, everywhere a specific and appropriate verb has been used: to understand, to know, to study, to compare, to develop. Look at it. Then there are, of course, the rest of the part. For example, to understand the philosophy or to know the process. In this case, it has to be know only. It cannot be there compare. Then it could be somewhere else. For example, in case of compare the various pricing models. All in all, remember, every research proposal, this is applicable to even your research articles also. Because when you complete your research article, the foundation is basically your proposed topic, what you was interested in knowing, interested in doing rather. So your objectives. Now, always as the newcomers to the research arena, they have always a question: how many objectives should I have? Any standard for that? Any government regulation? No, not at all. So how many should be there? As many as it covers the scope of your research. Sometimes there could be 3, there could be 5, there could be 10 also. So there is no limit as such. Only criteria is that whatever you are intended to complete during the research process, you mention them here. Remember, writing these brief statements, a prolonged objectives means actually it is creating confusion. Remember, it should be to the most 1 line, 1.5 line. If it is becoming about 5 lines, means you should be guaranteed that it is going to create a confusion. And then to write a brief statement, it takes a lot of brain, remember. That is why formulating 5 objectives may take you a whole month, you can say. Yes, it is quite right. Even a whole month may be required to write 5 objectives, because for writing those objectives, you must have already identified the research problem. You must have gone through the review of literature, or you must have at least read the essential reading on the given topic. Then only you are able to actually formulate those very appropriate, apt statements about what you are interested to do. That is actually the definition of objectives. What you are interested to do, describe that in those statements containing a verb followed by a subject. That becomes fantastic. Let me tell you, friends, whether you are preparing a research proposal or you are preparing a research proposal for the purpose of your doctoral research, either of it makes not much of a difference. What is important? If your objectives are clear, automatically it indicates that you have thought on the topic of research very elaborately, and that is the reason actually you are able to very clearly write your objectives. So do invest time and brain in writing the objectives that should help you to get your research proposal approved. Another component of a research proposal is hypothesis. There are difference of opinions whether a hypothesis is an essential component of a research proposal, whether it is necessary or not necessarily this and that. The ideal thing is that it is good to have an hypothesis. Of course, if these are experimental type of researches, it is much better to have. In certain type of topics, you may not have a research hypothesis, and it doesn't hamper actually the quality of your research. So it is, objectives are must. Hypothesis, yes, it depends upon your topic of research. Sometimes in certain topics, yes, you have to have a hypothesis. In certain topics, you may go without hypothesis also. Remember, hypothesis, the simplest meaning to keep in mind, that will help you to decide whether you want to have an hypothesis, and if at all you want to have it, then how you will formulate it. Hypotheses are statements which guess the findings of your research. So what you will find at the end of your research, you are presuming that, you are assuming that, you are hypothesizing that before you actually arrive at findings. So mentioning the expectations about findings, mentioning the expected findings, that is more correct, is an hypothesis. For example, if you believe that the reading habits of boys and girls differs, if this is what you are going to find at the end of your research on reading habits, in that case, your hypothesis should be that there is a significant difference between the reading habits of boys and girls. This you are mentioning as an hypothesis. Now, maybe at the end of your research, after 3 years, when you find the findings, either this hypothesis, which is a guess, it is being said it is shrewd guess, intellectual guess. The guess is there, but it's not illogical. It is being a rationalized guess, and then you are going to test it. Naturally, it will be tested because you guessed this expected finding at the very beginning of your research, isn't it? Because research proposal you prepare at the beginning of your research, findings you arrive at the end of your research. So before you arrive at findings, you are guessing about those findings, and that becomes a hypothesis. Friends, formulating hypothesis, again, like objectives, is an intellectual work. It does require a wide reading. Yes, it's a foundation of formulating meaningful hypothesis. It does require, actually, it is good if you have a good experience of the related area of work. It has been also shown that people who have intuition, that is your inner voice, based on your experience, your analytical mind, your vast reading, will come intuition. All put together, you will be able to guess about something that you will find after 3 years, 4 years. That is the foundation, that is the preparation you require for formulating hypothesis. The hypothesis that you formulate can be either a research hypothesis or null hypothesis. There is again no restriction that what type of hypothesis you should formulate. They call it H1 or H0. That is, the null hypothesis is being written in the formalistic manner as H at the bottom of 8 is written 0, or H at the bottom of it is written 1. Those research hypotheses are always express a guess that there is a relationship between two variables. For example, the method of teaching and the learning outcome are correlated. If this has been said, it becomes actually a research hypothesis, or it could be a hypothesis that specifies there is a difference between, as we talked about, those differences of reading habits. In that case, it is research hypothesis. If you mean that there is no difference between the reading habit of those boys and girls in our earlier example, then it becomes null hypothesis. Null indicates no difference, or null indicates no relationship. So either of it, good. you can formulate the hypothesis. What you have to only keep in mind, and a non-statistical person may take help of the statisticians actually to make your hypothesis testable. Because in a research outcome, it is expected that whatever hypothesis you formulate at the beginning of your research process, you should test it at the end of your research process when you arrive at findings. Now, in order to ensure that the hypothesis that you formulated is testable, it is always a welcome step to take help of some experts, particularly the people who have a mastery over statistics. They are very handy, very helpful in formulating a meaningful hypothesis. Remember, whether it is your objectives, whether it is your hypothesis, and including even your scope and methodology, all of them, they ultimately help you to design a very useful data collection tools. It may be a questionnaire, it may be interview schedule, it may be observation sheet. So these are the various techniques and tools through which a researcher collects data. And for that purpose, first you have to develop these tools. For example, you have to prepare a questionnaire. Now, in order to have a very useful questionnaire, the properly formulated objectives, clearly formulated hypothesis, and very specifically mentioned scope help you in. So actually all these components of your research proposals are integrated. They are what you can say interdependent as far as their usability, their benefits, their quality is concerned. That is the reason we have to keep in mind a good one component to make components better. That is what we have to keep in mind. So once you formulate your hypothesis, then you have to provide a brief literature review. Remember, when I mean actually brief literature review, I'm not trying to create a confusion, but rather I am trying to confusion. What is that? Here I am saying you write brief literature review. Is it there actually there is something like a detailed literature review? Yes, it is. For example, if you are actually preparing a research proposal for your doctoral degree, your literature review in the proposal is going to be brief. Whereas a detailed literature review will be part and parcel of your doctoral thesis. There it is going to be detailed. It has to be detailed. Whereas, because your doctoral thesis may be of 300 pages, and quite possible 50 pages you can devote exclusively for your literature review. Whereas your research proposal is of 10 pages, and there no question comes of actually having 50 pages of literature review, because your proposal itself is exclusively of 10 pages. Maybe about 1 page, maybe 2 pages of literature review. That is what actually I mean by a brief literature review. You have to keep in mind that literature review, again, all these activities really takes a lot of efforts, lot of brain is to be invested. A literature review is a critical synthesis of earlier research. When I mean synthesis, you are basically trying to put together some statements, some comments, some information about the earlier research problem, methodology, findings, limitations, and something like that. But then when I mean synthesis, synthesis is basically putting them together. But it doesn't mean actually simply putting those statements one after the another. No, it's not synthesis. Synthesis is basically you have to put those informations about different earlier researchers in such a well-neat manner at the very appropriate positions. If you could do that, then only it is called synthesis. Otherwise, it is simply putting together, you can say. You see, many times it has been noticed that the abstracts of earlier researchers are simply put one after the another, and it is being called as a literature review. It's not the case. That's why I have mentioned here, it is critical synthesis. When I mean critical, basically your own thinking is involved there, where when you actually wrote about the earlier research. Anyway, literature review is always about the earlier research. It cannot be about the future research, because you are reviewing the literature. Remember, it is mostly research literature. You are reviewing the literature of those researches that have already been completed. Only thing is that when I mean critical, yes, it has to be actually incorporating your own thoughts, views, questions, curiosities, observations, all that must be reflected. You cannot simply say that XYZ conducted research on this topic by using this method and this were the findings. Where is your critical component? The critical component is that, yes, he did research on this topic because that was the reason. He used this method because this was the reason. He arrived at such and such finding because these were the reasons. And in the whole process, this was the limitation, this was the lacuna, this was the shortcoming. This he did cover, this he excluded, this was the reason, this was correct, this was incorrect. This is what is actually your input. Anything that comes with your input becomes critical. That is what actually I mean by literature review is a critical synthesis of earlier research. And actually it has to be based on what? Identification of very relevant literature. Yes, with the digital world, now most researchers are extremely troubled when it comes to writing literature review about what to include and what to exclude. Because on any given topic, you will find there are hundreds and thousands of articles, research reports, and other types of documents. Is it that actually a researcher has to review all those documents? Impossible and unwarranted. Okay, that means what you have to do? You have to identify the document, the researches, the articles which are more relevant to your topic of research. So you do that. And once you identify, okay, what I'm going to do as per my proposal is concerned, I am going to write a brief review of 10 to 15 articles. Let us imagine I have decided that about 15 articles you will be reviewing. Now, those 15 articles must be read critically and carefully. When I mean purposefully, remember this reading is for the purpose of writing literature review. This is not the reading for delivering a lecture. This is not the reading of the articles just for understanding a topic, but this is exclusively a reading for writing review. So you read those articles very carefully and fully. When I mean carefully, you have to ensure that you are not missing anything important which need to be incorporated in your review. So that is careful. And when I mean critical, when you are reading those earlier researchers, you are reading XYZ researchers article on which you feel is relevant to your topic and you want to include that in your literature review. Then while reading, you must have hundreds of queries. You must actually have those sets of questions emerging in your mind. Oh, why this method? Oh, how come actually he has interpreted it in this manner? Oh, this I don't agree with. This I extremely agree with. These types of thoughts coming to your mind and getting reflected in the matter that you are reading in the form of underlines and question marks and your notes in the margins, that makes your reading critical. Now, Based on that, you will be writing the literature review. That is a article that you read so carefully, so purposefully, with all those marks everywhere, your handwritten notes, and you are now taking one by one the articles, and then you are writing the literature review. That becomes actually a critical synthesis. So this review for the purpose of what is called a research proposal is more than sufficient to be of about 10 to 15 articles. And that's the reason I mentioned it brief. And remember that you have to write a detailed literature review when you are going to have either the thesis or a final report on your research. That's a different story. Here too, again, I must mention that the literature review, when you conduct it, even that brief one, is so handy for the other research proposals components. Based on your very good literature review itself, you will be able to formulate very meaningful objectives and hypotheses, and that will also help you to develop your research tools. Here I must say that even though many times we say steps in research and we try to actually write those steps in a linear manner, research is never a linear activity. Actually, it goes on. Say, for example, when you start reading, then you start getting idea about the research problem. Then you may formulate some objectives and your reading is continued. You are trying to compile some documents put together for literature review. You may get an idea, oh, that objective need to be modified. Look at it. You already formulated a questionnaire and you are still continuing to read for literature review. That will give you some more idea to make your questionnaire better. That is why actually it is a process that goes on in a zigzag manner. It's never a linear one. Ultimately, what I want to say that each component of your literature review strengthens the other components. So your effort should be that every component of my research proposal, I am going to make it extremely better. Once you decide that, determine that, obviously, you will be able to see the multiple effects of every good activity. And that's the reason when you write your literature review in a very methodical manner, even for the purpose of research proposal, you will be able to get benefits of that for making the other components of your research proposal better. Okay. Then comes actually a component of your research proposal, that is the research methods to be adopted. Well, here the caption can be simply research method, but I have very deliberately mentioned here, what do you mean by research method? Is it that you have to write the definition of research methods and types of research methods and all that? Not at all, remember, this is not your answer paper of a research methodology. Here you are not supposed to write research methods mean this and these are the different research methods. This is actually the meaning of survey and case study and this and that. Very meaningless, I tell you. You have to simply mention which research method you are going to adopt to conduct your given research. But along with the mentioning of research method that you are going to use, must also be a specific explanation why you are going to use that particular method. For example, when you say that this research will be conducted by adopting a survey technique or survey method, you must further write about 3-4 lines saying that why survey? Why not case study? Why not experiment? Why not historical method? Why not ethnographic method? Or maybe there are other methods. Why not mixed research method? That is the reason you must, your mentioning of the method must be accompanied by an appropriate explanation answering the question why that particular method. Remember, actually, you should be able to convince the suitability of the given method for your research topic. Yes, methods has to vary, has to change as per the research topic. On the same topic, it is possible a research can be conducted by adopting different research method. It is true. But then each method's application is going to give you different results. And we are not saying that one result will be a poor one and the other one will be better. No need to say that. It will be, every research is a good research. Okay. But then, is it that the findings will vary as per the methodology? Yes, they are going to change. And that is the reason you must mention a very well thought method with explanation. Sometimes actually, it happens mostly in case of sciences actually, but can be there in other subject areas also. That is, you may not be able to find a very well-defined research method suitable to your research. In that case, what you can mention? In that case, you can mention what procedure you are going to adopt. Research procedure. It's a very right term, I tell you. In fact, in most of these science researchers, whether it is proposal or the thesis or the articles, they very specifically mention the procedure followed and material used. Very true. For example, a chemical scientist is very specifically going to mention that these were the material used for my research. And maybe environmental scientists will say that I adopted this process or procedure. No, that becomes his own methodology, and that is a welcome activity. Why? Because you are interested in conducting research on a topic by having your own procedure. Will that be challenged? Will that be questioned? No, not at all. Because through that, probably you are coming up along with the good research on good topic. You are also coming up with a new procedure to conduct research on a given topic. That is why you may call it research method, you may call it research procedure. And as I mentioned, in case of, if you have used very specific material for your research, you may mention your procedure and material used. Is it possible that in the same research, you are going to use multiple research methods? Is it allowed? Is it useful? The answer is yes. Actually, it may happen during the different stages of your own research on a given topic. You may need to adapt different methodologies depending upon the complexity or the nature of your research. In that case, as a researcher, you should not be hesitant in applying more than one research methods. Remember, it may happen that the application of multiple research methods will help to enhance the quality of your research. And that is why multiple research methods are always welcome in the research area now. Then I was talking about the suitability. Yes, again here, you have to think about, if I use this method, what benefits I'm going to get compared with if I use another research method. That comparative account in your brain must be ready. Then only you will be able to confidently state that I am going to conduct research by adopting this method only because. And then comes your elaboration, your explanation, your rationality. Great. So that has to be mentioned here in the proposal itself. The proposal should not simply mention that this research will be conducted by using survey method. Oh, most of the time, actually, the novice researchers who come for the PhD interviews, they only mention that survey. And obviously, there comes the question, why survey? And then they say, okay, if not survey, I will go conduct research by this method. Array, It cannot be that, hesitant situation. You have to be confident about this and this only because this is the reason that should come there. But under the heading research methodology, you are also supposed to make information about what data collection techniques and tools you are going to use for collecting data. In any case, whatever may be your research topic, you have to collect data. And there you have to, even if sometimes you may use secondary data, that's a different story. When it comes to primary data, you have to collect it. And we know those prominent data collection techniques and tools. The questionnaire is there as a part of the survey technique. The interview technique is there. The observation technique is there. And in each one of them, there are further actually micro variations, or maybe subtypes you can say. For example, within interview, there is something called focus group also, where you may conduct interviews by organizing a small group that is being known as focus group discussions or focus group interviews. Yes, you may go for that. Within a questionnaire technique, there is actually a schedule method also for those people who are unable to read your questionnaire, those illiterate sample population. It's possible. So you must specify that. Or even if you are actually going to go for an observation technique, are you going to use participant observation, non-participant observation, covert observation? You see, each one of those subtypes have their own specialities, peculiarities, merits, demerits. Considering that, you have to thoughtfully identify and mention in the proposal, I am going to adopt this particular subtype of observation, this particular subtype of interview, this particular subtype of questionnaire. See, that makes your research proposal strong enough to approve, to accept. In the absence of that, you are leaving so many gaps. And you are leaving so many opportunities for the examiners to, grill you there because you have not mentioned this and that. That is why actually very, very clearly mention which data collection tools and techniques you are going to use. For example, even if you are going to conduct interviews, are you going to record them? Are you going to go for video recording? Because, or you are going to note down by hands. In that case, actually, you may miss out certain. Later on, you have to actually, if it is recorded one, you can have those transcript then noted down. So each one of these methods, for example, in case of focus group interviews, you have to have actually you as a monitor there and maybe another person who is going to help you to conduct those focus group interviews. Mention that a group, how many people are going to be there in a group? 10 or 12 is the ideal one. So if you don't mention, then obviously a confusion you are leaving back. If you mention, say, for example, 30 people, it doesn't fit into the technique as such. So that is why you have to be very, very clear. At the same point, in your research proposal, you must mention, is it essential to use more than one tools and techniques for data collection? That is also very important because many times it happens, particularly in case of survey, to validate that data collected through questionnaires, it is always better actually to substantiate it through maybe a small sample of interviews. Are you going to do that? That has to be mentioned. So multiple data collection techniques, if they are used in your research, it enhances the validity of your research. And that is why you must very thoughtfully first think and then mention it in your research proposal that yes, this research will be conducted, the data will be collected by these techniques and tools. Then comes the sample. See, you have to be very, very clear about your population and then the sample. Many times we experience that. This is particularly the people who are new to the research area now. What happens? They say, okay, I'm going to study, say, for example, NAC accredited colleges. And then immediately the question comes, how many are there? No, I am yet to collect the data. Oh, that's not the answer actually. You cannot be so, what you can say, vague about it, so casual about it. You have to have. So whatever entities you are going to study schools, you are going to study colleges, you are going to study libraries, you are going to study, say, for example, women entrepreneurs, you are going to study the so-called Bachat Guts, whatever it may be. You must very clearly know the total number of entities that from whom you may be able to collect the data. The total number of entities to be studied under a given research is known as population. Then, the moment you notice that your population is too large, you should go for a sampling. Is it possible that the population itself is a small one? Yes, it can happen. Say, for example, if there are 100 NAAC accredited colleges, imagine it. In that case, you may be saying that we are going to collect data from all 100 units. This is known as census method of sampling. What do you mean by census? Every element will be covered. All 100 will be considered for data collection. But then the moment actually your population crosses the limits of your coverage, your capacity, say, for example, if there are 5,000 such entities to be studied, or 5 lakh such entities to be studied. In that case, for the sake of having economy, for the sake of actually minimizing the burden on your efforts, it is better to go for a sampling, right? If that is the case, then automatically, first you mention this is my population, say 5,000 people. Out of that, you are going to study a specific sample. Then you think, mention in your proposal which sampling method you are going to adopt. The random sampling method, there is systematic sampling method, there is stratified sampling method, the snowball sampling method. Although very initially actually those probabilistic and non-probabilistic sampling methods, each of the sampling method has got its own merits and demerits. Again, you have to be, that is why actually preparing the research proposal itself is a thinking work. You have to invest a lot of brain in that. No research proposal can be prepared within 10 days. Not at all. If you are really serious about conducting research on a given topic, it is, I tell you, it is at least a 6 months job. And if you really want to craft it to get it approved, it is 1 year job. And that is why here, when I mean, it's not sufficient to know that you are going to use a random sampling method. It is essential to know why random sample. That means there are other methods and you are discarding one by one. I'm not going to use this. I'm not going to use this. I'm going to use this. So why not now those and why this? That answer must be there in your brain. Then only it should be penned down. Then only it should be typed. Okay. So here also, you are actually to mention which method and why, which sampling method and why that particular sampling method. Remember, at the same time, your sample has to be adequate and your sample has to be representative. You must be able to convince the authorities, convince the examining bodies, those who are evaluating your research proposal, that your sample is adequate. Now, there are methods to decide the adequacy of the sample. For example, there is a Morgan's table that provides you actually for which population, which number of population, how much sample is a valid one, adequate one. At the same time, when I mean valid, I specifically mean actually you must be able to cover every strata, every segment of the population. For example, actually, when we always talk in terms of libraries, if you are going to study, say, the users of a public library, you have to ensure that in your sample, there are the youngsters or the children as users, there are women as users, there are men as users, there are senior citizens as users, there are youngsters as users, there are college students as users, there are professionals like doctors, lawyers, engineers as users. This is what I mean by the segments. You have to ensure that no segment is excluded unless otherwise there is a reason. Now, to have such types of samples, which is, as I mentioned, adequate and representative, you have to actually think very thoughtfully and then mention that this is the sampling method I will be adopting, and this is actually the procedure by adopting which I will be arriving at the appropriate samples. Explaining this elaborately in your research proposal really strengthens your proposal, remember. Finally, under the heading research methods to be adopted, you must also mention what statistical techniques you're going to use for analyzing the data. Well, we all know actually there are very specific statistical softwares. For example, SPSS is one of them, which is used mostly for analyzing the quantitative data. But there are many other softwares which are useful, particularly for analyzing qualitative data. For example, if you are adopted the content analysis method, there is a software called at least TI. It's a different software. No, in the modern days, actually, there are so many softwares are coming very handy for useful for data analysis. But apart from that, those statistical techniques, for example, whether you are going to go for the ANOVA analysis, whether you are going to actually adopt t-test or it's the chi-square test, this, that, look at it. All that must be mentioned here so that it gives an idea that this research will be adopting such and such statistical techniques. So finally, we come to the concluding part of it. Now, the last three components of your research proposal, apart from all that we discussed in the earlier part of our discussions, you must very specifically and adequately in details must provide in your proposal the need for your research. Why you want to conduct research on a given topic? Who will be benefited once this research will be completed? That is what the implications of your research. Unless you elaborately talk about the importance of your proposed research, sometimes the people do misunderstand. They mean importance of research means they say how research is important. No, that is not the point. The point here, you have decided to conduct research on XYZ topic. That is your research problem. So what is the need of research on that particular research problem? That you have to mention. And as I mentioned that, once completed, this research will be useful to whom? Who are the stakeholders? Will it be useful to the government agencies? Will it be useful to produce a product? Will it be useful for educationists? Will it be useful for students? Will it be useful for the society in general? That you have to mention. And how? Not just it will be important, that you can say that. To whom it is going to be useful and how it is going to be useful. Remember, that is the crux of the matter. Ultimately, you want to invest your 3 to 5 years for conducting a research like doctoral research, or maybe even a funded research for producing some product. In that case, you must be able to clarify that there are certainly certain benefits, guaranteed advantages of this research that you must be able to put one after the another that will strengthen your research. Then, of course, these are the routine part of your research proposal, that is list of potential chapters, particularly in case of doctoral research. List of references has to be there. Remember, citations have to be there. Part of citations, particularly of literature review, and even in otherwise cases also, wherever you have borrowed some concept from somebody, you have to cite it. You have to acknowledge it, that this thought belongs to somebody else. Otherwise, even that can be considered as a plagiarism. Yes, even in the research proposal, there are certain agencies, even your research proposals are put to plagiarism check. Yes, because is it there? Actually, you have copied the whole concept itself from somewhere else. So better what you do, Whatever you have borrowed, whatever ideas you borrowed from others, you cite it. And whatever you cited, you provide a reference. So that becomes list of references. Friends, as I mentioned in the very beginning, actually, technically, the research proposals are prepared for two basic purposes. One for the doctoral research purpose or for the academic purpose. Let us say it could be MPhil, it could be PhD, it could be even master's degree also. Actually, in most of the master's degree courses now there is a research component. So there also actually we are asking our students to prepare a research proposal. So if it is a research proposal meant for a degree purpose, these components that I mentioned are more than sufficient in that proposal. But if it is a research proposal for the funding purpose, if you are applying to ICSSR, to CSIR, to DST, to UGC, maybe your own university or institutions or any other institutions, maybe even a commercial institution, a corporation, but if you are applying for research to seek funds, in that case, you have to provide a very proper justification for the financial requirement, because you are specifically saying, I will be needing these many crores of rupees, these many lakhs of rupees. So you justify that. You have to also justify if you are actually, you require some machinery, some infrastructural requirement, facilities, some computers of a specific configurations, or maybe if it is actually a research in biotechnology and chemistry and physics, so on and so forth, in engineering, you will be requiring some apparatus, equipments, machineries. In that case, you must justify that. Also, in such research proposals, you have to very clearly mention the time plan, that which of those your research activities, research stages, you will be completing during how much time span, because these are the time-bound research. It doesn't mostly actually, in case of doctoral research and all that, we say it's 5 years, so on and so forth. And so we are not much bothered there. But in case of funded research, this liberty is not been there. You have to be very precise about that. In the first 6 months, this will be completed, and under 6 months, this will be completed, and a research will be arrived at such and such time span. That is what is an essential component. This is what all about Kishore Waghmare wanted me to talk about the component of a research proposal. People who are interested in preparing this research proposal, I think that this will be a useful piece of information. So I conclude here by expressing my thanks to Mr. Waghmare and of course the participant to this webinar. Thank you.
I would like to thank my guru, respected Dr. Kumbar sir, for delivering such outstanding online lecture on research proposal and how to prepare the research synopsis in higher education system in India, Indian universities. Dear participants, do you have any question regarding Kumbar sir's lecture? Please ask.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I would like to say very much thank you to us. You have given us such a good session to us. It's a very helpful to us to making our research proposal neat and clear and specific to specify some guidance to grade and clearly rectify our problems. Whatever we are going to do the mistakes, it will be very helpful to us. How to present the proposal and all this criteria, it's very helpful to us. So I would like to say thank you for giving a good session and good time to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Myself, Dr. Sangappa Mamansetti, Associate Professor from Karnataka, sir. Thank you for a wonderful session for the research proposal. Brief content, sir. Sir, I want to one clarification.
Yes.
Sir, I have applied in 2 or 3 times in research proposal in grants purpose in ICSSR and UGC, but they want to specific 12B is a must. Is it mandatory?
It is true, actually, particularly these government funding agencies, you are right, actually, they are specifying, they are actually in that the institution where the proposal has come, that is under 12B, 12F, and so on and so forth. This is unfortunate, actually. They should grant a proposal which is actually a good research proposal, irrespective of whether the person is coming from a granted or funded institution or not. But as per as your question is concerned, it is true. Right now, there is a condition that the person who is submitting the research proposal has to be from an institution which is under the grant category. That is true.
Because we are so many interested, but we are not able to the specific conditions. Sir, is it possible we can submit the proposal in self-finance also? It is recognized? Self-funded?
No, self-finance, actually, then you need not to submit it to anybody. That then in that case, you spend money and conduct research. That is what.
No.
I must also tell you this, that apart from these funding agencies, yes, as far as self-finance is concerned, obviously there is no issue, but in that case, you need not to submit it to anybody, because anyway, the money required for that particular research, you are going to spend it. The basic thing that when we go for a fund, seeking funds, the intention is to actually some part of the expenditure should be actually compensated by some agency. That is the reason, and that is good, actually. Our expectations is not wrong there, but that's not happening. I also must say,
here not matter the finance assistant. I want
in that case, obviously, you can conduct such research.
Our research, our guidance to help to the policymakers or any agency. That's why I am asking, it is valued or not?
It is valid. It is 100% valid.
Okay. Not no money, only financial matter. You are in. I am interested in the my local area, but grants are not received from the any funding agency. But we are make to the attempt to the self finance.
Absolutely. You should do that. Right.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, I have some curious. Actually, I am residing in the backward area of the Konkan, and very pure Konkan area. That is a very hilly area. Whatever the Adivasis do the preparation for, they do not know what is the corona, what is the medicine, nothing. But even they're alive in the lockdown period because of the whatever the medicine have been, they prepare their own. They do not share anything. It is called Ayurvedic, something like that. But they still alive, 106 years persons. We do not, I think, so do not allow in future because of the healthy less whatever the food we have just taken. What is your opinion about this, sir?
No, it is true. Actually, what happens that these people are living in a very healthy environment. And they are fortunate enough, actually, of course, they are away from the physical facilities that we people enjoy in the cities. But at the same time, they are also away from all those population, for example, adulterations. These are not affecting their life. Rather, actually, they are pure, you can say. This is one. And so that is the reason, actually, the COVID-19 has not much affected the people in the tribal areas. That's the reason, because they are inbuilt immune to all sorts of diseases. Their immunity is at the apex position, you can say, a high one. This is one. Secondly, actually, they have knowledge about all those traditional medicines, plant medicines, and the government of India through ICSR and particularly not ICSR, CSIR, they have actually a separate for traditional knowledge capturing, and they are working. Actually, there is a separate journal on TKD, actually, traditional knowledge. So it is true. What you are saying is true. Those people are, in a way, it's a dilemma. They are lucky to be unaffected by these pandemics, but they are, of course, are at disadvantage of those facilities that we people enjoy in the cities. So that dilemma is there, part and parcel of human life.
Sir, as per my knowledge, I have been working in the library and information science field, as well as we are just going our NGO, our event management company. We always conduct 300 plus conferences, seminar, webinars in the year. As per my conclusion made in my mind that whatever the Indian medicine and Indian medical association that work should be go, it is not going on like that because of exemption of the National Chemical Laboratory Pune. They're doing work. The serum also is doing work. But what about the what do we say? Virology lab? It is not established anywhere in India. Exemption of Bangalore, exemption of Calcutta, exemption of Delhi. Only 3 centers are there for what do we say, the virology lab. There is no in Maharashtra also, sir. What is your opinion about that, sir?
Very true, very true. That number has to be increased considering actually the spread of pandemics and the viruses and their varieties. Considering all that, you are right. Actually, more number of such facilities, infrastructural facilities have to be there. But we are noticing on the other side, the number is gradually though increasing. And anyway, one setback to the whole of the nation is one side is the great population that we have. And but you are right, actually, the facilities have to be further strengthened.
Sorry to interrupt you between the two of the transaction. I would like to discuss and give my opinion toward this kind of a discussion. Like whether they are, he told that he is staying in the like a Konkan area. I'm also staying from the Konkan area. I just came from the Mumbai to the settle down in the Konkan area. So there is a lot of changes from I observe in this area. We have educated people are available here. But as per the uneducated area, like a Adivasis area, we have to be provide the awareness, and whatever climate and condition they are to stay over there, they have a more immune power as compared to the us. Because of that, as compared to the like immune power, whatever we are going to be observed about this area, they are staying in the birth of at that place over there. And whether we are also settled down the some changes in we are founding in our area, our food criteria, our digestive system, our immune system are very different to dead persons. And we have a lot of have to be work to do that. All of the our Maharashtra, we have to be increase the facility about the Ayurvedas in our Maharashtra also. Because whether we are just comparing to this kind of researchers, my field is commerce, but I little bit know about that Ayurveda, and it is very effective to us whether we are going to be provide a better facility in our Maharashtra also.
That is very true. That is very true.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any participant have any question? Please ask.
Hello.
Please continue.
Hello.
Sudhir
Hello.
sir, please. Kulkarni sir, please continue.
Sir, I think sir, yeah, he has written so many books, and I am following his books. So, do you have any recent book on the research methodology? Particularly, I have used your books for media, high e-content and e-delivery content of the e-delivery. So I like your books. I'm your fan. So I would like to know any new publication from you. And I would like to meet you in Pune.
Yes, sir. You are most welcome. You are most welcome. It's my pleasure. Do come. Do come. No, I have not recently written anything on that, but I wrote a book in the pandemic, actually, that is in Marathi. I have written in Marathi most of the titles. That is about reading, actually. Reading of children's, reading parents' role, teachers' role, in general, how to enhance reading habit and all that. But that is actually my recent book, 2021.
Your earlier publications are one of the best literature in e-content delivery.
Yes, yes.
Any participants having some question, please ask. It is our golden opportunity to having respected Dr. Kumar sir with us. I think so. There is no any question. Yes, please continue.
Can you suggest the book on this today's topic, sir, Kumar sir?
Yeah, there is a very good book by Ranjit Kumar.
Okay.
Ranjit Kumar, Research Methodology.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Right.
Dear participation, do you having some question, any query about research proposal, how to preparation synopsis? I think so.
This is a very honorable moment to us. Doctor are available to guide us. That's the most important moment to us. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
I would like to give the vote of thanks to respected my guru, Dr. Kumar sir. The lecture was very outstanding, very informative, and very helpful for the researcher who have been working in the research pertaining to the research methodology. And as per the rules regulation of the UGC guideline, the research scholar should do the research methodology workshop as well as the online international conferences research presentation. I would like to thank you, my guru, respected Dr. Kumar sir, for delivering such an outstanding, knowledgeable and informative lecture. Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to
thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to start the further PPT session. It will be started within 2 minutes. As per the UGC guideline, Career Advancement Scheme API, and the PhD scholar should present those research paper in a research conference at international level. Therefore, all participation are requested to please prepare your PPT for next PPT session as per the schedule of the international conference. The first name of the abroad professor, Dr. Abhijit Kelkar from UAE. Kindly upload your PPT at the Zoom meeting. Kelkar sir from United Arab, Abu Dhabi. The university name, Abu Dhabi. Kelkar sir from... please continue, sir.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
On your mic and your video, sir. Please continue, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible? I hope.
Yes, sir. Please continue. Please.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So good afternoon. I believe I have got some 5 to 7 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. Allocated 10 minutes.
Allocated 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. First of all, at the outset only, I would like to thank Waghmare sir for being, so enthusiastic and really giving us value-adding sessions, because it gives us an opportunity to express our, findings, even to get to know from others also what they are doing. And obviously, through this mutual exchange, we come to know many things which are happening all around the world. Just quickly, I'm just going to talk today on the tax evasion which is happening, because we all know that right from March 2020, our entire lives have changed, and uncertainty has been the part of our life. That is always, every time. It has been the part of life since beginning, and it will remain till the moment human beings exist. The problem is taking under the banner of uncertainties, taking the advantage of uncertainties. Many fraudsters are playing the role now, and that is the reason why perhaps we were doing our department was doing some gathering some data collection. I won't say research as such, because it is purely secondary database. We have yet to go in depth, but certainly something which I would like to share with all of you regarding the COVID, which is a big uncertainty. Itself a question, right from the existence. When did it come? How it is coming? How it is going? How it will disappear? Whether it will disappear fully or not? Everything is uncertain as of now, even though many people talk about many things very much confidently, but there is a lot of confusion in the air. And The same thing has happened with regard to the financial institution. Same thing has happened with regard to government has announced so many schemes, so many different relaxations and reliefs and rebates and so on and so forth. But ultimately, at the end of the day, instead of getting the real I would say benefit to the affected person or institution, there are many who are playing the good tricks in this kind of thing. So just to throw on that, I would be talking a little bit of the tax evasion because the time is limited. So I will be concentrating only on a few PPTs of mine, which I would like you to focus on. I'll just share the screen. Yeah, I hope it is fine. So myself, Dr. Abhijit, already he has said, just frauds in banking operations, 17, 18, 18, 19 frauds are not really confirmed figures. So that's why I'm not included. Everywhere you can see there are different amount of increases or percentages increasing of the frauds in banking operations. Now you will have a logical question in your mind that this person is going to talk about the tax evasion frauds in COVID times and what it has to do with the banking operations. But please mind well, most of the financing and funding operations are being conducted through banking corporations or banking institutions as well as NBFCs, and rural India through cooperative banking or nationalized banks or private banks or foreign banks. Through all these banking network, lot many things with regard to taxation, lot many things with regard to refund, lot many things with regard to TDS are being transacted. And obviously any kind of wrongdoing, any kind of shenanigan in the financial I would say statement or financial profit reporting or profitability reporting, disclosure, corporate governance, any black spot is going to affect directly the banking operations and obviously the government of India, whether central or state financial position. So I will not go into the details because there are many PPTs. Just to make you aware, all these are the different frauds, out of which many frauds are with regard to banking. Over 28,500 are cases. This is about just a small example. Maharashtra was topping the chart, 20 plus acts and laws exclusively for the banking operations, right? 20 plus acts and 8 plus regulators are there. So more than 20 acts and laws exclusively for the banking, more than 8 regulators exclusively for the banking sector. But in spite of that, internal, external revenue and many other types of audits, many things are there. But more than 58,000 crore of money is at stake with the increase of frauds by 82% in 1920. So till 1920, it was 58,000 crore. After that, if I really tell you, the percentage has increased by more than 52%. Business Standard 17th of January 2022 article in which Deloitte survey publishing is being done, wherein Deloitte has conducted a survey for some 108 big management corporate houses, in which they just went through what kind of irregularities you have. Out of that, some 50% are coming from the big branches of the rural cooperative banks also, and in that they have clearly mentioned more than 52-53% of the increase in the frauds after COVID. So up to 58,000 crore of money till 1920, and thereafter 52% of increase in the COVID related frauds. This is something which is alarming. This is again the Deloitte survey, but this is not the same survey which I am talking about. This is last year's survey in which they mentioned, organized crime 6%, employees 30%, client 5%, supplier 4%. The major interesting thing to know all this, out of this is, out of these frauds which have unearthed so far, more than 50% with regard to profitability reporting, and profitability reporting of these houses are nothing but with regard to tax evasion only. So investigation of tax evasion, there are 2 types of taxes in India: direct taxes and indirect taxes. And it's not that government is not helping. Government has also helped them a lot. Only in Mumbai, I would say more than 700 of rupees are being distributed by the State Bank of India exclusively for the MSMEs. By the way, just to update all of you regarding the tax evasion or tax evaders, majority of the classes are MSMEs, because in our GDP, more and more percentage of the GDP is by MSME sector nowadays. And that is the reason why perhaps more than 700 crores exclusively in Mumbai region, 6,750 crores are assisted by the government of India exclusively for the PF. Now, PF money is also not deposited on time, used somewhere else, siphoned somewhere else. This is in a way indirectly affecting the profitability, taxation aspect, and so on and so forth. So direct tax, that is in the form of income tax, and indirect taxes, that is nowadays, I'm not talking about customs and so on, that is different, but GST is the major, I would say, the major grazing ground for the fraudsters. So many frauds are there. I will just go ahead quickly. Hawala, Ponzi, all these are the very backward, backdated things. Zamana Naik, I have said. Cybercrime, identity theft, fake demat accounts, all these things list is inclusive. Regarding direct tax evasion, illegal activity in which person avoids to discharge genuine tax liability. And nobody wants to give the correct tax figure because everybody is under the same impression. First of all, there is no business. Number one, if at all there is a good business, that is my income. Why should I pay it to the government? But nobody is aware about how the public revenue, public expenditure, all these things have got direct linkage with the economy, GDP and everything. Everybody is aware about his or her profitability, and that too reporting little wrongly, so that I need to pay little amount of tax. So not filing of income tax return, not providing or providing wrong PAN, then not paying tax on time, deliberate concealment or genuine income, not responding to the income tax notice. This is something as per chapter 15 of Income Tax Act, they call it as a fraud. And indirect tax evasion, that is especially I'm talking about GST, non-issuance of invoices, under or over invoicing, then under reporting of the sales, claiming of false credits, falsifying exports and subsequent credits, excess or wrong availing of the exemptions, classification of the product, HSN number, then linkage or linkage with the re-trips, or how many trips, how many times the goods were circulated. All these things are a big far cry when it comes to the administration as such. So syncing of GST registration with the PAN, also reporting and matching invoice level. Government is working a little bit on synchronization, but it is very difficult in the country of 140 crores like ours, wherein, and on the top of that, we don't have that mentality, honesty, because it's not that tax evasions are not happening in other countries. In the Middle East, in the GCC countries, if you take the example of United Arab Emirates, recently they had published that there have been increase of 17% in the profitability related scams or scandals. Here, there are not many financial frauds or scandals, mainly because people are scared of laws. And number two, enough of the circulation system is there. Laws are very much stringent. Analytical tools are also very much in place. But when it comes to India, right from the integrity of our own, thought processes till the analytical tools, coordination between the agencies, everywhere there is a problem, there is a gap, and because of that there is this thing, geotagging of the goods is not possible, or rather they say that it is being done. Even IFRS we are not able to join so far, because after we join exclusively with the IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, much more stringent measures would be there on each and every sector, but that is also not happening to the largest extent. And it's not that government is not helping, but we are misusing the fund. We means, I mean to say, those who are fraudsters. So directly I will come to few shenanigans. Issuance of the fake invoices. Registered persons are purchasing fake invoices through agents who are accountable for finding such suppliers, and then ensuring the smooth flow of cash in the system. Yani, without paying for the GST, I'm claiming the credit for the GST. It is possible. People are doing that. Fake invoices, capitalization of the expenses and claiming the GST paid as input tax credit, right? Change of transportation, shifting to railways without using e-way bill. These are the very few commonly used techniques, and because of which 1,000 crores are at stake. Railways network and integration with the GSTN is not strong. And because of that, how many times the goods were circulated, how many hands it got changed, at what places the valuation was being done, value addition was being done, there is hardly any scope for us to understand that. Round tripping tricks are also happening. There could be small round trips through which the same set of documents could be used multiple times. This is what I was talking about, right? And there is no coordination, and that's the reason why they remain to be unearthed. Booking of the revenue entry on the net basis instead of gross. So if you do that, obviously it is nothing but going to affect directly on the GST. And these are the techniques which are surged nowadays, especially during the COVID times, because there has been a lot of relaxation in terms of the tax payment, then advance tax payment, then input, I mean to say, refunds are also being issued very promptly by the government, they say. So I'm talking on the only on the, somebody can disagree on this, I'm talking only on the papers, I'm only talking on the secondary database conclusions, not really where in real practice they are doing it or not. But government is definitely allocating so many funds, so many things, but obviously it is not happening. Wrong tax rates, conveniently chosen wrong tax rates. Then categorization of your goods under specific category, accordingly the rates change. So splitting of the invoices in smaller parts, and which is for convenient value breakup, that will also lead to tax evasion. Then food and clothing, footwear, and many such commonly used products are observed, especially during the COVID times, when there are surge in the tax evasions, especially of GST I'm talking about. So this is something which I will just go quickly. I'm just finishing only because of the time. I will just interviewing the concerned persons and visiting the site. As I said, the governmental authorities are not either adequate or they are not loyal. Either of these reasons are there, because of which there is, or maybe there is a vast structure, vast area which they are unable to cover, but somehow they remain to be undetected. There are many things, financial genuineness of the figures in the financials. As far as direct tax conversion is concerned, documents on purely judgment based on logic, rather than direct available documents, judgment based documents is also very important thing, which is a feature of our laws, which we are talking about. Indirect methods, then these are some of the methods which I will share the PPT. You can go through that because of the time. I will not do that. Just for example, Amit has purchased. This is a case study. Actually, these are the real case studies which have happened, which we have in our database. I have just changed the name and the name of the company and all these things. So Amit has purchased with 18% GST, but selling at 12%, thereby having the difference of 6% and enabling the tax evasion. It's not that 6% is not going to the government pocket. It's not only the one disadvantage. This 6% is used by that dealer somewhere else. So on the top of that, it is not going into the pockets of the government, but it is going into the pockets of that particular dealer only. This is mainly due to the change of HSN, right? And the description of the goods. So passing of the credit at the time of purchase should ideally be passed at the time of sale, which is not happening in India in GST, right? So in short, the description or item name could be changed. HSN number could also be put as the desired one at the desired rate and so on. This is a big black spot. This is a big flaw, but which is happening. Whatever rate and adjustment against which purchases are made should be passed on by the seller ideally, but it is not happening, right? So in this, what should be confirmed? Flow of goods against proper adjustments is made or not. Stock item name and characteristics are same as that mentioned in HSN. In short, what I mean to say, there are innovative ways in which fraudsters will perform the fraud, but detecting methods, unearthing methods, or administration methods, or I would say fully devised foolproof methods are not there, and that is what the advantage is being taken by the fraudsters. Okay, case number 2, for example, Ashok is a tender contractor, and after taking the tender, subcontracts it or outsources it. Okay, so if there is a contract, there has to be a single invoice. But generally, what they will do, the subcontractor will provide the invoice to the main dealer in parts. So one for the main product and another for two, three related parts and services. Ideally, it should be one common. Ashok starts demanding from some contractor that you may give me different bills only, but main product bill you give me at 18% contract, whereas it should have been at 28%. Yani the different bills which subcontractor or outsourced agency will provide to the main dealer, only one main invoice for main product, subparts and all other miscellaneous items are never taken into the consideration when it comes to the taxation orbit. So red flag is differentiation of credit passing through different invoices, and that too with the different rate of main contract. Yani subparts or other invoices will be charged at some different rate, and main invoice will be charged only for showing to the government with the correct rate. This is how it is happening. There are some other cases also. Practical difficulties, as I said, and sudden drop in profitability, especially in case of income tax, sudden drop in profitability. They are showing it nowadays. Huge gap in EPS and DPS, earnings per share and dividend per share, low net profits or losses, but high cash reserves. Some abnormality, some unusual thing which you come across should immediately be detected, unearthed, right? The negative cash balance or inflated gross profit and reduced COP. In Europe and America also, on an average surging of tax evasions during the COVID times has come out to be more than 20%, but less than 30%. But in our case, it is more than 50%. So this is something which is an alarming stage. And I would say that the time has come for the government to think that they are providing many things, but under the banner of Corona, under the banner of reporting the less profitability, people are making undue advantage of that. Sudden drop in profitability, huge gap. This is already done. I'm just last PPT only, right? Then outstanding, outstanding. Now, Corona times are being used by the fraudsters in both the ways. Number one, in order to curb the profitability so that they will have to pay the less amount of tax, let it be GST or let it be direct, that is income tax. And second one, sometimes they are trying to window dress their accounts or financials in such a way and to report more and more profitability in order to attract more and more customers or investors, whereas in fact the situation is not really that good enough. So either to attract the more and more investment and thereafter run with the money, especially this is happening in rural areas. Rural areas, they say that more than 50% of the frauds, and they means I'm talking about authorized agencies only, those who have conducted the survey, more than 50% of the frauds go earthed only. They don't get unearthed at any moment of time. So this is, we are talking only these figures and all these 53% and all these things, 58,000 crores are at stake, this, that, 700 crores, everything, these figures are earthed. That is, these are declared, announced figures. How much is remaining undetected, we really don't know. Comparison with 1 or 2 years, a different picture, and comparison with a couple of years, altogether different picture. This is happening very quite often. If you go ahead with the MSME financials, especially in bank funding, 2-3 years, for last 2-3 years, their financials are totally, different. Before that, totally different, and projected are altogether different. So COVID related, how much tolerance should be given for adjustment of funding, finances, taxation, profitability, the banks and financial institutions are aware of. Beyond that, if they something come to know, they should detect that, but it is not happening. And this is something which I would like to, I would like to just comment on that. So in short, what I'm talking about is tax evasion is a major problem, not only before Corona, during the Corona, it has increased like anything, because under the banner of tax, under the banner of Corona, people are taking much more advantage of it, made funding from the government or banking or non-banking financial institutions, or made from attracting the investment from the investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kerkar sir. As per your PPT and your delivering style of lecture is very outstanding. Whatever the PPT have been and the knowledge have been provided through your PPT is very outstanding, knowledgeable, and it will be on the base of realistic GST position, and whatever the you just made the statements in your PPT, it is true. As per your knowledge, your lecture, your PPT is very outstanding. I would like to call another person. The name of another person is Baiju Thomas, Coimbatore, from Coimbatore. The role of teachers facilitating value-based education in schools. Baiju Thomas, are you available, Baiju Thomas? I think so. Baiju Thomas not allowed. Serial number 2.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is this Baiju Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Upload your
Yes, sir.
PPT.
I have.
Please continue.
Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
My topic is the role of teacher in facilitating value-based education in schools. Introduction. Values are just what we value, how we spend our lives. The ability to envision that tomorrow is available asset that can assess one's own value. The making important decision and evaluating the actions of others. They aid us. The value-based education focused on making morals a daily issue for students. As an outcome, the value-based education is necessary. As the time goes on, the concept of value-based education will keep evolving despite the attempts of many teachers and scholars. Using human science, value-based education teaches students about morality. It has been demonstrated that the formal curriculum in several nations is primarily centered on promoting values. The strategy teaches moral values in children by focusing mainly on teaching program. Today's society focus problem of integrity and value-based education is the answer. Children and grandchildren of global citizens will learn how to properly look for the knowledge they get to be value-based education in schools. The notion of value-based education. Educating our kids using value-based education help us to install integrity, empathy, and family values. Value-based education generates a favorable learning environment where students can form meaningful connections. Early exposure to shared ethical system strengthens a child's power of self when value-based education is used in classroom. Teachers, children, and family all will find a way to work more effectively. As an outcome, they will obtain a good grasp of the fundamentals and the best prepared to steer their behavior in a correct direction. A demonstrative nation ability to work appropriately is understood when value-based education is impaired and twisted. Like the instance of Lung 2014 in the process comprising of God building a demonstrative country. An incorporation of knowledge and value is required to address today's pressing issues and establish a healthy society. Value-based education in teaching learning. Once values are defined, acknowledged, and value inserted in the classroom, schools need to be guaranteed that teachers and students benefits from relationship, self-control, honesty, compassion, empathy, and confidence, and considerably more like to be value in a culture where value-based education is deliberately and concentrated concern. Furthermore, value-based education promotes school, encourages students to creativity, uniqueness, and enjoyment, entering effective students. Value-based education is more common in its elementary schools where education is interwoven with the study of moral behavior and values comprehension. Early age, it is vital to focus on building and maintaining ethical standards and norms of behavior and focusing a good attitude towards teaching learning. It is indispensable to develop study abilities and capacities, collaborate skills. The concept of student learning, which are applied through a social cognitive way of learning in classroom, provides the theoretical basis of teaching learning funded on moral environments, values in schools. Essential value to be developed in children. Values include family values, ethical values, religious convention, social standards, spiritual belief, the environmental moral code, national importance, and global values. The teaching method used in school teach youngsters a great deal about life values. A child's values are essential in an academic context. Promoting moral upbringing and character development of the children is a priority for parents, teachers, and professors, trainers, and other professionals all over the globe. A child's age determines the type of value they can learn and apply in their life. Children learn fundamental values and honesty, morality, punctuality, and respect for elders, love, and when they are young. Role of teacher in developing value in children. The value-based educations in the classroom setting influence child's development. The next generation of the society built is said to be children. The value-based education school environment can be influenced as students' growth. Modern technology and interest in Indian society as a whole, the general development of children, compassion, bravery and self-motivation, hard work, and individual and social values are all fading among young people in today's environment. Teachers should help students understand to take advantage of fast access to develop their viewpoint and position in the society. Value-based education requires role modeling positive values, incorporating value-based education throughout all its initiatives and inspiring children to be value sensitive. Values are believed to be emerge either from society or the person. However, the combination of things are be more prevalent. Teachers and parents are the two most significant effects on person's appearance, yet both have sadly overlooked in the importance of morals in life. A teacher who is very well and passionate about the career and pupils can easily integrate values. Wherever a teacher decides to pursue the academic track, they may be willing to common sense or expertise because they must realize that they are the way on the people successful in schools. Conclusion. As an outcome, there is a problem with the value-based education ability to help instructors become educated and more associated with academic achievement. Value-based education was viewed as a necessary component of the education system without a formally policy proposal. Consequently, many recent school graduates lack the moral standard required to succeed in today's environment. As a result of the difficulty of finishing value-based education, currently society value have been weakened. A classroom environment can be developed by enabling students to make on individual needs of their people through the use of a tool. They are more likely to be kind, collaborate, and accountable for their actions. They are educated in these ways in the school. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello.
The next participants for PPT, Bala Subramanya, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Government First Grade College, Karnataka, Mangalore University. Is this available, Dr. Bala Subramanya? Okay. Serial number 3, Professor Dr. Suresh Vadagaudar. Professor Dr. Suresh Vadagaudar, Bangalore University. Serial number 4, Dr. Ravichandra Naik. Dr. Ravichandra Naik. Is this available, Dr. Ravichandra Naik? Okay, serial number 5, Avchar Savita Sadashivrao.
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Dr. Avchar Savita Sadashivrao.
सर माझ्याकडे लॅपटॉप नाहीये मी मोबाईलवर शेअर स्क्रीन करता येते का
orally बोललात तरी चालेल. You can continue your PPT by oral.
Okay, sir. ऑनलाईन एज्युकेशन सिस्टीम. सर आवाज येतोय माझा?
येस, प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
हॅलो.
हो, आवाज येत आहे. प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
My name is Dr. Savita Avchar from Bahirji College, Mahavidyalay, Basmat district, Hingoli. My topic name, online education system in India, the challenges. Abstract of my titles. Since the new education policy came in 2020, many changes have been made in the education system that include online education as well as, but with a new set of rules comes may drawbacks. Education is the best option of left. Drawbacks of online education. Gender differentiation. Another drawback is the differentiation are belong to be made adults after laser accessible to girls than boys. Internet drawbacks. It's being a big challenge to use the internet as a source of online education. Mental health of students. Excessive screen time also becomes an issue to the parts those who children attend those classes with class works, homeworks, assignment, everything going digital. Children will be engaged in their smartphones, laptop screen, adults, and not good for their mental health. It puts a stress on their eyes and brain. Benefits of online education. Save the expense of travel, lodging and boarding, and this free education will mean lower fees for the online education. Nature friendly. Also, by going to digital, we are actually doing the earth favor because trees are used in construction of paper. So if there will be less production of trees, the number of cutting down of trees will significantly decrease. Third point, time saver. Traditional method of teaching includes years of studies and months of waiting for the final examination result. But with the digital implementation of the class, we are getting the content on spot, can give examination with the S of sitting at home and can get the result instantly in our smartphones and laptops, which is less stressful and saves a lot of time. Major challenges online education. It is being challenged for teachers to practical learning is not possible in online education. So second point, even if teacher can explain the theoretical aspect, students still need practical training to grasp what they have learned, which is most common in subject like science and practical arts. To conduct online examination, India has only a limited number of resources available. Second point, conducting live sessions are streaming them for the children who belong to the rural part of India is not possible because of the poor network connectivity. Even if the rural area are gaining knowledge about new technology like smartphone, laptop or tablets and are doing everything to afford it. The lack of internet network supply is still a big issue. The new education policy has recommended the following activities. Training for teachers. Training will be given to the teachers so that they can gain the additional skill to manage the online platform by themselves. Virtual labs, e-learning platform like Swayam will be asked to creative virtual lab where a student will be able to practical the theoretical knowledge. Availability of courses in different language. For the student of rural areas, television, radio, and community radios will be used the telecast pre-recorded classes in their regional language. This will make it more convenient for the students to access the study materials. Digital repository content creation and dissemination. This will be include learning games and stimulate virtually reality, fun-based learning tools like gamification so that everyone can understand them easily. Creating a dedicated unit for digital education. It will compare experts from the field of education, educational technology, administration, e-governance, digital pedagogy, and IT. These experts will work on delivering high quality education so the students. Conclusions. COVID-19 pandemic and consecutive lockdowns have caused a lot of disturbance in the education system of India. With the closure of school for months and the loss of the business of school owners and the trustee, people are learning towards the digital platform of learning. Government needs to take action to provide them prior shelter and 24 hours availability of electricity. Only then the new guidelines of national
Madam, your
education
time is over.
policy will have any effect on that sector of our society, else only upper class people will be behalf from and rest of the population will still have drop darkness and literacy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. The next participant's name is Betappa, PhD research students, Kannada Vishwavidyalaya, Hampi, Vidya Narayan. Is this available, Betappa?
Sir, I am reading, sir.
What is your good name?
My area line, Kor and Katal, sir.
Okay, please continue. Please continue.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. I am present, sir.
No. As per the schedule, we have to continue. Whenever your name will be called, that time you have to start your PPT. It is Betappa, research scholar, Dr. S.S. Bergunde, Professor Suresh Nandagaudar, Dr. Sunil Chehere, Dr. Ravindra Naik, Dr. Channa Gowda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm present, sir.
Yes, Channa Gowda, please continue.
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Please continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like to request all the participation during the PPT presentation. Kindly mute your mic because of this recording will be sent to the UGC. Please put your mic off, please.
Okay, sir. Good
you continue, sir.
Short, sir.
You continue.
Good afternoon to one and all. Respected principal, respected conference director, and all the officials of the conference organization committee. I am Dr. Chananke Gowda, College Library Selection Grade, Government Law College, Ramanagara. My co-author, Dr. Chetana SB, Assistant Professor in Law, Government Law College, Ramanagara. Today, my topic is use of library tools in arbitration proceedings in COVID-19 situation, a study. Introduction. Consciences ad Adam, the famous maxim in the cornerstone of all contracts and agreements, despite meetings of minds of all parties at the time of entering an agreement, disputes and differences are inevitable in the commercial world. When disputes arises, there are only two pronged strategies to deal with them. Firstly, they can be resolved by way of litigation in the court of law by filing a suit. Secondly, disputes can be resolved through alternative dispute resolution. There are four methods in ADR mechanism. There are four methods in ADR mechanism to resolve the disputes. The first one is arbitration. Second one is mediation. Third one is negotiation and conciliation. The disputes are settled outside the court room by any one of these methods. Arbitration. Among these methods, arbitration and mediation are more effective in practice. Arbitration is a simplified version of trial by court with no complication rules of procedure to follow. The moot advantage in arbitration is that freedom of contract governs in the procedural aspects like appointment of arbiters, selection of venue, language, time frame, and moreover, even expenses of the arbitration could be predetermined. International commercial arbitration is an alternative method of resolving disputes between private parties assigning out of the commercial transactions conducted across the national boundaries that allows the parties to avoid litigation in national court. International Commercial Arbitration Research Guide. The guide identifies the best tool for locating primary law material related to international commercial arbitration, including treaties, national legislation, procedural rules, and arbitral awards. It also covers secondary sources, which are essential for conducting through research. Key resources for international commercial arbitration. The first one is Global Arbitration Review, that is GAR, specialized in a news source for mentoring the latest developments in the international commercial arbitration. Also publishers, practitioners guide and annual survey. The second one is ICC Dispute Resolution Library. The features extracts from arbitral awards issued in the disputes administered by the International Court of Arbitration of the International Chamber of Commerce. The third one is Kluwer Arbitration. This searchable database includes both primary legal material, treaties, national laws, arbitral awards, and court decisions, and secondary source, e-books, e-journals, articles. The transnational dispute management, that is TDM, content includes peer-reviewed articles from TDM, online only journal, and searchable database of primary legal material. The considerable database mentioned are two as such. One is Commission of Reports. The another one is Kluwer Arbitration Block, that is KAB. Kluwer Arbitration Block KAB is a publication of Kluwer Law International, providing information and news on international arbitration. We have gathered together leading experts from law firms, arbitration institutions, and academia to report on the latest developments. They in turn have enlisted professional colleagues of diverse backgrounds to offer both established and new voices into the mix. The result is the fresh eye, quality, and timely examination of the world of international arbitration. Conclusion. The online and offline documents for reference for arbiters has provided the database information in the handling the arbitration proceedings in efficient and eminent mode. The COVID-19 situation has created the disputes resolution system through virtual mode. Thus, the arbitration proceedings need to be addressed in the speedy disposal way through the reference of the legal material in timely management. Thank you very much for the organizers given me a wonderful opportunity to present such a wonderful international conference. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please remove your PPT. Thank you, sir. The next participants are Ratan Dev. Ratan Dev is available. Ratan Dev, serial number 12. Ratan Dev. Okay. Serial number 30, Bhuleshwari Sahu. Is this available? Bhuleshwari Sahu. Bhuleshwari Sahu available?
I am present, sir.
Yes, please continue.
I am present, sir.
Please continue.
Okay, sir. I am present, sir.
You are visible. You are not visible, but you are audible. You are audible.
I am present, sir.
Are you understanding Hindi? आपका पीपीटी है वो आपका पीपीटी रीड करो आप
पीपीटी रीड करो बोले हैं
हाँ
ओके सर ओके सर
आपको अच्छा लगे तो शेयर भी करना ये शेयर बटन है स्क्रीन शेयर उधर क्लिक करना आपका पीपीटी शेयर करता हुआ तो करो नहीं तो आप डायरेक्ट रीडिंग किया तो भी चलेगा प्लीज कंटिन्यू we having very less time.
Sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
मैडम अब बहुत टाइम कम है हमारे पास
हेलो
आप डायरेक्ट पीपीटी रीड किया तो भी चलेगा भुलेश्वरी साहू मैडम आप पीपीटी रीड किया तो भी चलेगा
ओके सर आई एम प्रेजेंट सर
यस आप प्रेजेंट हो
आई एम प्रेजेंट सर
यस प्लीज कंटिन्यू
ओके सर नहीं हो रहे तो नहीं हो रहा बोल सर पीपीटी हो नहीं रहे हैं
नहीं पीपीटी पढ़ा तो भी चलेगा अपलोड मत करना आप पढ़ो पीपीटी पढ़ो
अपलोड मत करो
पीपीटी पढ़ा तो भी चलेगा रीड किया तो भी चलेगा
ओके सर ओके सर हेलो हेलो
मैडम एक काम करेंगे
हेलो
आप
सर ओके सर हो गया सर
रीड कर लो आप
आई एम प्रेजेंट सर आई एम प्रेजेंट सर आई एम प्रेजेंट सर आई एम भुलेश्वरी साहू माय टॉपिक नेम इज लाइब्रेरी एंड इंफॉर्मेशन साइंस इंट्रोडक्शन कोरोना संकट की इस दौर में लगभग सभी व्यक्ति पर सुरक्षित रहकर ही अधिक पढ़ना पसंद करते हैं। ऐसी परिस्थितियों में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी में उपलब्ध मोबाइल ऐप इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों की प्राप्ति में काफी सहायता करते हैं। जब से सन 2020 से कोविड-19 दौर शुरू हुआ, तब से 90% पाठकों द्वारा डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी में उपलब्ध इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों का अधिक से अधिक मात्रा में उपयोग करते पाया गया, जैसे ई पुस्तकें, ई अखबार, ई शिक्षा, ई मैगजीन, ई पत्रिकाएं इत्यादि। आज के वर्तमान समय में विभिन्न प्रकार के ऐप का निर्माण हो चुके हैं, जो कि विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में जैसे बैंकिंग में, फोन पे, गूगल पे, भीम पे, अन्य में फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप, गो टू मीटिंग, जूम ऐप के साथ ही लाइब्रेरी के क्षेत्र में भी विभिन्न प्रकार के ऐप मोबाइल में उपलब्ध कर सकते हैं, जैसे हमारे बिलासपुर ई लाइब्रेरी, बिलासपुर स्मार्ट सिटी ई लाइब्रेरी आदि। ये सभी में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधन उपलब्ध कराने में मोबाइल ऐप का महत्वपूर्ण स्थान हुआ। डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी अपने सदस्यों और पाठकों को सूचनाओं तथा ज्ञान से जुड़े इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों को उपलब्ध कराने का एक सशक्त माध्यम है। सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी की प्रभाव ने डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी की भूमिका में क्रांति ला दी है। लाइब्रेरी सेवाओं, सूचना उत्पादों की प्रणाली नए सिरे से तैयार कर रहे हैं, ताकि उनके सेवाओं को और बेहतर ढंग से बनाया जा सके और उसका उपयोग करने वाले पाठकों की बदलनी सूचना संबंधी आवश्यकताओं को पूरा किया जा सके। प्रारंभिक पुस्तकालय को डिजिटल पुस्तकालय में बदलने में डिजिटल तकनीकी, नेटवर्क, इंटरनेट और मोबाइल ऐप उपलब्धता की भूमिका अहम है। डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी एक ऐसी लाइब्रेरी है जहां पुस्तकें एवं पाठ्य सामग्री को मुख्यतः स्थानीय लेवल पर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक माध्यम से रखा जा सकता है या कहीं और दूसरे स्थान से भी उपलब्ध कराया जा सकता है। डिजिटल पब्लिक लाइब्रेरी बिलासपुर एक परिचय, इसके बारे में हम इंट्रोडक्शन प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। सेंट्रल डिजिटल सार्वजनिक पुस्तकालय नूतन चौक, न्यू सरकंडा, बिलासपुर, छत्तीसगढ़ की स्थापना 3 जनवरी 2021 को हुई है, जिसमें अब तक 867 सदस्य पंजीकृत है, जिसमें विद्यार्थी 801, सीनियर सिटीजन 5, रेगुलर सिटीजन 57 एवं किड्स 4 है, जिसमें कर्मचारियों की संख्या कल 7 है। यह पुस्तकालय बिलासपुर जिले के साथ पूरा छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य का एक मात्र सार्वजनिक डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी है, जिसके द्वारा अपने पाठकों को सभी प्रकार के सेवाओं के साथ ही सुविधाएं भी उच्च स्तर का प्रदान किया जा रहा है। सदस्य भौतिक पुस्तकों के साथ ही साथ डिजिटल पुस्तकें, ई सूचना स्रोतों के विभिन्न प्रकार के साथ ही 30 कंप्यूटर का डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी में 5000 किताबें के अलावा ई मैगजीन, ई अखबार, ऑडियो वीडियो, यूट्यूब, रोजगार परक पत्रिकाएं, कंटेन अफेयर्स, इंडिया टुडे, प्रतियोगिता दर्पण, पीएससी, यूपीएससी, रेलवे, बैंकिंग, अनुसंधान, SHRI, गेट, मैट इत्यादि लेटेस्ट वर्जन का उपयोग डिजिटल स्वरूपों में उपयोग कर रहे हैं। सेंट्रल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी बिलासपुर का नामकरण एवं स्थापना। सेंट्रल लाइब्रेरी न्यूटन चौक, बिलासपुर नगर पालिका निगम स्मार्ट सिटी योजना के तहत छत्तीसगढ़ शासन के अधीन बनाया गया है। इस पुस्तकालय का स्थापना एवं नामकरण छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री भूपेश बघेल जी के द्वारा 3 जनवरी 2021 को उद्घाटन करके सेंट्रल लाइब्रेरी का नामकरण किया गया है। बिलासपुर शहर के प्रथम विधायक व स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी डॉक्टर शिव दुलारे मिश्र के नाम पर स्थापित किया गया है। सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों की उपलब्धता, मोबाइल ऐप में प्रभाव, सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी के विस्तार ने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों की प्राप्ति में मोबाइल ऐप को भी प्रभावित किया है, जिस कारण से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधन अधिक संग्रह एवं प्रस्तुत किए जा रहे हैं। आज ई सूचना संसाधनों की ओर झुकाव है। प्रिंट सूचना स्रोतों के स्थान पर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सूचना संसाधनों की भरमार है। यह झुकाव पाठकों की सूचना खोने की बदलती प्रवृत्ति के कारण है। भविष्य दिशा में अधिक बढ़ोतरी होने की संभावनाएं प्रस्तुत की जा रही है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों के प्रकार आज के वर्तमान समय में पुस्तकालयों में डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी, मोबाइल ऐप में भिन्न प्रकारों के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधनों के वाले इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधन विशेष प्रकार के हैं। आज के आधुनिक युग में सभी क्षेत्र डिजिटलीकरण होने के साथ ही साथ मोबाइल ऐप में डाउनलोड करके अपने मोबाइल पर ही दुनिया की सारी सूचनाएं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक स्वरूप में मोबाइल में भी प्राप्त उपयोग कर सकते हैं। मोबाइल ऐप पाठकों को सूचनाएं और ज्ञान से जुड़े इलेक्ट्रॉनिक संसाधन उपलब्ध कराने का असरदार माध्यम है। सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी के प्रभाव ने पुस्तकालयों के क्षेत्र में भी
मैडम, your time is
क्रांति ला दी है, जिससे पुस्तकालय
Madam, your time is over. Directly jump on your conclusion.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next participant is Mr. Dhirendra Singh Chauhan. Serial number 15, Dhirendra Singh Chauhan. Serial number 16, Maruti Dottamani. Please continue.
Sir, projecting, sir.
Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maruti Dottamani, librarian, Karnataka Degree College, Shahabad. My topic is Introduction to Academic Journals. Introduction. Acceleration is the dissemination of knowledge through the publication of high-quality research articles using the open access model. An academic journals or scholarly journal is a periodical publication in which scholarship relating to a particular academic discipline is published. Academic journals. Next, history. The idea of published journals with a purpose of people know that the happening in the Republic of Letters was first conceived by Francis E. Dewars Majors, 1663. A publication titled Journals Literature Journal was supposed to be published to fulfill that goal, but never was the humanist scholar Janis. Types of digital libraries. The term of digital library is diffuse enough to be applied to a wide range of collections and organizations, but to be considered a digital library, an online collection of information must be managed by and made accessible to a community of users. Thus, only some websites can be considered to digital libraries. Many of the best known digital libraries are older than the web, including Project, Resource Project, Getberg, and nevertheless. Scholarly articles. There are two kinds of articles or papers submission in academia. solicited where an individual has been invited to submit work either through direct contact or through a general submissions call, and unsolicited where an individual submit a work for potential publications without directly being asked to do so. Upon receipt of a submitted article, editors at the journal determine whether to the submission outright or begin the process of peer review. In the latter case, the submission of becomes a subject to review by outside scholar of the editor. Review of articles. Review of articles, also called review of progress, or checks in the research published in journals. Some journals are devoted entirely to review articles. Some contain of a few each use and other do not publish review articles. Such review often cover the research from the preceding year, some for the longer or shorter terms. Some are devoted to specific topics, some to the general surveys. Some review are numerative, listing all significant articles in a given subject. Other are selective, including only what they think worthwhile, yet others they evaluated, judging the state of progress in the subject field. Some journals are published in series, each covering a complete subject field year or covering specific field through several years. Prestige and ranking. And academic journals' prestige is established over time and can reflect many factors, some but not all, the which are expressible quantitatively in each discipline. There are dominant journals that receive the largest number of submissions and therefore can be selective in choosing their content. And not only larger journals are excellent quality. In the natural sciences and in the social sciences, the impact factor is an established proxy measuring the number of letter articles, citing articles already published in the journal. There are other quantitative measures of prestige, such as a overall number of citations, how quickly articles are cited in the average half-life of articles. New developments. The internet has revolutionized the production of and access to academic journals with their content available via services subscribed to academic life. Articles are subject indexed in a database such as Google Scholar. Some of the most specialized journals are prepared in-house by an academic determined and published only online. Such form of publications has sometimes been in the belong format. Some, like the open access journals, internet archaeology, use the medium of embedded searchable database, 3D models, and interactive mapping. Currently, there is a movement in higher education encouraging open access, either via self-achieving, whereby the author deposits a paper in a disciplinary in institutional repository where it is can searched for and read our publishing in it is a free open access journal which does not charge for subscription, being either subscribed or financed by a publication fee, given the goal of sharing scientific research to speed. Advanced open access has affected science journals more than humanities journals. Electronic journals. Some journals are on digital, such as one not in that they are all slowly published in the web and in digital format. But most electronic journals are recognized as print journals, which subsequently evaluated to have an electronic version, while still maintaining a print component as academic research habits have changed in line with growth of the internet. E-journals has come to dominate. Conclusion. The academic journals enable communications between scholarly, form the basis of the development of further ideas and track emerging ideas in field of science. Moreover, getting published in reputable journals increases the visibility and credibility of the researchers and further career opportunities. Publishing one of the articles in these articles outlet as prepare the best way today to help build one personal brand, and in the media age in which we live can lead to opportunity as recognized expert. Many of the academic
Sir, directly jump on your conclusion. Time is over.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I am come to conclusion, sir.
Directly jump on conclusion.
So today, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, sir.
The next participant's name. Thank you, sir. The next participant's name
Thank
is.
you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Dr. Sandesh Dongre. Dr. Sandesh Dongre. Dr. Sadgurunath Gaikwad.
Present, sir.
Please continue. Dr. Sadgurunath Gaikwad.
Okay, sir. Myself, Dr. Sadgurunath Gaikwad. Are you audible, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. One day, online international multidisciplinary conference organized by Konkan Unnati Mandals, Murud Janjira, all committee members, I thanks to. I am Dr. Sadgurunath Gaikwad. I am present here to deliver my paper on the topic of citation analysis of doctoral thesis submitted in Research Center, Konkan Gyanpith Karjat College of Arts, Science and Commerce, affiliated to University of Mumbai in the subject of chemistry. Introduction. Citation is given reference to the published or unpublished work which the author cited the resources and give the acknowledge to the work which published. In this citation analysis study, I got 5 doctoral theses. Out of 5 doctoral theses, 806 citations I found, and the aims and objectives of the study is the aim and objective of the study to find out the gender-wise distribution of the thesis, to find out the forms of literature used by research scholars, to know the year-wise citation, rank of core journals in chemistry, rank of core books in chemistry, authorship pattern of collaboration in the citation. To find out the gender-wise distribution of thesis in the citation study, I got there are 4 male and 1 female studied. 5 theses are there. Out of 4 are male and 1 in female. To find out the forms of literature used by research scholars, the 463, that is 57.44% journals stood on first position, whereas 123, that is 15.26% books are found on second position, whereas 31.84% thesis conference proceedings found on 4th position. followed by chemical abstract, bulletin, patents, and PDF. To know the year-wise distribution of a citation. In this, the figure shows found highest in the year 1960 to 1970, that is 129, 16% on the first position, whereas 2000 to 2010, in the 10 years, second position 107, that is 13.27%. In the year 1970 to 1980, these are in third position, that is 105, 13.2%, whereas fourth position in 1990 to 2000, that is 97, 12.3%. Latest publication, that is 2010 to 20, are on fifth position, that is 95, 11.78%. On most of the researchers used citations in between 60s to 70s decade.
Kindly directly jump on your conclusion. Your time is over.
Okay. The total number of 806 citations were analyzed with the above citation objectives and conclusion are drawn below. Most of the researchers prefer to use journals articles for their research work. 463 authorship pattern in the citation study found 2 authors were on first rank with the 409. The degree of collaboration is 81.49. 4 books in the chemistry, the found elements of magnetochemistry on the first rank, whereas 13 citations. Citation found highest in the year 1960 to 1970s, 129, the first position. Gender-wise, 4 males and 1 female are found. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. The next participants for PPT, Dr. Murlidhar Pandit Gaikwad. I am repeating again, Dr. Murlidhar Pandit Gaikwad. Serial number 20, Dr. Prabhakar Ganpad Gawan. Prabhakar, are you available here, Dr. Prabhakar? Serial number 21, Prakash Vishnu Kharat. Prakash Vishnu Kharat. Serial number 22, Assistant Professor Ghuge Vijay-Mala Tanaji. Assistant Professor Ghuge Vijay-Mala Tanaji. Serial number 23, Sandeep Kumar. Serial number 23, Sandeep Kumar. Serial number 24, Miss Nayan Deepak Kale. Miss Nayan Deepak Kale. Serial number 25, Mrs. Surekha Kamble. Mrs. Surekha Kamble. Dr. Khokle, D.K. Khokle. Dr. D.K. Khokle. Dr. D.K. Khokle. Dr. D.K. Khokle. Serial number 27, Lata Koparde.
Yes, sir.
Lata Koparde, serial number 27. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Open your PPT, then share.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello?
please continue. Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Lata Kopade, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics. I am from the Government College, Saunu, District Haveri in Karnataka. My topic is women empowerment and gender sensitization. Introduction. Since the introduction of the economic reforms, as we have introduced economic reforms in 1991, it is a challenging job for India to modernize the Indian society by eradicating the poverty and improving the standard of living of most of the population of the country. Even though both women have to play a role in society, women's role is considered as a very important compared to men in improving the socio-economic condition of any subcontinent. That is why women empowerment is given a much more importance in the society. Although Indian Constitution has given granted the equal rights to both a male and female, in actual situation, women are a source of exploitation in the society, not only in the society, even in the working place. They are harassed by their husbands and are not enjoying the right to education. Even there is a lot of humans and in the era of globalization and privatization. Most of the girls are not getting outside and they don't have even a primary level education, and child marriages, which is banned even in India, is taking place everywhere throughout the country. Standard of living of the members are better compared to the female of their old, outdated, and blind traditions. In our society, gender inequalities are still deep-rooted, and females are suffering from the lack of access to decent work. In most of the situations, females are denied access to basic education, and females are victims of violation and exploitation in the society, and they are neglected part even in the political and decision-making process in the development. Women empowerment is, what is a women empowerment? So we have been telling that women empowerment and empowerment. And what is women empowerment? Women empowerment is the need of an hour. Women empowerment refers to promoting the women's sense of self-worth, their ability to decide their own choice, and the right to influence social changes for themselves and for others. That means overall development of the women is called as a women empowerment. Social, economic, political development of the women. Women empowerment can be achieved through gender sensitization. And what is gender sensitization? Gender sensitization refers to raising the sensitization of the gender equality concern. It is about changing the behavior and bringing empathy into the views that we hold about our own and other genders. Sensitization means changing their prejudices and discriminative behavior towards the downtrodden section of society, such as women. And in our constitution, we have given special provisions for the women empowerment. Like Article 14 has given equality before law for men and women, and Article 15 has given the state should not discriminate to any citizen on the basis of their religion, race, caste, sex, and place of birth. Article 15.3, some special provisions for women and children also is given, and Article 16, equal opportunity for all citizens, and Article 39 also given to promote the justice on the basis of equal opportunity and legal aid. Article 51 has given right to save the dignity of women, and Article 243 has given 1/3 seats reserved for the women in panchayats. And also we have given a legal provision for women empowerment, like IPC section 498. We have, in order to prevent the torture, we have a section to prevent the mental and physical torture of the women under section 304 IPC, dowry deaths or their attempts, and kidnapping, abduction for the different purposes, section 363 and 373 IPC, and even in case of the molestation, section 354 IPC, and say rape also, section 375 IPC. We have given provision sexual harassment also. We have been seeing that a lot of sexual harassment is taking place throughout the India in different places and different sectors where the women are working. For that also, we have the protection, section 509 IPC, section harassment. And we have given not only the legal provisions, we have given special laws for the women empowerment, like the Employment State Insurance Act 1948 and Family Courts Act 54, and Special Marriage Act, Hindu Marriage Act 1955, Hindu Succession Act 1956, Dowry Prohibition Act 1961. Still, there's a lot of dowry legal dowry deaths are taking place throughout the country, and Medical Termination of the Pregnancy Act 1971, Equal Remuneration Act 1976, and Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act 1986, and Commission of the Sati Prevention Act 1987, Protection of Women from the Domestic Violence 2005, Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006. Still, the child marriage is going on in India, throughout the country, different places, especially in the rural areas. The sexual harassment of women at the workplace also is prohibited according to 2013 Act, Maternity Benefit Act 2017. And need for the gender sensitization. Why we need the gender sensitization? So we need a gender sensitization for the women empowerment. And why we need? What is the need? Even though the women are accomplishing the multilateral role in the society, yet they are discriminated not only in the womb, in childhood, but also in every walk of life. In spite of the Indian women play an impressive role in the development of the country, they have to face a lot of challenges and limitations in day-to-day walk of life. All the challenges and limitations are constraints which prevent women to utilize their potential for the growth and to live respectable life. The various challenges faced by the women in Indian subcontinent are like child marriages, eve teasing, sexual harassment, illiteracy, domestic violence, verbal abuse, economic abuse, intimidation, dowry violence and bride burning, female kidnapping, intimidate partner violence, or spouse abuse, sexual assault, women trafficking. So many problems that women are facing. And in order to make women more liberated and empowered, individuals need to be broad-minded, rational, and sensitive to overcome the various discrimination existed against women without being sensitive to opposite gender. And in some acute cases, even him or herself, women empowerment cannot be achieved. Need for gender sensitivity has been felt and realized not only in India but in other countries of the world. And how to do this gender sensitization? What are the strategies we have to adopt gender sensitization? Child marriage and sexual harassment should be stopped, and sexual harassment should be addressed. We want girls should complete education. We have to end child marriages. Education should be made gender sensitive. This is critically important for the girls to come out of the responsible citizens and they can shape a more equal society. Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao scheme, which was introduced by the central government, it should be implemented. It is there, but it is not implemented. In our country, we have the problem in implementation of the programs. So implementation should be effective to improve the child sex ratio and should be given good education. In order to provide rehabilitation to destitute women, Swadhar scheme is also introduced in our country. And measures should be taken to increase the participation of women in local, regional, and national legislation, because a women's voice and her ability to become a leader in the community is a fundamental in women empowerment and gender sensitization. More and more national and international seminars and conferences, symposiums, workshops should be conducted in educational institutions on the topic women empowerment and gender sensitization. Education activities and the schools, higher education institutions should be encouraged for including the moral values among the children and equal respect for both men and women. Conclusion. Our first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru rightly points out, to awake the people, it is the women who should be awakened first. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation moves. Our former President APJ Abdul Kalam says, empowering women is a prerequisite for creating a good nation. When women are empowered, society with a stability assured. The United Nations report has concluded that the economic empowerment is closely related to the advancement of women. In the nations where women have advanced, the economic growth has usually been steady. By contrast, in the countries where women have been restricted, the economy has been stagnant. Empowerment of women through gender sensitization is essential. Their thoughts and their value system led to the development of a good family, a good society, and ultimately a good nation. Thank you. And thank you for the organizing this conference. I'm very much benefited. And thank you for once again for the organizers of a systematic organizing this international conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. While delivering of your PPT, respected all the participation, I would like to suggest you do not directly paste and copy your material of your article. Only pinpointed points should be reflected on your article. That means it will be better to you, because of when you just put only the pinpointed point only of your article, then it is a work to extend your own brain work. Therefore, follow that next time. Thank you. Thank you. The next participant is Professor Rajvindra Kaur from Punjab University. Professor Rajvindra Kaur, is this available? Punjab University, Sahayak Pravakta, Hindi Vibhag. Punjab University, Professor Rajvindra Kaur. Serial number 29. Dr. Kshirsagar, Sanjay Kshirsagar. Dr. Sanjay Kshirsagar, Satara, Maharashtra. Mrs. Shilpa Mahajan. Mrs. Shilpa Mahajan. Sanjay Mahajan. Anju Saini. Anju Saini. Dr. Bapan Kumar Mite.
Yes, I am here.
Dr. Bapan Kumar Mighty, please continue.
Yes. Just take 1 second. Yes. Respected Kishore Waghmare sir and other dignitaries. Myself, Dr. Bapan Kumar Mighty. I am audible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Myself, Dr. Bapan Kumar Mighty, librarian, Shammilani Mahavidyalaya, under University of Calcutta. Also with my co-author, Dr. Sudeep Ranjan Hatua, Associate Professor, Department of Library Science, Rabindranath University. Actually, my topic is the developing of librarian information science education in India with special reference to West Bengal. Actually, may I highlight, our mother organizations, UGC, University Grant Commission, they guide about higher education and the rules regulations they can provide. But librarian information science is a discipline. There are so many courses are there according to UGC, but it has been found so many university they do not follow the rules and regulations. In our state, we have a survey, and I'm showing on the screen. There are so many courses are there. A certificate course on library science, a bachelor's, master's, and MPhil and PhD. That 5 types of programs run on library and information science, and others. The LIS education in the present scenario, 131 universities are offering a bachelor degrees, and 136 are offering master degree, and 21 universities are offering MPhil degree, and 93 university awarded PhD degree, offering PhD degree, and 39 are offering 2 years integrated MLIS degree. But UGC only recommended 4 types of degrees on library and information science, that is a bachelor degrees and 2 years master degree on library and information science. Now there are 9 types of, it has been found in our state, 9 types of MLIS programs are also running in various universities in India, not only in our state. That is 1 year MLISC non-semesters, 1 year MLISC 2 semester, 2 years MLISC, 2 years MLISC 4 semesters, 2 years MLISC 4 semester, and 2 year MS 4 semester, 2 years integrated MLIS, and 2 years MSc in library information science. So in our state, 9 university already taught library information science taught. The list is there, and in detail in my article, I'm not elaborate this due to time constraint. And there are so many recommendation committees are there according to role of UGC in library information science. Ramanathan Committee and Ranganathan Committee on Library Science in Indian University in the 1965, Kavla Committee on Curriculum CDC, Curriculum Development in Library Information Science 1993, and Kari Siddhappa Committee on Curriculum Development in Library Information Science 2001. They are recommending different things on library information science, but this is a very important part. UGC Gazette Notification 15 July 2014. They recommended Bachelor of Library Science, duration 1 year, and also recommended entry-level qualification bachelors and level bachelors, and BLSC entry-level qualification bachelors and 1 year duration, MLSC 1 year duration, and MLSC Master of Library Information Science 1 year 1 year duration, and entry qualification BLSC. UGC only recommended these 4 types of programs run by universities. But earlier slide, I am also I have told you there are so many degrees are offered by the university, but they do not lack of uniformity and uniqueness. My point is, it should have a national level organization who overall control the library information science, because the UGC provide there are 4 types of degrees, but some university they violate the rules, and they can offering in their universities and different types of degree. My suggestions, and also I am highlighted that that in LIS professional course, there are importance to be given to all the professional activities in this sphere. If someone is involved in the project or internship, they should also be given valid credit points. But it has been found in our state, they appear NET or SET qualified, and they have also professional experience. But when he faces the interview, they do not create the internship points, or suppose he has working as a library assistant, but they do not credit the points. So my point is that specifically is a professional course, so should have a credit points on their internship. And in case of assistant librarian or school librarian, also here give the credit points. It is very necessary to visit different libraries during the duration of the course. They should be implemented once they given a real experience. And also, the types of professional course cannot be executed or run without proper infrastructure and tools. You know, library and information totally professional course, but some distance education, distance universities and open learning mode, they do not have a scope. They don't have scope to use of technical tools like ICT applications, or classifications that is with the help of due decimal classifications or cataloging code. They don't have any scope, but only regular universities they can provide this type of infrastructure. So this type of professional course cannot be executed or run without proper infrastructure or tools. Through some distance mode course are undergoing without proper infrastructures. In slide conclusion, we should give more emphasis on working experience in any type of proper library activities apart from other master degree. It should be kept in mind this type of professional course cannot be run without proper infrastructure and tools like a distance mode. It should be needed a national level accreditation body to maintain uniformity regarding the course curriculum, syllabus, course content, admission policy, examination procedure, infrastructure facilities, intake capacity, as well as the duration of course all over the country. We should follow the norms and guidelines of UGC for defining the duration of the said course. Simultaneously, UGC should take initiative to minimize the various anomalies of their notification time to time. Thanking you. Have any questions?
The next participant name is serial number 33. Sangappa Maman Shetty. Dr. Sangappa Maman Shetty available. Dr. Maman Shetty. Serial number 34, Manjunath Deshpande. Serial number 35, Dr. Neha Mathur. Serial number 36, Dr. Prabhakar Mohe. Serial number 37, Professor Munde SM.
Yes, sir. Yes, 1 minute, sir.
Please continue, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Sir, please continue.
Namaskar. Oh, sir. Yes, sir. आज एक दिवसीय आंतरराष्ट्रीय चर्चासत्रामध्ये मी प्राध्यापक सिद्धेश्वर मुंडे, कला महाविद्यालय नांदुरघाट. आवाज येतोय सर? हॅलो.
Please continue, sir.
हाँ सर. यस सर. कला महाविद्यालय नांदुरघाट, तालुका के, जिल्हा बीड, महाराष्ट्र. माझा विषय आहे पंचायत राज व्यवस्थेतील बदल आणि ग्रामीण विकास. प्रस्तावना: सत्तेच्या विकेंद्रीकरणाच्या तत्वानुसार पायाभूत सुविधा पुरवणाऱ्या लोकनियुक्त संस्था ग्रामीण व शहरी स्तरावरील स्वशासनाचा कारभार करणाऱ्या व्यवस्थेला पंचायत राज संस्था म्हणतात. प्रदेश परत्वे या संस्थांच्या नावात व कार्यात फरक आढळतो आणि देश परत्वे त्यांची नावेही निरनिराळी आढळतात. या संस्थेचा नेमका उदय केव्हा झाला याविषयी तज्ज्ञात एकमत नाही. तथापि जागतिक स्तरावर स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था ही संकल्पना इसवी पूर्व काळापासून अस्तित्वात होती. त्याचे दाखले ग्रीक नगर राज्यातील स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्थांच्या उल्लेखातून मिळतात. रशिया, बेल्जिया, फ्रान्स, जर्मनी आणि आयर्लंड या देशात पंचायत राज व्यवस्था अस्तित्वात होती. या संस्थेचे भिन्न प्रकार संघीय व एकीय या दोन्ही राज्य प्रणालीत आढळतात. अमेरिकेच्या संघीय शासन पद्धतीत शासनाचे नियंत्रण देशांतर्गत स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्थांवर असते. तेथे 4 प्रकारच्या स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था कॅन्टी म्युनिसिपालिटी, स्कूल ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट आणि स्पेशल डिस्ट्रिक्ट आढळतात. त्यापैकी कॅन्टी ही सर्वात मोठी स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था होय. लुजियाना राज्यात यांना पॅरिश म्हणतात, तर अल्स्कमा राज्यात त्यांना बोरो म्हणतात. अमेरिकेतील शहरात, निमशहरात, खेड्यात म्युनिसिपालिट्या आहेत, त्यांना सिटी गव्हर्नमेंट असेही म्हणतात. त्यांच्या कामकाजात, कर्तव्यात अन्य पायाभूत सेवा व्यतिरिक्त पोलीस संरक्षण दल व अग्निशामक दल या 2 आवश्यक सेवांचाही अंतर्भाव होतो. स्कूल डिस्ट्रिक्ट या संस्था पब्लिक स्कूल चालवितात. याशिवाय त्यांचा घन कचरा निस्तारण, पाणी पुरवठा आणि वाहतूक यावरही अधिक भर असतो. या सर्व स्वराज्य संस्थांच्या कार्यकारी मंडळास कर वसुली व पैशांचा विनियोग हे विशेष अधिकार असून कवटी किंवा म्युनिसिपालिटी या पुरेशा निधी अभावी काही सेवा देऊ शकत नाहीत. त्यामुळे त्यांना आर्थिक सहाय्यासाठी राज्य शासनावर अवलंबून राहावे लागते किंवा त्या स्पेशल डिस्ट्रिक्टकडून पुरविल्या जातात. यामुळे या पंचायत राज संस्थांना होम रूल म्हणतात. या सर्व स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्थांच्या कार्याची वर्गवारी 3 प्रमुख भागात खातेन्याय असून त्यात प्रामुख्याने आरोग्य व संरक्षण, शिक्षण व समाज कल्याण आणि व्यक्तिगत निवासस्थानांना पुरविल्या जाणाऱ्या सुविधा यांची इत्थंभूत माहिती संग्रहित करणे वगैरे. अमेरिका, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कॅनडा, स्वित्झर्लंड आदी संघीय देशांमधून केंद्र व राज्य शासनाचे वैधानिक नियंत्रण या संस्थांवर असून त्यांना काही विशेष अधिकार प्रदान केलेले आहेत. पंचायत राज संस्थांच्या व्याख्या. स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था या विविध देशांमध्ये वेगवेगळ्या नावाने ओळखल्या जातात. या स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्थांना अमेरिकेत शिक्षण प्रशासन म्हणतात. फ्रान्समध्ये स्थानिक प्रशासन व स्थानिक स्वराज्य संस्था किंवा स्थानिक शासन म्हणतात. एन्सायक्लोपीडिया ब्रिटानिका. पंचायत राज म्हणजे पूर्ण राज्याविषयी अंतर्गत दृष्ट्या प्रलंबित आणि लहान क्षेत्रात निर्णय घेणारे व त्यांचे कार्य करणारी संस्था होय. निर्णय घेण्याचे व घेतलेल्या निर्णयास कार्यान्वित करण्याचे कार्य या संस्था करावे लागते. डॉक्टर श्रीनाथ म्हणतात, पंचायत राज संस्था वास्तविक स्वरूपात सहाय्यक संस्था आहेत, परंतु तिला एक मर्यादित क्षेत्रात कार्य करण्याचे स्वातंत्र्य आहे. सर आयव्हेरी जेनिंग म्हणतात, सर्वसाधारण भाषेत पंचायत राज संस्था म्हणजे केवळ स्थानिक स्वर पातळीवर शासन नाही, तर स्थानिक शासनापेक्षा वरिष्ठ शासनच जबाबदार असते. गोल्डिंग म्हणतात, अनेक लोकांनी स्वतःच्या प्रश्नाची व्यवस्था म्हणजे पंचायत राज होय. त्यांची उद्दिष्टे. पंचायत राज संस्था लोकशाहीची पाठशाळा आहे. लोकशाहीच्या तळागाळातील सरकार म्हणजेच पंचायत राज संस्था होय. पंचायत राज संस्थेत लोक यांचे लोकशाही हक्क मिळू शकतात. पंचायत राज संस्थेत लोकांना त्यांचे लोकशाही हक्क मिळू शकतात. पंचायत राज संस्था लोकशाही विचार व शिक्षण देण्यासाठी उत्तम केंद्र आहे. गृहीतके. पंचायत राज व्यवस्थेतील सततच्या बदलाने प्रशासनातील लोक सहभाग वाढला आहे. पंचायत राज व्यवस्थेतील बदलाने ग्रीक स्तरावरील मानवीय विकास सहभाग वाढला आहे. पंचायत राज संस्था संस्था स्थानिक आणि प्रादेशिक पातळीवर लोकांच्या गरजा व तक्रारी पूर्ण करण्यासाठी परिपूर्ण माध्यम आहे. संशोधन प्रस्तुत संशोधन निबंधामध्ये दुय्यम सामग्रीचा वापर केला असून यामध्ये संदर्भ ग्रंथ शोधून तसेच इंटरनेटचा वापर करून अभ्यास करण्यात आला आहे. विशेष अपेक्षित शाश्वत पंचायत राज संस्थांचा विकास पंचायत राज म्हणजे पूर्ण राज्यविषयक अंतर्गत द्विश टप्प्यात प्राबंधिक आणि लहान क्षेत्रात निर्णय घेणारी व यांचे कार्य करणारी सत्ता होय. निर्णय घेणे यांचे घेतलेले या निर्णयास कार्य संस्था स्थान करावे लागते. पंचायत राज संस्था तात्विक स्वरूपात सहाय्यक संस्था आहे, परंतु तिला एका मर्यादित क्षेत्रात कार्य करणे यांचे स्वातंत्र्य आहे. निष्कर्ष 73व्या घटनादुरुस्ती नंतर पंचायत राज पद्धतीत वेगाने बदल झाला आहे. महिला ही पंचायतीच्या प्रतिनिधित्व झाल्या आहेत. आज आमच्या गावातील नव्हे तर आता संपूर्ण देशभरात 50% पेक्षा अधिक पंचायत सदस्य महिला आणि महिला ब्लॉक प्रमुख व जिल्हा परिषद अध्यक्षाच्या खुर्चीवर बसल्या आहेत. हे केवळ पंचायत राज कायद्यामुळे झाले आहे. 73व्या घटनादुरुस्तीमुळे आर्थिक विकेंद्रीकरण होण्यास मदत झाली व आहे. पंचायत राज व विकेंद्रीकरणास चालना मिळाली. समान व ग्रामपंचायत समिती जिल्हा परिषद मध्ये यातून सत्तेचा स्पर्श झाला. सामान्य नागरिक निर्णय प्रक्रियेत आला व लोकशाही अपेक्षित लोक सहभाग मिळू लागला. थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू.
The next participant's name is मुंडे. SM मुंडे.
हा सर, झालं ना माझं.
ओके. मुसळे.
Hello sir.
RJ Musale.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Please continue.
Yes sir. My screen is visible sir. Hello.
Yeah, it is now visible. Yeah, please continue.
Yes, yes sir. Sir, today's my conference topic is formulation and evaluation of drug delivery system for rabeprazole sodium tablet. I am from research scholar of Department of Pharmaceutical Science, JJT University, Jhanjhanu, Rajasthan. So first let's discuss what are the enteric coating dosage form or what are the introduction. So enteric coating is the polymer barrier applied to oral medication that prevents its dissolution or disintegration in the gastric environment. This helps by protecting drug from the acidity of the stomach and release the drug in intestine or in alkaline medium. Generally, a lot of the drugs that get degraded into the high pH which is present in the stomach. So to protect that drug from the stomach and increase their effectiveness, so we need to coat that core tablet of such drugs through a polymer. So mechanism of action of rabeprazole sodium is given in slide. That is, rabeprazole is a proton pump inhibitor which irreversibly bind to the pancreatic cells and whatever the acid produced in the stomach, it helps to control that acids. So my formulation designs mainly consist of 3 layers. That is, in core tablet which composed of active drug with excipients, and then to protect the drug from enteric coating material, I have applied subcoat between that 2 layers, and over that I have applied enteric coating for the dosage form to protect from acidic medium. So material method. So the in my research work, I have used rabeprazole sodium mannitol, magnesium oxide, cross-povidone, cross-carbonyl sodium, and polyvinyl pyridine K30, magnesium stearate, aerosol, instamoncylohide, dichloromethane, isopropyl alcohol, and instacoat ENS-PMC. For the standard calibration curve of rabeprazole sodium was prepared by using 100 ppm stock solution. For that solvent methanol was used. The serial dilution was prepared 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 ppm, and the absorbance using visible spectrophotometer was measured by using at 284 nanometer wavelength. So the concentration versus absorbance graph plotted, which giving the line equation is y is equal to 0.0466x plus 0.011, which is a r square value is 0.995, which is almost near to the 1. Next, the procedure for preparation of tablet. For preparation of tablets, the whatever process are followed, the chart has shown, that is for dispensing of all material, then sifting through a sieve 40, then dry mixing, further wet granulation by using PVPK 30. The next one is the drying of the next one is the compression of this wet granulated material and lubrication. Drying, then sizing, then lubrication and compression of this material, then applying the seal coat and further applying the interior coat. After preparation of tablet, it's evaluated for its evaluation parameter, that weight variation test, friability test, thickness test, disintegration test, and in vitro drug release test. So there is these are my composition of formulation trial. I have done 4 trials, and from 4 trials I have selected number 4 trial based on their weight variation, hardness, thickness parameters, and further seal coat and interior coating were applied. Whatever composition I have applied in that particular formulation, there I have given in the chart. So based on evaluation parameters, the between 4 formulations, core tablet, 4 formulations were found to be optimized and which is suitable for giving a desired therapeutic effect. Its result shows that weight variation was observed in between 127.13 plus minus 2.04 mg. Thickness was observed 3.22 plus minus 0.03 millimeter. Disintegration time in 0.1 normal HCl at pH 1.02 there was no any single signs of tablets disintegrate or break, and disintegration time in phosphate buffer at pH 6.8 10 to 20 minutes, which is within a limit as per prescribed in pharmacopoeia. And the percent drug release of rabeprazole within 1 hour in phosphate buffer pH 6.8 showing 92.45% plus minus 8.56%. So the conclusion is the rabeprazole sodium is very acid sensitive drug which degrades when comes in contact with acid. The formulation challenge in this study was to protect the tablet from stomach acid media by coating the core tablet and disintegrating it into the alkaline medium. Formulation on F4 was successfully developed to protect the drug from acidic pH. Other parameters such as weight variation, thickness, and drug release were also observed as per the requirement of the pharmacology. And these are some references I have used for my research purpose. Thank you, sir.
The name of next participant is Nagabhushan, serial number 39. Nagabhushan is available.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Please continue, sir. Dr. Nagabhushan, sir, please continue.
Okay, sir, I am reading just PPT, sir.
Yes, please continue, sir.
Are you
uploading the PPT or reading the PPT?
Yes, sir.
Please continue. Read your article.
Myself, Nagabhushan GS, Sri TV Venkateswamy College of Education, Madhugiri, Tumkur District, Karnataka. Introduction. The world has been witnessing a knowledge and information explosion during the past few decades. Over 10 million journal articles are published every year. Beside news items, editorials and articles that are appearing in popular print media, information professionals who would be the leaders in the 21st century depend on information for their work. Access to information works the key to development. Libraries, which are storehouses of knowledge and information centers which disseminates knowledge and information, form 2 important components of present-day society. While there is a deluge of information on one hand, the cost of collecting, processing, storing, and disseminating information has been spiraling up on the other hand. During the last 6 to 7 years, library and information activities in the country have entered a new era. Individual libraries are coming out of the proverbial Berlin Wall around them. They are trying to form a larger community in an effort to tackle the ever-increasing demand for better services quantitatively and qualitatively in an environment already overstrained by the financial pressures, forced, motivated, or logic-driven The librarians are coming out of their shell in the large numbers. Library network refers to an interconnected platform of some of group of libraries with certain agreements, aims to satisfy and fulfill their users' need. The common objectives of a library network is to acquire and develop a unique collection of each and avoiding the duplication of materials to resolve the budgetary problem. Each library performs sharing of resources to each other on demand basis. The concept of library network came into light after 1985 when the working group of the Planning Commission reported a modernized plan and new policy on library and information system to the Ministry of SHRI, Government of India on the 7th 5-year plan. The Department of Science and Industrial Research, DSIR, Government of India, started to promote the integrated approach to library automation networking based on the UGC report prepared by the Association of Indian Libraries, 1987. Library networks in India are Ahmedabad Library Network, ADNet, the library network of Ahmedabad area. It was established in 1994 with an initial grant for a few years from National Information System for Science and Technology. This said, ADNet caters to library of school, college, university, institutional libraries, and even public libraries in Ahmedabad. Bangalore Academic Library Network, BALNet, was established in 1995 and sponsored by JRD Tata Memorial Library, Bangalore. BALNet caters to the libraries of the Bangalore area to facilitate the sharing of resources. Bombay Library Network, BONET, was set up in 1982 by National Center for Software Technology, NCST, Mumbai, sponsored by NISAT. Kolkata Library Network, CalipNet, was established in 1986 with the financial help from NISAT. The main objective of a CalipNet is to provide access of information to the library and information centers in the eastern region. Developing Library Network, DELNet, was established in 1988 and registered as a society in 1992 from the financial support of NISAT at the India International Center Library, Delhi. Earlier, it was named as a Delhi Library Network and developed with the premier objective of sharing of resources to its member libraries. Indoor Library Network, IndoLibNet, was established to provision of equal access to universe of knowledge, information, cultures, and promote understanding of the cultural diversity of indoor. Information Library Network, InClipNet, was established in 1991 with the objective of establishing a communication between the library and the information centers, universities, colleges, UGC Information Center, institutes of national importance, R&D Information Center, etc. as a program of the University Grant Commission. Initially, it was located at the Gujarat University campus, Ahmedabad, but later it was shifted to Gandhinagar. Madras Library Network, MALIPNet, was established as a society in the 1993 to bring out cooperative working among libraries and information centers in and around Madras. Membership of MALIPNet is open to universities, colleges, R&D institutions, industries, and individuals. Mysore Library Network, MyLibNet, was established at Mysore in the year 1994 with the financial assistance from NISAT at the Central Food Technological Research Institute, CFTRI, Mysore. MyLibNet is an active member of Mysore City Library Consortium, MCLC. Management Library Network, ManLibNet, was established for sharing of resources and information among the management and business libraries and the librarians. ManLibNet was established in the year 1998 at the first convention held to Ahmedabad, which was jointly organized by the IIM Ahmedabad and Ahmedabad Management Association. Pune Library Network, PuneNet, is a joint program of the University of Pune, National Chemical Laboratory NCL, and Center for Development of Advanced Computing CDAC, funded by NISAT and was established in 1992. West Bengal Public Library Network, WPLNET, is an initiative of Department of Mass Education Extension and Library Services. Government of West Bengal State Central Library West Bengal is the apex library in the network. Ministry of Earth Sciences, in collaboration with Informatics, launched by a library network portal named Knowledge Resource Center, MOES-KRCNA, for all the Earth Science institutes. Conclusion. Finally, it appears that prospects are quite favorable for development of networks for better information services and resource sharing in India. In this direction, a lot of work has to be done. Some of the problems faced by other developing countries are common to India too, including financial constraint, inadequate communication, non-availability of equipment, less awareness of the value of information, reluctance of the development and non-coordination of various kinds of activities, resource building, resource sharing, and exchange of information and ideas, non-standardization of operational procedure, lack of dedication, motivation, knowledge on the part of available manpower. Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizing team, Unnati Mitra Mandal,
Thank you,
Vasantrao
sir.
Naik
Thank
College of Arts and Commerce. Great, sir.
Thank you, sir, for
Yeah,
your
also
outstanding PPT, sir. Thank you, sir. The next
Thank you, sir.
next participant name is Kanchan Kumari. Is this available, Kanchan Kumari?
Yes. I am
Goenka
available,
University,
sir.
Punjab,
Sir,
Gurgaon.
I am
Kanchan
available,
Kumari.
sir. I am available.
Kanchan
I am
Kumari,
available.
please continue, Kanchan Kumari.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, your audio,
Yeah.
your PPT is
Okay.
visible. Please continue.
Right, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm Kanchan, a research scholar. I'm doing PhD in library science from GD Goenka University. Today I'm going to present about the usefulness of e-resources. My topic today presentation, my topic is paradigm shift in reliance of e-resources of users in library, a survey. During the pandemic of COVID-19, the importance of e-resources grew phenomenally. Though the e-resources had already started making their presence felt among the library users, but the impact made by the pandemic due to the closure of physical libraries and non-availability of any printed material gave impetus to the use of electronic resources. Just a minute, sir. I'll video on color. A number of e-resources has been made available free, and mostly educational institutional have shifted from physical to virtual. User preferences are also in favor of e-resources and virtual libraries under the present circumstances. The present paper highlights different advantages felt by the users in using the e-resources and the shift in trend from print to electronic media. This paper present and analyze the status of electronic resources, facilities, and services provided by the libraries before and after the pandemic. In order to find out the usefulness of e-resources in view of the users of some select libraries, in the recent time, the study was conducted. The role of libraries in providing information. Libraries are rich pools of information. Libraries provide useful services to users in supplying the resources and information. Libraries quench the thirst for knowledge of users. Libraries must acquire the resource pool if regularly in demand. Libraries must enrich its resource pool from time to time as to meet to the needs to the users. And it is also help in career advancement. The study objective are type of facilities and services provided by the users, mode of dissemination of services during the period, to know the content and scope of e-resources, to maintain the cost effectiveness, and to check either subscription based or web based at the time of purchasing. The survey was conducted through Google form. A structured questionnaire was sent to some libraries in Delhi and NCR based, and it is the questionnaire included information about e-resources usage during and after the COVID-19. It is circulated through the Google form. The analysis was based on these four important points: importance of separate e-resources sections in libraries, what is the acquisition of e-resources by the libraries, and impact of pandemic in awareness about the e-resources, and paradigm shift in usage of e-resources due to the pandemic. These are some key findings which I find during the survey. The e-resources have many advantages over the physical resources and provide solutions to many professional problems like space crunch, remote access, convenience is usage, increased readership with improved services, leading to more opportunities for productive research output and academic excellence within shortest possible time. The recent studies have also showed that improved access to e-journal has positively influenced the research activities by helping the researcher to keep up to date by saving the time of the user. Use of e-resources is increasing leaps and bounds as shown by many other user services. Reliability and inclination towards e-resources has gained impetus since 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. The next participant's name is Nanje Gowda. Is this available? Nanje Gowda, the principal of first grade Nagamandala, Karnataka. Professor M.B. Nagegowda, principal, first grade college. Is this available? Serial number 43, Sudhir Narkhede, Yavatmal. Sudhir Narkhede, serial number 44, Pawar Rohan, Kasba Bavda, Kolhapur. Pawar Rohan, Pawar Shraddha, Praveena, librarian, Manjunath University, first grade college, Karnataka. Serial number 46, Suresh Santani, Dr. Suresh Santani.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Is this Dr. Suresh Santani, Advani Law College,
Yes.
Bandra, Mumbai?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Serial number 46, please continue.
Yeah. At the outset, I am thankful to organizer for giving me opportunity to share my views. Today, I am going to discuss. Unfortunately, I cannot share my PPT. I will share my views. I am going to share my views on the topic of ongoing interpretation of Constitution, whether it's a need of time or judicial abuse. We are aware with the term that Constitution recently we celebrated 72nd Republican Day, on which we have adopted Constitution in the year of 1950. The question is that still now there is, the interpretation is going on. Judiciary is making a continuous and constant interpretation of Constitution. So I started with the thought that what is the need of a continuous and ongoing interpretation of Constitution, especially when it is a supreme law of land. So in India, we have the governance by the Constitution itself. So what is the need of ongoing interpretation? The interpretation is not stopping only. Since last 70 plus years, the judiciary is making different interpretation of various provisions of the Constitution, whether it is fundamental right, directive principle, democracy, political issues and all. It is continuously going on, and every time it is different from time to time. So on that, I found a view that the Constitution is a living document. It's a living organ, and its ongoing interpretation is the need of time. The only requirement is that the supremacy of Constitution should be the essential focus of the judiciary. we are aware with the term of interpretation, which is an art of process of discovering and expounding the intent to execute the language, to execute the intention of lawmakers. No doubt, the interpretation of Constitution is a quite difficult task, but judiciary is making it by following certain essential elements. Whenever judiciary is doing the interpretation of Constitution, the judiciary is following certain doctrines, and the basic doctrines are the judiciary is being guided by the internal and external mode of mode means aid of interpretation. The judiciary is taking the help of the constituent parliamentary debate which took place before the commencement of Constitution. The judiciary is taking the reference of the foreign provisions also. And apart from that, time to time, the reformation committees are being constituted by central government. And these all are forming the mode which are helping the judiciary to make a proper interpretation of Constitution. At the same time, in India, we have a doctrine of constitutional silence. It simply means regarding the constitution is as the time is changing, the constitution is silent about certain provisions. We are aware that our Indian constitution is the lengthiest constitution in the world. No other constitution is so much lengthy the constitution we have. In spite of that, today also, because of the constant change in the society, the India which was in the year of 1950, it is not so today in the 21st century, having 1.30 crores populations and all. So everything is changing rapidly. The society is not constant. The time is not constant. So unfortunately, the constitution is silent about certain things. And judiciary, by applying the doctrine of constitutional silence, is filling the gap. And it is an obligation of judiciary actually to fill the gap. That's why I found that the ongoing interpretation is the need of time rather than the judicial abuse. Because judiciary is not making the abuse, judiciary is following certain self-restraint also. The judiciary is being following the doctrine of supremacy of constitution. The judiciary is following the doctrine of constitutional trust. Every time whatever interpretation judiciary is doing, it is based upon the various crucial aspect of which are given under the constitution itself, like rule of law. That is a basic centralized object of our constitution. So constitutional trust means the constitution should fulfill the need of the society, and the need of society, we are aware, it is not constant. So judiciary is bound to make a constant and ongoing interpretation of constitution. At the same time, judiciary is also following the concept of constitutional morality, because the morality in the sense the judiciary is maintaining the basic aspect of constitution. Whatever interpretation is made all the time, supremacy is maintained by the constitution itself. At no time the judiciary or any other organ was supreme in India, especially after the after the commencement of our constitution. So the judiciary is following the concept of constitutional morality. And one more important doctrine which judiciary is following is self limitations over the interpretation. The judiciary is not crossing its limit, no doubt giving direction to two other organs in the need of time, but judiciary is not crossing its constitutional limit. So the judiciary is maintaining its self-restraint also time to time. So it is not so that interpretation that constitution is once interpreted, it is over. No, the constitution court, I will like to just put my words concluding remark here. I would like to quote the words like the constitutional court has to interpret the constitution periodically and time to time, but without replacing the words. It can introduce the change through the proper interpretation, and there is a need of time. Therefore, while interpreting the words of the constitution, it is most appropriate to adopt dynamic and purposive interpretation rather than static, fixed, or rigid textual interpretation. Interpretation cannot be constant, it cannot be always rigid, it has to be flexible. Like a flowing water, unless until the water is flowing, it will become a dirt. As if the water is stopped at one place, it will become the dirt. And if the water is keep flowing, it will be purified. So like that, the constitution has to be interpreted with the changing dynamic need of the society, and no doubt in the light of judicial experience. It has to be flexible, it has to be dynamic, it has to adopt itself to the changing constitution and all. Recently also, last year we experienced the pandemic. In that also judiciary played important role while making the different interpretation of right to life, connecting with the rights regarding the pandemic and all, because that was the need of time at that during that pandemic period. So ultimately, it is a need of time rather than judicial abuse. Judiciary is making interpretation, but keeping the supremacy of constitution is on the top, and following the various guidelines: self-restraint, constitutional silence, constitutional trust. So I will just like to conclude here by saying that a continuous and ongoing interpretation of constitution, that is supreme law of our land, is the need of time rather than the judicial abuse. I would like to thanks to organization for giving a chance to express my view, and I would like to stop
Thank
here.
you. Thank you, sir. Your outstanding PPT presentation. The next participant is serial number 47, Dr. Shankar Savargaonkar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Present, sir.
Dr. Shankar Lakshman Rao
Yes, sir.
Savargaonkar, please continue, sir.
Sir, yes, sir. Good
Are
afternoon
you
to all of you.
Are you uploading PPT or reading on?
No, sir.
PPT?
I will result orally only, sir.
Okay, read the PPT. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Shankar Lakshman Rao Savargaonkar, Research Guide and Head Department of Economics, Kala Mahavidyalaya, Nandurghat Taluka, Case District, Bid. It is pride and honor to be the part of this one-day online international conference. So today's my topic is role of teacher in lockdown period. In Indian culture, a teacher has a unique significance. In Hinduism, for a teacher, Acharya Dev Bhava means teacher or Acharya is equal to God. It is said that a teacher is a means of social change because of his her contribution to the society. She is considered as a respectable and valuable member of the society as she continues to guide the society till the end of her life. This is because after the birth of parents, the teacher are working to make the person livable in the society in which they live and to develop the social personality through culture. A teacher makes an invaluable contribution to the life of every successful person because human life values are taught from very beginning along with study study number. It does not matter if the teacher is called a nation builder because he is a true nation builder and the task of shaping the nation is done by him because in any country or in the development of the nation, the role of education and educational development is very important to balance national development. It is an indisputable fact that they play a role. A culture that has always respected teachers has shown respect for the teacher. Teachers are responsible for providing information, carrying out various activities, carrying out door-to-door work, carrying out all voting responsibilities during polling, implementing mechanism for smooth conduct of election process, conducting census, publicity and dissemination of social awareness activities and official work. In failing, the teacher is an integral part of the day and night strugglers to keep people alive with the administration in all the situations that the world experienced during the corona epidemic. The present dissertation reviews that the contribution made by the teacher during the corona epidemic and the role played by the teacher. Hypothesis. In Indian culture, teacher is given special importance. The teacher appears to be respected and valued personality in the society. As a means of social change, the teacher has a vital role to play in shaping society and the nation. The teacher is one who has been successful on all fronts in corona epidemic. In corona epidemic, the teacher have fulfilled all the responsibilities given by government and administration along with government and administration. The teacher is the only factor in corona epidemic that has been working in unison in various departments of government and administration. Importantly, in the revenue administration, in the district collector's office, in tehsil office, the teacher has taken the responsibility of the coordination room on their own shoulders and have shown it competently. It is seen that teachers have done a well-planned job for conveying all the instructions of administration to all the systems of the district. Therefore, teachers are seen doing all the work in district along with the revenue administration staff. Teachers are assigned to distribute groceries and food items on behalf of revenue administration by distribute groceries and food items on behalf of revenue administration by conducting coordination tours with the administration over the telephone by coordinating rooms is done. That is to say, the teacher also appeared in role of officials in revenue administration and also in role of labor while delivering groceries. The health system is one of most widely used system during lockdown and corona epidemics. This is because the health system is the system that confronts the invisible enemy, the coronavirus. The health system is the system that was entrusted with the responsibility of protecting the lives of the citizens of the country. The system worked day and night to save lives of the affected people without refusing to treat them. In that health system, a component called teacher was working day and night. By the time the corona patient was found, their homes area was declared a containment zone, and the teachers were responsible for tracing all citizens who were in contact with patient. The teachers took care of the other relatives of the corona victims in the content zone. The important task of teacher is to inform the administration about the registration of new citizens from other villages at the time when the migration was banned during the lockdown and to keep him under control. Teachers are seen to be involved in all the office work that the health system has to perform from the time of registration of the patient to the time of his her discharge. During corona epidemic, the police system was in place to strictly follow all the instructions of the government to maintain law and order and to make the lockdown a complete success to prevent the spread of corona and communicable disease on a large scale. Police in riot gear stormed a rally on Friday, removing hundreds of protesters by truck. At the time when people were at home, only policemen and cops were seen on the crossroads. In those days, the teacher was the most important factor that stood shoulder to shoulder with police. The teacher was seen cooperating with police while carrying out their duties at the crossroads. While the village and taluka district boundaries were closed, the teacher were seen working at a check post set up to ensure that no one would are closing the boundaries in the district, taluka, and village. It is seen that many teachers have carried out investigations with police. This means that the teacher, a health worker, was later seen working as a component of police force in the corona epidemic while carrying out the instructions and responsibilities given by the government and administration from time to time for the work for which you have been appointed. It seems that the teacher has done exactly what he was supposed to do during lockdown period. While all schools are closed, students appear to be housed in their own homes, and teachers have been working to teach students online from their homes on a daily basis by adopting the online teaching method as per work from home. The lockdown posed by corona epidemic posed a threat to the education system in the wake of disintegration of the education system. But even in such a lockdown, the role of online education is to educate and build the nation. Through this teaching of the teacher was carrying out important responsibilities on very important front, such as giving fundamental message not only to student but also to other members of the family, engaging them in various activities. So in Corona area, teachers are seeing fighting day and night with the government and administration to prevent communal outbreaks, to save lives, and to control the Corona epidemic. Often in entire Corona epidemic, the teacher was the only factor that was said to have survived. But this is not entirely true. This is because while the next teacher at the age of 45 was relieved of this responsibility for fear of survival, many teachers were working shoulder to shoulder with administration regardless of their families and lives. No one can deny this indis- indisputable truth. Therefore, it is safe to say that teachers have played a vital role in corona epidemic and continue to do so today.
सर आपका
Objective.
टाइम खत्म हो गया है.
Sir, objectives पढ़ लेता. Objectives, reviewing the teacher
जल्दी
and
जल्दी
his
करो.
personality, to study the place and role of teacher in the society, examining the role of teacher in national service and nation building, to study various roles played by teacher during corona epidemic, examining the importance of teacher social system between governance and administration. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity, and request another participant to continue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next participant's name is Senthil Kumar. Is this available? Senthil Kumar, Tamil Nadu, Periyar University. Senthil Kumar, serial number 49. Professor Sheikh Tayar, serial number 40. Dr. Rajesh Sharma. Dr. Rajesh Sharma, serial number 50.
Yes, sir.
Rajesh Sharma, please continue.
I am Rajesh Sharma.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. Please give me one minute time to just share my slides.
Either you switch off your mobile or your laptop at a time. Do not use both.
Okay.
Your echo is being disturbance. Dr. Rajesh Sharma, are you available? Hello. Hello, Dr. Rajesh Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Okay. Just I'm uploading my slides, sir.
Your both devices, mobile device and your laptop device is going on Zoom.
I'm just
Therefore,
leaving one of.
switch off one, either mobile
Okay.
or
Just
Zoom,
give me
laptop.
1 minute time. Yes. Okay, sir. My voice is audible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. I'm just sharing the screens.
Open your PPT, then you share.
Yes, sir. Just. I'm just taking it up from my laptop now. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. So first of all, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude towards that Waghmare sir and the organizing committee to have given me once again the opportunity to be the part of this very, very important national conference. And my topic, it is a part of my research also, that utilization of library media center of the Kendriya Vidyalaya Bilaspur cluster libraries. It's a survey and it's a study. And I am the Rajesh Sharma, librarian of the Kendriya Vidyalaya Bilaspur, coming from the Raipur jurisdiction. So that we see that very quickly the profile of the Bilaspur cluster Kendriya Vidyalaya, as it contains that now it has been eight libraries, including that Bilaspur, it's being the biggest one, and then it is followed by the Korba NTPC. In the Korba region, we have 3, and working under some projects. Now it is followed by the Raigad, Janjgir, Kavarda, and recently we have another Kendriya Vidyalaya where the library has been set up. That under the guidance of the full-fledged librarian have also been appointed, that KVCRPF Bharni. So this study has been conducted on the cluster libraries of the Bilaspur. So these are 8 libraries. Now coming to the objectives. So now objectives that it has set up on basically number of the sections, readers, and to know that the result, whether it is qualitative or quantitative, what type of outcome by using that information sources and services of the library. And now it is followed by that to know what pattern of the cluster library is being adopted in terms of the library services and activities. Now, definitely, if you talk about automation and pandemic, that the role has been very imminent of the provision of library 2.0, particularly the web blogs by which one can impart that education and can collect to the students. Now we have whether internet facilities or which library software is being used, and the status of the barcoding studies have been conducted on that ICT infrastructure also. Now we have a lot of celebration of the national importance of what are those, and then what is the use and then outcome of these, and overall to know the enhancement of the quality results of academic and other aspects of the results. So these have been the objectives, as I mentioned earlier, that is scope. Basically it is based upon, this study is based upon the existing Vidyalayas of the Bilaspur cluster libraries, though we have 35 libraries under that Raipur region. So Bilaspur cluster is among one of the cluster of Raipur jurisdiction. So now methodology, I adopted questionnaire, and some of the cases that interview-based techniques have also been adopted. Now coming, this is the data collection. On the basis of the collection of the data, the analysis has been done using that spreadsheets, and the data have been collected. Questionnaire interviews, as I mentioned, that as this diagram depicts that the male and female, both the librarians are working here. Now we have a section wherever that student strength is more than the 1000, that obviously it's understood that the strength beyond that 2 or more than 2, like Bilaspur, it's having more than four section, because that the student in strength is beyond the 2000. So now as this diagram depicts that 50% of the cases are more than 2 sections. So now coming to that, the cluster libraries, this is that accumulation of the books, documents, magazine as per the NCERT norms and Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan and CBSE. It has been mandatory to have more than 15 magazines. Now it has been recently updated to the 25, and similarly in case of the books, we have more than 1,500. Then only the recommendation to be made, so that Bilaspur we have more than 10,000, 10,000, and Korba 16,000. These are the biggest school of this cluster, and having more than 10,000. And most of the libraries are having 5,000 to 15,000 cases. And as this study on the analysis is that CRP, because it is recently opened, so now it has been started accumulating the books. So now books and journals, as far as the services is being offered in a hybrid way. Sometimes we are having offline, sometimes we are having online. So now number of magazines and general cluster libraries. So these this is about analysis on the magazines and journals. So as I mentioned, as NCT norms, then minimum 15 magazine, and as per the CBSE that we should have at least 15 magazines. Hybrid way library services, as I mentioned, that keeping in view the pandemic, that both offline and online services. In this regard, I would like to mention that each one of the library have maintained that G Suite IDs, and through G Suite, each of the students, every student have been provided that G Suite IDs, and then by using the G Suite IDs, they are accessing that library services. They have that library periods, and every day we are uploading the documents, and it has been divided on the basis of the category, like primary 1 to 2, 3 to 5, then it is followed by upper primary 6 to 8, then 9 to 10, 11 to 12, and so on. So now we are just maintaining that as per their standard. We are offering their the services of the library. So yes, that we are maintaining it 100%. Status of the library computerization, it has been mandatory by the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan and then regional offices that we have to computerize our collection with every aspects, including that barcoding. So now, yes, we have 87% of the responses, yes, they have maintained, and recently 1%, because of this 13% left because of the new library, and they have been procured the library software. And if you see that library software, it has been we are using eGranthalaya library software of the NIC, the headquarters, and it has been offered free of cost for the government concerns. So now we are some of the biggest library of this cluster, for example, Bilaspur, it has been opted that the latest version, the like 4.0, it's a line version. Now, so Bilaspur library is maintaining both offline as well as online version. Offline version means 3.0 and offline version means 4.0. So now,
sir,
yes,
sir, 20 मिनट हो गया है आपका.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. So feedback regularly at.
To directly jump on your conclusion.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me such time, and I'm sorry, sir, I've taken 2-3 more minutes. So these are all basic mandatory services by which we have to stick, and we have to produce that quality result. Now, as sir mentioned, otherwise I have just hyperlinking that with different national level importance, we are having Librarians Day, Librarian Week, recently 100 days reading campaign. It's a very, very important, and then it has been hyperlinking so that as soon as we click that, it will be automatically the blogs will come, which contains a lot of work of the students. Now suggestion has been made that better we should have that networking facility, and stopping there is another area to be taken care of. Now conclusion that it is playing a key role because it's a central entity of the Vidyalaya, so that it understood and it indicates the importance of the cluster library in their services, particularly in this pandemic. So now students are very happily not being connecting, but also they are very happy and coolly and calmly they are accessing their demands, and they are very satisfied. So Waghmare sir, I am very thankful for this patient listening, and I am very thankful to you for again giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The next name of the participants is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Is this
Yes,
available?
sir.
Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Miss Sudha.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Miss
sir,
Sudha,
Sudha.
please continue.
Present. Yes, sir. Greetings to all respected teachers and other participants. Myself,
Dr.
Sudha.
Rajesh Sharma, please remove
Yes, sir.
your
I'm just
PPT.
closing. Yeah, yes, sure.
Presently, I
Please.
am working as a PhD
Yeah,
research
yes,
scholar
absolutely.
under the supervision of Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, sir. First of all, I thankful to you for giving me this opportunity to present the paper in front of you. Today, my topic is sports in India, economic and career opportunity. Introduction. The sports in India are experiencing a phase of change on all dimensions. The fact regarding the sport industry explains that sports industry of the world in terms of employment and revenue. In last 2 decades, the meaning of sports in India also changed, and sports is going to be big industry in India. Still, we are far behind than developed countries, as in developed countries, almost 4% of total employment is shared by sports, where this below in India. The world sport industry is also 500 billion, and as estimated many research institutes. However, in India, sports as industries is yet to be estimated or reframed, mainly due to a paper estimation of sports and its relative activities as far. The career in sports include not only the achievement as a players or coach. Here the definition of sports are going broad, as it includes sports tourism, sports equipment manufacturing, sports outfit including shoes and clothes, sports management, advertisement, and other allied things, those grown up with the help of sports. Research methodology. The present research paper is an attempt in this direction and highlights the career and economic scope of sports in India. The paper also highlighted some recent trend and government initiative in this direction. The paper based on secondary data collected from different published and unpublished sources. To explain the data explorative data technique, the researcher divided the career and economic opportunity in sports in 2 different parts. Number one, direct benefits in sports as a sports person or coach. Second is allied benefits in sports. The first is this part of the research paper highlights the direct benefits to the sports person as an individual or as a coach in sports. Although the performance of player according to the event is the main subject of his individual benefits, whether these benefits may be considered as a government job or as in cash reward forms. Last 2 decades is the witness of such kind of career achievements. Central government or concerned state government offers the job and other benefits for such players, those performed on different level in different games. From time to time, many authors and researchers focused in sports industry in India and highlight future scope in this regard. According to Ministry of Sports, the share of sports industry is expected almost 3% in economy up to 2022. The initiative of central government in this regard is highly appreciated. There are there are following some schemes and programs that is launched by government to promote the sports in India. Programs and development of sports. There are many schemes and programs. Rajiv Gandhi Khel Abhiyan, Urban Sports Infrastructure Scheme, Scheme of Assistance to National Sports Federations, National Sports Development Fund, Scheme of Human Resource Development in Sports, Scheme for Special Cash Award for winners of medal and position in international sports events and their coaches. Khelo India Scheme, the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, etc. The second is allied benefits in sports. As we discussed earlier, that sports industry includes many indirect benefits. In this section of paper, we will discuss about indirect benefits of sports. Number one, sports tourism. Second is manufacturing of sports products. Third, marketing of sports products. Fourth is marketing of other allied articles. And business of media. And last is sports education. Conclusion: sports are a booming and most increasing sector in India. It includes not only physical active but also business and career opportunity. Nowadays, sports share 0.07% in our GDP, but it is estimated take a shape up to 4-5% when sports will be on full swing in India. In last 2 decades, we see the involvement of Indians in sports and allied activities. This will increase the participation of our players in international events, but also the employments of many persons in India as the production of sports goods and events in a labor-intensive industry. So the scope of this industry in India seems bright as the easy availability of raw material and cheap labor. The share of sports goods in total exports also increasing sharply. Finally, it may be concludes that a top phase of sports in India may increase the employment up to 4% of total employment for 1.5% of employment in both the organized and unorganized sectors. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. Sudha, Madam, thank you. The next participant is Pratibha Jagdish. Is this available? Pratibha Jagdish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am available.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Thanking you very much for giving me an opportunity. Good evening, friends. This is a study to evaluate the problems and quality of life of women using external breast prosthesis post-mastectomy and those who do not use the prosthesis at a tertiary cancer center, Mumbai. Breast cancer is considered as the most common cancer among women, and now it has been recently established that even after 35 years of age, this is very common, and it is more common in the urban population than the rural population. When we compare with all the gynecological cancers, breast cancer is very higher. This is because the breast consists of a large number of lobules and ducts. This acts as a mammary gland and through which milk gets secreted. It is at this place cancer of the breast can develop. The reason for the development of this are various in nature. They can be genetic, hormonal, or the biochemical factors which are present in our body. This is also because of the hormones such as the estrogen, which is very high in nature, and this estrogen is higher when we become postmenopausal. So as the age increases, there is an increased amount of exposure of estrogen. There can be a family history or the personal history. One of the important lifestyle related to the breast cancer is women who are nulliparous or who have not given birth to children and who have not breastfed the children are more prone for cancer of the breast. Radiation is another cause for development of breast cancer. One of the type of cancer is adenocarcinoma, which is invasive in nature. There are many other types such as infiltrating ductal carcinoma, lobular carcinoma, mucinous carcinoma, and many other things. Radical mastectomy or the modified radical mastectomy is a modality of surgical treatment which has been given for the breast cancer patients. So after the radical mastectomy, where there is a complete removal of the breast muscles, and in case of a modified radical mastectomy, the pectoralis major muscles are just kept and they are preserved. Even in these conditions, there is a necessity for an external breast prosthesis. And use of breast prosthesis is related to body image issues and the quality of life, said Robert. And Franson has said there are 77% of women with external breast prosthesis and 87% after reconstruction were satisfied with their appearance. The sum of the study has said. So breast prosthesis helps in cosmetic appearance, sexual normalcy, and a psychological well-being. The Globocan has said that there is an increasing breast cancer cases and the mortality has also increased. But there is one of the important aspect here is there is an increased survival of these patients. And so the quality of life has to be estimated, and we wanted to know about the prosthesis usage for these patients. The investigator has said that there are many issues such as physical, psychological, social, sexual, and financial issues which have been related with the prosthesis. And the investigator would like to know about the various issues and the problems related with this. Hence, a study to evaluate the problems and quality of life of women using external breast prosthesis post-mastectomy and those who are not using the prosthesis at a tertiary cancer center was evaluated. The objectives were to assess the physical, psychological, social, sexual, and financial problems of the breast prosthesis users and also the breast prosthesis non-users, to find the association between the problems faced by the users of breast prosthesis with their selected demographic variables, and to find the association between the problems by the non-users with the selected demographic variables, and also the quality of life of women among the external breast prosthesis was evaluated. The research approach was a quantitative cross-sectional descriptive design. It was in the OPDs of Tata Memorial Hospital. The prosthetic users as well as non-prosthetic users were the samples. 100 samples were used, 50 were the users and 50 were the non-users. Survey method was used in the data collection. The IRB permission was obtained for the study. Inclusion criteria: women with breast cancer who have undergone mastectomy at Tata Memorial Hospital, and the exclusion is patients with breast implants which are called as the permanent implants were excluded. The tool had an indigenously designed semi-structured tools, and there were two tools, one for the prosthetic users and the other for the non-prosthetic users. And also the next tool was the quality of life questionnaire with regard to breast cancer. The third tool was the breast cancer 23 tool to evaluate the specific problems of the breast cancer patients. The tool consists of the demographic variables, medical data. The tool also consists of the stage of disease, type of surgery, the prosthesis used, and the duration of the prosthesis used. It had 4 specific domains such as the physical domain, psychological domain, social domain, sexual domain, and also the financial domain. The validity and reliability was assessed by giving it for 10 experts, which included the nursing faculty, the surgical oncologists, and the occupational therapists. The appropriateness and the relevance was judged. Modifications of the tool were made, and the tool was utilized with the Cronbach's alpha. 0.70 usually indicated the acceptable level